Do you guys think that if you're unhappy, that's a good reason to leave a marriage?
I don't think you're gonna be happy all the time. So I don't. It depends. How long have I been unhappy?
Right.
Because my kids are seeing that.
Right.
I think that matters too. Like
Most things, nothing to do with
a lot of people.
It don't have anything to do with age. Getting married too late. People don't have the intestinal fortitude for marriage. You get up there and say these vows. It's duty and responsibility, time and pain. It's the kids. It's the rearing. It's lineage and legacy. That's a joke in itself.
But is that not part of the kids? So your kids are a direct reflection of you. So if my kids are seeing me unhappy, now what?
What are you talking about?
Because you said happiness in the marriage, because you just said that kids are part of it, right?
Let me explain it to you. You're conflating your happiness with how the kids are treated, right? I'm not even talking about the kids. I'm talking about you being happy, right? I just said that about sex, so don't act like you can't do it about everything else. So now that we have a baseline with that, you can fake it till you make it in front of them kids all the time. Now, kids have discernment. I understand that, but happiness doesn't mean everything has to be egregious in the household. However, we know ebb and flow. Is that a thing, or are we dismissing postpartum?
Postpartum depression.
Do we have menopause?
Right.
And so you guys go through these ebb and flow periods where your happiness is intrinsically not working.
But that's why I agree.
But I'm just saying. But you put it on the kids. Like, no, answer my question directly based on happiness itself.
I did, but I said it depends on how long I've been unhappy. Raising my kids in a house where there's no happiness is not
selfish.
That's not life goals.
Just for the sake to say I have a husband. Are you serious?
No, you made a commitment under the Most High God, right? Unless you don't believe.
Who cares about the commitment if I'm unhappy and I'm dying inside?
No, don't interrupt them, Melly. Sorry, Nikki, what you say?
I'm not staying unhappy for 10 months. You talking about 10 years?
Well, I've stayed unhappy for a very, very long time. But who is going to continuously stay in an unhealthy marriage where you're burning inside, you're dying inside, you done forgot who you are, you done forgot your self-worth, and you're just super unhappy, like depressed to that point, just to say I have a husband and I have a family?
I think that we know how hoes are created. Callie said it earlier. Something about they ain't had their daddy, their daddy didn't love them. That's one. Secondly, most of these hoes been hurt by a man. Just like these niggas that been hurt by women, they become hoes. It's the same thing.
Savage.
Okay, so this is what I'm saying. Even with what Callie is saying, the lack of love, hopelessness, a deficit, desperation. That's all the same umbrella. I'm desperate for the love of a real man because a man never loved me. So I'm out there searching for the love of a man. But because I don't know how to properly find love from a man because I never experienced it. So now from the worst experience that I've had and the damage that I've had from men, I'm telling you now, I'm only going to use them for what I like them for, because there's no possibility that they could ever even try to love me correctly. And I'm so lost on love, so in the deficit, I'll be desperate. And a lot of women have penis in. The girl come up here, Hamp, remember the girl that came up here who was cosplaying a man? She was a whole butch, calling the women male-centered up here. You're trying to become them niggas. Talk about worship when you think you're fucking up a storm because you're a man and you're acting like a man. That's male worship down to the ground.
So the women who are promiscuous, are we saying they're all desperate?
Majority. I'm not saying that, but I know.
Yeah, I agree.
I feel like in my point in my life, I feel like I was being groomed to cater to him.
So at 18, when did you guys break up or stop doing each other?
When I was 21, turning 22.
So you were for about 3 to 4 years. How did you upgrade him?
I think that I gave him a different perspective.
Well, you also feel like after you dated him, I upgraded you, and then all these women want you after what I did for you.
Bro, he was 18, bro. Like, you grilling him, bro. What the fuck?
No, it's hard to imagine an 18-year-old girl upgrading a 28-year-old man, but then you left curious, what could you have possibly really done to a man that age? Like, you don't have no money, you 18, you don't have much knowledge, you 18.
But what we're witnessing is cognitive dissonance. So there's no way you admonish the man by saying that you upgraded him and then in another breath say he groomed you. Mm-hmm. Those two things are diametrically opposed. Right? And then you said age don't matter. People could be wise beyond their years. However, when Tamia gave you the bail money about you being 18, you're like, yeah, I was just 18. Nah, because remember you just said that you had the wisdom and understanding of somebody older than that, which is what you would be able to bestow on him. Right? Ooh. So these things are conflicting when we saying them. Did you actually upgrade him, or was you mad and talking shit to him because he cheated on you? Are most of us cowards? Are most of us willing to kill and die for our wife and children? Are we willing to defend ourselves? Do we know what it looks like when shit is hitting the fan? Do we know when danger is actually upon us? How many dangerous situations have we been in to tell? Do we know who we are in these ways? I'm gonna just tell y'all this. If you are in a real life situation and a person approaches you after an aggressive conversation, get yourself in a position in which you can defend yourself properly. So don't stay in a position that doesn't give you any advantage but put you at a disadvantage. Don't ever do that. see people picking and choosing, you know? So if I'm going to approach you in an aggressive manner, then I should stay that way. Or else you look bad. That shit look corny. That shit don't look good for men. Because it's like, damn, is there a low-level threat of violence between men for real? But that's the word. We pump faking. We half stepping. That shit take away from our strength, our bravado, when we don't know how this shit's supposed to go. So this is a thing that I just been trying to process, man. Don't sleep on nobody and be ready. Be ready as you can. The man says he got cheated on, and you tell him he's the reason why he got cheated on because she didn't feel like she was getting enough emotional support from him, and you justify him getting cheated on.
And like I said, that's unfortunate. But the person that he
got cheated on, you would have been like, "Girl, that nigga ain't shit."
No, first of all, you don't know me, so you don't know what I would have said. I would have asked, well, what happened? What did you do? What did he do? I was trying to get the full story. But to just go on this I hate women train, I'm not about to do that. Like I said, give us the full details. But to just act like everything was just shine the rainbow, sorry, Uno, but it's more to it.
Right.
So I just want you to realize real quick, she was emotionally deprived, and you think
and then she entered a relationship with him.
But no, you can't add a speculation on what we do know based on what he shared, and somehow you're saying he emotionally deprived her. You think that correlates?
Because before she probably sexually had that experience with that man, she probably emotionally attached herself to him.
Why would you think that?
Because as y'all like to just say that women just go and just be loose and just have sex.
You do. Remember we had the conversation.
But the majority of women, they are going to emotionally, going to emotionally attach themselves to a man.
How?
And then have the intercourse.
How do you know that?
Because I know. The same way y'all know. The same way that y'all know everything that y'all done talked about all
No, what I'm saying is, how do you know that, and how can you justify that based on women's behavior?
Because it's statistics. Somebody do the research.
If she has a dream about me cheating, am I at fault now?
You did that shit.
You did that shit, nigga. You did that shit in your past life, man.
Damn, boy. So he got hit with a honey bun and it's his fault. Okay.
That's like a boomerang.
I mean, I don't know his situation. How much would you say yes or no?
Well, she let another man put his penis in her vagina. He didn't ask her to do it. She just went and did it because or whatever.
So, I mean, I don't know how necessarily it's his fault unless he, maybe he's seen the signs and just chose to ignore them. But other than that, like, I'm pretty sure you left after you found out.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he did the right thing.
Stepping away from it. So, is that an assurance for a partner? Is that an option as well? Like,
fellas,
like open book?
Yeah, I got you. Real quick. Hey, fellas, if you dealing with a woman and she call you a partner, get up out of there. Okay. Yeah, let me see. Let me log in that joint whenever I feel like it. Yeah, I think that will work for sure. Yo, that accountability helps people too. If you know somebody else is looking at this shit, like how you reply, what you reply to, the bullshit, right? So like, for instance, this might be risky. Callie and I can see it, and my wife can see it. Now, I don't even really look at it that much because I know that they be looking at it. But also, bullshit get flushed. You know what I'm saying? It like take a weight off you, Right? Because temptation killed the cat. Pun intended.
I don't even have a lock on my phone. You can pick up my phone at any moment and go in there looking and see text messages and all of that shit.
Don't get a password. You say delete it, it's gonna be deleted. You mentioned that one of the problems was that you have so much access on social media. Like, some of people can message you, DM, your DMs popping. Him looking at it, is that going to satisfy him that it's confirmed now, or is he just trying to confirm whether or not you're responding back and cheating?
The con to that is that he gonna read all that shit the wrong way for sure.
Every time,
as he should. It ain't never all good.
I was just gonna say something to the effect of, in terms of social media, although primarily I do it for content creation. If my man had an issue with it, I was at it, no questions asked, because I've actually been there, done that.
It calls for strokes. Like, somebody will punch you in your shit for talking too much and talking crazy.
It said in the Bible. No, it doesn't say that in the Bible. That also equates to.
I knew it. A fool lips enter into contention, and his mouth calleth for strokes. Proverbs 18:6.
Okay.
Because I read this shit. I'm just saying
I
about.
did too, 5,000 times.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, well, you didn't know that was in there, right?
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out.
So.
Yeah. It's a broadcast. It's a broadcast. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. DJ Hamp about to go live again. So hit the likes, my friend, on your way in. First off, salute the chat. And to all new cousins, welcome back. Heard you searching for the real, well, this is where it's at. The latest topics and panels and brother, don't get sent to the bathroom. We got all the stats, too, back to facts in the morning or the afternoon. Tuesday, women's POV, 2 Fridays, dancing, jamming tune. It's a community of real, and we better than the world news. This might be risky, I hope you know. This might be risky, let's go, let's go. This might be risky, no, I love you, real, I love it. This might be risky. Salute to DJ Hamp, it's time to start the show. Salute to DJ Hamp, it's time to start the show.
The shit seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. The shit seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. The shit seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun down. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. When I'm traveling, when I'm traveling, get that when I'm traveling, 6-pack wood when I'm traveling, 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 get that when I'm traveling, 6-pack wood when I'm traveling. The shit seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. The shit seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. The shit seeking a place with young free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm Mr. Hood when I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. 6-pack wood when I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling. When I'm traveling, get that when I'm traveling, 6-pack wood when I'm traveling. When I'm traveling.
We can kill all this. We can kill all this. Say like, do you want to be next?
Anytime you ready, baby. I was supposed to be there.
Ooh, I'm with it.
I'm
with it. We can do it.
Knocks out everybody and no one can whoop him. That's when that little Cassius Clay from Louisville, Kentucky came up and stopped Sonny Liston, the man who annihilated Floyd Patterson twice. He was going to kill me. He hit harder than George. His reach was longer than George. He's a better boxer than George. And I'm better now than I was when you saw that 22-year-old undeveloped kid running from Sonny Liston. I'm experienced now, professional. Jaw's been broke, been lost, knocked down a couple times. Bad. Been chopping trees. I done something new for this fight. I done wrestled with an alligator. That's right. I have wrestled with an alligator. I done tussled with a whale. I done handcuffed lightning, throw thunder in jail. That's bad. Only last week, I murdered a rock, injured a stone, hospitalized a brick. I'm so mean, I make medicine sick. Man, dude. Fast. Last night I cut the light off in my bedroom, hit the switch, was in the bed before the room was dark. Incredible. Fast. Incredible. And you, George Foreman, all of you chumps are gonna bow when I whoop him. All of you. I know you got him. I know you got him picked, but the man's in trouble. I'm gonna show you how great I am.
can kill all this. We can kill all this. Say like, do you want to be next?
Anytime you ready, baby. I was supposed to be there.
Ooh, I'm with it.
I'm
with it. We can do it.
Knocks out everybody, and no one can. Little Cassius Clay from Louisville, Kentucky came up and stopped Sonny Liston, the man who annihilated Floyd Patterson twice. He was going to kill me. He hit harder than George. His reach was longer than George. He's a better boxer than George, and I'm better now than I was.
God give me style, God give me grace. God give me style, God give me grace. God put a smile on my face. God put the smile on my face. God make me shine like the sun. God make me shine like the sun. Sometimes I feel like I'm the one. Sometimes I feel like it ain't my fault. I just reach with style. I'm hot, I breaks it down. It ain't my fault. God give me style, God give me grace. God give me style, God give me grace. God put a smile on my face. God put the smile on my face. God make me shine like the sun. God make me shine like the sun. Sometimes I feel like I'm the one. Sometimes I feel like it ain't my. God give me style, God give me grace.
Yo.
God give me style, God give me grace. God put a smile on my face. God put the smile on my face. God make me shine like the sun. God make me shine like the sun. Sometimes I feel like I'm the one. Sometimes I feel like it ain't my. God give me style, God give me grace. God give me style, God give me grace. God put a smile on my face. God put the smile on my face. God make me shine like the sun.
Let's get it.
God make me shine like the sun. Sometimes I feel like I'm the one. Sometimes I feel like.
Yo, check.
DJ Hamp, the Stampede.
DJ Hamp, the Stampede.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Salute to everybody in the building. Let me see you in the chat real quick. We can get it popping. I was in the chat. Salute. GA, what up? Salute my brother E-Dub in the building. We got 100 people in the building. We only got 41 likes. Please make the likes match the viewership. Rob Jitsu was popping. My OG Vet Life in the building. You already was goody. Salute, my brother D-Madis. D-Man, it's been a little minute. Hope all is well. Good to see you. No Country for Old Simps. You already, man. Salute. Imperial in the building. Audie was shaking my G. Hope all is well. Make sure y'all go tune into the stream we did last night. Feel me? Andre 3000 versus Nas. Shit was fire. My brother SPS in the SPS podcast in the building. My brother Strada. Make sure y'all go like, share, and subscribe. You heard? Let's get it popping. Get y'all tickets to Houston and all that. Aaliyah, what's good, twin? Good to see you. Hope all is well. You know what I mean? Nightbot behaving. That's always a blessing. My brother Foe, you all ready? God gave me style. God gave me grace. Melly Mel was popping. Salute. He knows what's good, my brother. You all ready, man? Boot camp in the building was popping, man. It's been a little minute. Deucey, what's goody? Good to see you. You know what I mean? Hit the like button. My brother Free Zone, of course. You already? Impress in the building. Impress. What's good? Salute. Man. Yeah, man. At 50. Miss Jilly in the building. Make sure y'all say what's up to Miss Jilly in the chat, please. Almanage was popping. Good to see you. Hope all is well. Reese. Yo, I was just watching the highlights. The Knicks took it again, right? I ordered my jersey, man. I'm about to put that Spurs jersey back. I'm about to delete that shit out my cart, man. You know what I'm saying? Ressa was popping. Yo, real shit, bro. Real shit. That was a dope set, man. Hope y'all enjoyed it, man. Appreciate you. Quincy, OG in the building, was popping. 52 was good, my boy. I like saying LI, man. I got to say LI still, bro. I'm sorry. Blink was popping. Salute. MS Peach was goody. Hit the like button, share, and subscribe, man. Let's get it popping.
It's a stampede! DJ Hamp, the Stampede.
DJ Hamp, the Stampede.
Hope everybody feeling good, man. Put a 1 in the chat if you feeling good. You know, it give you that type of energy, that type of vibe, man. He knows. Salute, been a member for 29 months, bro. My G, he said we can do it, but this might be risky. JG, what up? Salute. Ed, what's goody? Yo, man, we got to talk about it, man. But, you know, that 50, it's kind of like the vibe, you know, as we look between then and now. And can we understand or even see the differences? Or it ain't nothing new under the sun? What should our assessment be regarding these type of situations? I'm going to show y'all some clips. I'm going to try to leave them as unadulterated as possible, meaning I'm not going to interrupt a lot. We're just going to try to take in the information for what it is. You know what I'm saying? This has been sort of a hot topic. You know, we haven't covered it over here that much, but today is the day. You know, we're going to look at some cases that have similarities from back then to now. What is it? Is it racism? Is it placism? Is it circumstances? Is it means? What about the judicial system? Is it fair? Is it fair when you have money? What about the plea bargain system? Who does the plea bargain system help? Who does it hurt? What about the bond system or lack thereof in particular places? When there's no bond, is it too loose? Right? Are you letting people out on their own reconnaissance with a bracelet? Or should people have to pay to be released? You know, it has a lot of different effects on people depending on your circumstances. So I wanted to take a look at a few cases that just simply popped in my head when I'm looking at Karmelo Anthony. You know what I'm saying? When I'm looking at Chow getting off, you know, I'm looking at different things like sentencing, lighter sentences, the whole 9 yards, you know. So I think it should be interesting. Hopefully we can mine through this properly. And yeah, man, it just... Foe played that God give me style, God give me grace, you know, earlier. And it just put you in that mood, like everything good, but you still locked in. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, let me just set this right here, you know? This another one that kind of give you that vibration. Like, you know, like you feeling good, but you know what it was, you know what it is. When I'm looking at these cases, it's like, do we know what it is? Do we know what it was? Is it the same? What's different? Or does it just look a little different, but is the same? You know, I think that all this stuff that we look at today is indelible, right? Like looking at Stinny Jr., right? It's indelible. Like you can't get that out your head, you know? I got a couple clips, but you know, they had to they executed them in the 1940s. Youngest person to ever be executed. They had to put like some type of towel over his head so that it would fit the electric chair helmet, so to speak, would fit properly because his head was too small, you know? And so I'm going to show y'all the case. And, you know, we're just going to go through it, you know, but it give you this vibration. Salute my brother Cheek in the building, been a member for 28 months, man. He said, this is one of those cases where first degree should be hard to prove. Looking at child case should be interesting to see the difference. Real shit. You know, let's get it popping, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. So I just got to set this right. Because this is what this type of show, you know, make you kind of look at. You know? So let's take a look at this real quick.
Southside. What y'all niggas know about the dirty South? One time. Lord, forgive me for I've sinned over and over again just to stay on top. I recall Mary filled with sin over and over again and 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 again.
Yo, Crewfest, just hit the link one time, right? I think you'll find out quickly that the energy will change up here. You know what I'm saying? Just hit the link one time, that's all. I think a lot of people don't listen, you know? Or they don't care to, you know. But just hit the link one time. I think you'll find that your energy will change pretty quickly. You know. We'll see. Josh, what up? Harmonic, what up? Salute, kid. Good to see you, man. We got 108 people. Yeah, just hit the link one time, you know. Or not. I get it. All right. It's just different, you know. You having an actual conversation, you know. But I get it. It makes sense to stay in the chat. I would too. Keon, what up, kid? Yeah, Josh, it's just different when they hit the actual link, you know. Let's get it popping, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. All right, let me pull this up real quick. Let's take a look at these things. Let me know what you guys see in terms of, is there any relational aspects? Is it a conflation of things? Are they just reminders because of the age of the kids? You know what I'm saying? You know, so let's take a look at it and see what's up. So you guys may know about these different cases and such, but just in case you don't, we're going to review a couple just because they have relational aspects, right? But if it's a reach, so be it, you know. But when I watch these type of things, you know, they become hard to forget, you know, and you can kind of recall them pretty quickly or instantly based on the impact that they have, you know. So salute the 100 people in the building. Please hit the like button. That helps the channel. So you guys are familiar with this case, right? You know, you guys are familiar with this case. I know Callie is from out there, and you know, I just wonder, you know, from being out there when these type of things happen, you know, what was the actual impact on the ground in real time, you know? And so this is just a quick video of what happened. So they have like a scuffle, and then you can see here she turns around. Oh, really, Josh? Okay, yeah. So she shot her in the back of the head. This is the tape. Obviously, this is an old case, so it you know, the tape is not great. But you know, so she was convicted of manslaughter, right? And then you know, she was sentenced to 16. I think she did half of it, as the video stated, you know. But this looks like second-degree murder. It's actually interesting that manslaughter would be here, especially since they have the scuffle. So you'll see it's a short video, but you should be able to make it out. So just in case, the Letitia's right here, and here's the Asian lady obviously behind the counter. So she pockets the orange juice, but then she walks up to the counter to pay for it. And there's obviously a misunderstanding here, in which case they do have a scuffle. And then when you see her turn, she then shoots her in the back of the head, which kills her instantly, you know. And this is in the wake of Rodney King as well. So you have these things coupled together. And so, you know, you have the riots and etc. Right. But it's just interesting, in my estimation, that manslaughter would be the charge here. You know, oftentimes manslaughter, people are convicted of manslaughter when there is like a fight or something, and it's kind of like an accidental death, right? You know? So you see the scuffle here, right? The girl punches a couple times. And then they release here. So it's a back and forth, right? Then it kind of de-escalates for a second. She picks up her bag, hands her something, turns, and she shoots her in the back of the head, killing her instantly right there, you know? So I guess it's just interesting, you know, when you're looking at it, because you're assessing like how people get charged and for what. Damn, so I thought this case was kind of be, you know, this case would be more known. So that's actually interesting that Josh or Sherelle maybe didn't know, but it's all good, you know? So when you're looking at this, I'm looking at kind of like the conviction or lack thereof, right? So you see the entire interaction, you know? You see the girl turn from her, you know, and then she shoots her, right? Manslaughter doesn't really make sense there, you know? I think that there's an interaction that'll happen in terms of a hot-blooded murder, right? Where second degree is, hey, you have an interaction with somebody like the scuffle, you know, and then you make a decision in that time frame to shoot or, you know, whatever in terms of what we saw there, right? Or the mortally wound, which is what happened. You know, I've seen manslaughter happen where people are scuffling, somebody will hit their head. Like there was a hockey game one time, they were fighting. One of the dads punched the guy, he hit his head, he died, you know? So it was an accidental death. There was no intent to kill the person. But this, if somebody's walking off after the scuffle and you shoot them in the back of the head, it seemed like that would be more straightforward. You know, but there's so much interpretation of the law, and then you obviously need the juries to convict. You know, what makes it interesting is the juries that we're seeing in the cases, you know, as we continue to talk through the conversation here, and how much the jury selection matters, access to resources and et cetera, you know. And 16 years seems like a decent amount of time until you're associated with taking somebody's life. Then what? Right? And so she served half that time when, generally speaking, those violent crime felonies, even though this is a federal thing more so where you do 85%, I've never really seen too many people anecdotally do 50% of the time for a violent crime, especially a violent felony. You know? So, but again, when you in front of these judges, you in the system, everybody know it's not fair, but what's the interpretation of the law and what are the implicit biases that exist amongst the people, right? And you can't remove them, right? So let's be honest, you can't remove them. You can't remove the implicit bias that people have on a jury or even the judges. You know? Hold on, Willie said. Really? Do you have it, Willie? I'm gonna drop the link in a second. I'm just kind of walking through these, you know. But I'm gonna drop the link in a second. I don't know if you have it or not. I don't even know if you could play it though. But I think, and I got a couple of the what's the word? You know, some of the reconnaissance that the reporters did that were inside the courtroom that I'm gonna play too. You know. But that is actually interesting. That's like two sides of the pond. Latasha Harlins, you know, when she was shot in the back of the head in 1991, Josh didn't know, you know, or Sherelle didn't know. That's like two sides of the aisle. So that's interesting, you know. So Latasha Harlins shot in the back of the head. Manslaughter was a conviction, but it was, you know, very little time served based on what the sentence was handed down. And you could easily argue, in my estimation, second degree murder, you know, but she was instead convicted of manslaughter. And there was lesser included offenses, I believe, in this particular case. That's another thing about the Chow incident. You know, we were talking about lesser included offenses. As a matter of fact, Willie and who was Willie conversing with? Okay, I got you. Who were you conversing with, Willie, when you were saying why or why not lesser included offenses were in there? You know, I think the person you were talking to said they did that purposely. They didn't include murder 2 or manslaughter so that he could actually get off. Somebody had said that, right? And I think, Willie, you had pushed back at that notion, you know? So let's just take a look at the Cyrus case, you know? And again, there's I think the race is the main correlation, the being in the store, being accused of stealing, and then the person being penalized or not. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, Willie said that. And I think Dusty said, no, that's not true. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, thank you, Sherelle. All right, so let's go here, right? I just want to make sure that we recap this, you know, because we're looking at Latisha Harlins, and I'm, you know, pleasantly surprised that a few people didn't know. I'm glad that we can edify each other as we converse through this, you know. And so Latisha Harlins, again, just to recap, as people continue to get in the building, 175 people in the building. We only have 85 likes. Please hit the like button if you can. That helps the channel the most, you know. And so the lady shot her in the back of the head after an altercation. She was convicted of manslaughter, was sentenced to 16 years, did half the time, you know. And so Asian lady, black girl who was 15. So you see all these correlations, right? Same age, same races, a store, a gun, who was a threat, who wasn't. Seemingly both of them were shot either the back of the head or like the side/back, right? And yeah, Cal, I dropped the links. I know you know a lot about that, right? You know? So, I think there's a lot of correlations here, and you can't help but do so, right? I think it's just natural, you know? Yeah. What up, Reese? So let's play this. Let's just continue to get edified. Okay. Swizz, that's actually interesting. Swizz, while we watch this video, I'm gonna look that up. This is like 5 minutes. Yeah, it's 5:52. So you guys seen this. Most people seen it. Okay. Okay. See, good. Yeah, because I know she was sentenced to 16. They were saying she did some time, but in fact, it was lowered to 5 years in probation, no jail. See, that's uberly different, right? So appreciate the edification as we all work through this, you know. And Callie saying that's with her city in real time too, you know. And so it does have a stark correlation to Cyrus Carmack. Let's watch this to make sure that we all on the same page while we having the conversation. So even though you guys know about this and we're one of the last to kind of go over it, I want to play these videos so that we all know exactly what we're talking about in terms of what we watch together. Salute to the 240 people in here. Please make sure you hit the like button. That helps the channel the most. And I'm gonna look that up. My brother, what did he say? He said, so Swizz said, yeah, I heard it's no degrees. I'll take a look up real quick. Let's help us meet the goal. Let's get it popping.
This video from the day of that shooting. We want to show you one of those moments right now.
I don't got no water in my pocket, bro. I'll still be water.
In this video, you see Cyrus wearing a red jacket, telling Rick Chow's wife he does not have any water in his pockets before picking up his backpack and walking out of the store.
And shortly after, Cyrus was chased by Rick Chow and his son, Andy, before the teenager was shot.
News 19's Kiki Gushu was in the courtroom for all of today's testimony and the moment these videos were shown to jurors.
She is joining us right now from outside the Richland County Courthouse with the latest update. Hi there, Kiki.
Erica, JR, today's testimony moved away from what happened in the street that night Cyrus Carmack Belton was shot and moved back into the Shell gas station that Rick Chow owned. Now today, most of the afternoon was spent showing the jurors, the prosecution showing the jurors, surveillance video from that Shell gas station. They also brought to the stand a new witness, investigator Tama Jordan. Now, the state played surveillance footage showing Cyrus inside the store and questioned former investigator Tama Jordan about the gas station's camera system. Jordan testified Rick Chow's familiar with the surveillance equipment, and prosecutors repeatedly asked whether those cameras could have been used to help identify Cyrus later rather than chasing him.
Do you think you would have some tools to help identify him?
Yes.
And investigate whether or not he had stolen water?
Yes.
Do you feel confident law enforcement could have handled this?
Absolutely.
Also presented testimony from a firearms expert who said the bullet recovered in the case matched a Glock 45. Late in the day, the defense shifted its focus to Cyrus's possession of a firearm, showing jurors a social media photo taken the night before the shooting that showed him holding the same gun found at the scene. The final witness of the day was a forensic pathologist who testified about the path of the bullet through Cyrus's body, as attorneys continue to debate what his position was the moment he was shot. And court has now wrapped for the day. The state is expected to rest tomorrow, and then it will be the defense's turn to bring witnesses to the stand. At 11, I'll be bringing you a recap of all of today's testimony. Stay tuned for that. And I'll be in the courtroom for the rest of this trial, bringing you the latest. Live in Richland County, Kiki Gushu, News 19, WLTX.
So this is obviously ongoing as the case, went on. And so the pathologist that she just mentioned was saying that they were showing the video where he was shot like in his side / in the back, almost like where the kidneys would be, The son also, and this, to go through all of it and watch video after video would be a little bit slow, right? So, when the son was testifying, he mentioned like he didn't turn towards them, he didn't run towards them, he didn't pull a gun out, and etc. They also introduced a few other things in regards to Chow himself having been under 2 other shootings previously, to where he did shoot a person. However, that person was in the wrong, I believe, and was actually prosecuted while he was stealing. Now, one thing that is interesting, and I appreciate the brother who pointed this out, South Carolina specifically has no degrees of murder, which makes a huge difference in our speculation, right? Just to be honest. So it has murder, voluntary manslaughter, and then like attempted murder, but it doesn't have varying degrees of murder. So that makes a huge difference when we assess Texas, as we did when we initially heard about the Karmelo Anthony case. It has first degree murder, second degree murder, and then manslaughter. Yeah, no, that's interesting too. So I looked at that. So when we assessed the Karmelo Anthony case initially, when it first happened, we were looking at first degree, second degree, third degree. And oftentimes what will happen is a conflation of laws between the states, So Texas was describing it as first degree, and they used the terminology in their statute as cold blood, right? First degree is cold-blooded murder. So premeditated, planned out. You went to go kill that person with the plan, thought about it beforehand. Second degree was considered hot-blooded. So like these 2 people are having a physical or altercation or interaction, whether it be assault or battery. And in the midst of the heat of the moment, they are hot-blooded, and they make the decision hot-blooded to kill that person, but it's not premeditated. And then obviously manslaughter was accidental, like you hear about it in most states, So that was the assessment of Karmelo Anthony when we first looked at it a year or so ago when it happened, So when you look at South Carolina specifically, it only has murder, So what is the burden of proof? We would have to look in that statute more in depthly, because we can kind of look at the burden of proof differently from manslaughter to first degree to second degree murder. But when they only have murder, what is the burden of proof? If you can't include lesser included offenses, it would almost seem like, right? And this is just a sentiment I'm sharing, that it would be more difficult to convict people because you don't have the range, You don't have the levels. So I guess it would have to be right and exact and more obvious than other states, So what is what are most people going to say? What are most reasonable people going to conclude on a jury when you only have that one level of murder? That makes a huge difference in our assessment, So, damn, that's interesting, man. What are you guys' sentiments in regards to looking at the Harlans 1991 shot in the back of the head, and then Rick Chow on trial, excuse me, for shooting Cyrus in the side, like the back of his side, kind of like the kidney area, if that makes sense. What do you guys think about those 2 things? What do you think about people saying boycott the Asian stores? What do you guys think about that, right? And I'm gonna drop the link for the panel. I'm gonna ask the same questions, but I'm asking the chat, what do you guys think about that? What do you guys feel about that? Those are actually 2 different questions. Should we be boycotting Asian businesses? Does the entire ethnicity suffer from, what happened? Or is it more like, hey, what is the honest assessment about Asian businesses in black communities? What is the treatment? What's being sold? What is the food? Does that make sense to boycott Asian businesses? Do they care? Would it make an impact? Would they care? You know? So that means no carry out, no corner store, you know? So no chopped cheese in a lot of places. Or they would call it a Philly cheesesteak. No fried rice, no egg rolls. How often do people in these communities, right, where they mostly shop and eat in proximity, would be able to, you know, do it and withstand it? You know? What you guys think? There are many instances of Asian men being violent with black women. Yeah, so you remember back in the day, right? When they beat those black women with the brooms and the brushes. Let me see if I can find that real quick. Although I kind of don't want to conflate it with this, but I guess I am asking the question, right? You know, what do you see? What do you think? Do you think that enough is enough? Do you think that the fact that there's communities that are largely black but have, you know, Asian or, you know, Middle Eastern stores literally owning from the gas stations to the corner store to the carry out, you know, why is that? I think it's actually a pretty bad look on the predominant race in that community, to be honest, you know. But should the boycott come? Mel said you could buy egg rolls from Walmart. Yeah. So Lamar said they all need to feel it. Okay. I'm trying to get a consensus. Crown Prince said we got beef with them. I don't know. I'm asking. I want to know what you think is most effective. You know what I mean? What do you think would be effective? Right? You see, when there was a disparity in who was getting in Harvard, right? The case was made, right? And it was brought to the Supreme Court. And it was ruled unconstitutional regarding affirmative action. Because the Asian students were said that they had to have so much higher scores and more of them qualified, but they weren't getting in, as opposed to other minority students, i.e. black or Latino. And there was a plight, and they approached it. You can boycott, you can remove money and make a difference, right? Oftentimes, the Asian communities don't vote in high numbers, but they lobby for the things they need. Right? They lobby for the things they desire and want, right? And that entails money. So does it work opposite? If you remove the money, what happens? You know, what happens if you just stop shopping? Or is fried rice too cotton picking good for us to let go? Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend, man. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. We got 230 people in the building. We only have 128 likes and 1 dislike, man. Salute, salute, salute. Relly getting the gold train started. She said, for the gold. Did you get your apples? Damn right, man. I ate one of them walking in the house, you heard? I took the plastic off. And I crushed half of it before I got through the front door, man. So I appreciate it. I ain't share with the kids this time, man. They be wasting them shits. You know what I mean? You know? No, yeah, no, that's the thing. I don't think you have to run them out. I think you can starve them out, right? If you don't go to the nail parlor, you know, what's it called? Nail salon. If you don't go to the nail salon, if you don't go to the carry out, I mean, people can make a unified decision not to shop those places. Yeah, Blackberry. Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, like DC especially, Connecticut. We got a whole bunch of them. You know, yeah. Facts, Reese. Every 5 blocks. You know. Really, Terry. That's interesting. That's interesting. Let's keep going, man. You know, and the thing is, right, as we conversing through this, I'm having a conversation in this particular way on purpose. You know. Because I'm trying to assess, we're trying to be as analytical as we can be in terms of what we know, even though we laymen because we aren't lawyers and etc. But, you know, to remove the emotion, I think is very, I think it would do us, I think we can get a little bit more edification. I'm not saying emotion has to be absent. However, you know, I'm just trying to make an assessment and see what the correlations are. And if ain't nothing new under the sun, does something need to be done differently? You know, like what happens? I saw a guy and I was going to play his clip, but I said, why give him that many more runs? You know, I saw the clip where he said, go ahead, boycott Asians like y'all are able to. What about the Honda? What about the Nissan? What about the et cetera? I think it was a fair point, you know. But I think he also knows he being a little bit disingenuous because he understands the impact that would happen if black women stopped going to the nail salon. If black people stopped going to these carryouts in the neighborhood, right? It would be an impact to that person, their family, and et cetera. So, you know, I understood the point he was making. However, I think it was a little bit disingenuous, you know? Let me read these super chats as we attack the gold train. My brother Eric in the building with the $5 says, it's going to be extremely hard to get black women to let go of Asian hair and nail products. Forget it, unfortunately. Yeah, that would include the beauty supply store for sure. Yep. That would include the beauty supply store, yeah. Relly with the $5 says, for the goal, I think we definitely can put them out of business. I'm sure we support them the most. Yeah, you have to. Just proximity, right? You walk to the store, you walk to the laundromat, you walk to the carryout, you know? So whatever's in proximity, people are most likely to go ahead and get, you know? 100%, 1,000%. Now here's the thing. I think that's a hell of a super chat, right, Eric? Now, I will say, it seemed like, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, the boycott of Target went pretty well. Did the boycott of Target go pretty well? From what I heard, it seemed like they lost a decent amount of money, you know. And if it's true that women do all of the shopping, if they were able to boycott Target, would we be able to achieve the same goal? Or are you saying that's a different demographic of women that boycotted Target? In the same demographic that's shopping at Target is not shopping at the beauty supply store to the same rate, you know? So what are we saying essentially? And most people, I mean, are they engaged in these conversations? Like, do people actually give a fuck? Right? I guess that's one of the key things. Do people actually care? You know? So we looked at Letitia Harlins being shot in the back of the head after an altercation at a corner store owned by an Asian lady, in which case the lady got manslaughter 16 years and only did 5 years of probation. You now have the child, you know, as we watch the verdict, right? I just want to make sure that you guys are on the same page. Well, let me play it first. Hit the like button, share and subscribe. Tell a friend, man. Let's see. Yeah, so Miss Jilly said they don't care. Josh said they don't care. Tiff said we could stop them too. Ms. Vontae said we could definitely boycott. Major said, you know, normalizing. Let's watch this just to make sure we're on the same page.
All right, Madam Clerk, will you please publish?
Yes, sir, Your Honor. Indictment number 2023-GS40-07440. State of South Carolina, County of Richland versus Chike Rick Chow. We, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Chike Rick Chow, as to the charge of murder, not guilty. Fine number 302, foreperson, June the 1st, 2026. Madam Forelady, was this your verdict and the verdict of the entire jury?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
Thank you. Madam Forelady and ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to ask you 2 questions relating to your verdict. Please answer yes or no to each. Number 302, was this your verdict?
Yes, it was.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Number 2, was this your verdict? 257?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Number 63, was this your verdict? Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Number 208, was this your verdict? 208. Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Number 226, was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Number 329, was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Number 222, was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Number 164, was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Number 21, was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Number 204, was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Number 232, was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
Number 259, was this your verdict?
Yes.
Is it still your verdict?
Yes.
The jury's been told, Your Honor.
Very good. Anything else?
Not at this time, Your Honor. We just like stop post-trial motions. Normal 10 days if we feel those are.
10 days for any post-trial motions you may have. Anything to do with that? Okay. Okay. Thank you. You can return to your jury room. I'll be right back.
Seemed like Callie sent a pertinent super chat. Let me read it really quick. Callie with the $5 says, took me 2 years to learn to do my own mani pedis, and y'all know I love my nails being did. LOL. Go natural and learn to do hair. YouTube University. Eric with the $5 says, we need to completely not do business with them. We are not serious enough. Completely, perpetually. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, you saying do for self, learn how to do it. We was even telling Callie, hey, you should monetize that, you know? How many nails of people around you are you doing, you know? In the wake of stuff like this, what happens? A lot of people react. You know, we saw the vandalizing, although somebody's told me that was an old picture of the child business being vandalized, you know? However, what happens? Who gets galvanized to say, you know what? Yeah, there is obviously people doing business, but you could argue taking advantage of these particular people in these particular areas. I could do the same thing, right? And then those people can pour into me, in which case I'm investing in another black family just by proxy of if I make money, you know, my family benefits. You know, we actually benefit from that a lot here in Texas in regards to the business that I'm in. You know, the black people that are in there when my wife goes in and she's doing her marketing, it's a bunch of other black women her age, educated, and they invest in each other, right? And the customers benefit, the clients, the communities benefit, you know, because it's not just about, oh, you black, so you do it. No, you black and you're good at it, you know. And also, I measure you up against other companies of the same ilk to make sure that the product is worth it, you know. So nobody's saying you don't do your due diligence, you know, but nepotism is real and it exists. Why don't we exercise it more? Relly with the $5 says, it would be easy to boycott them. We could have groups boycotting outside one by one, shutting them down until they don't feel welcome anymore. Do you think we need groups like picketing and such? Or are you saying you simply don't frequent it, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Hey, Noah, that's a great point. That's what I was, highlighting earlier. Like, there is no distinctions in the law for murder in South Carolina, you know? And so the burden of proof, you know, how easy, I'll say easy, is it to create benefit of the doubt when you don't have any lesser included offenses and you have to reach the burden of proof for murder 1, which is more difficult than murder 2, and murder 2 is more difficult than the burden of proof to manslaughter. That's a great point too. You know, however, I don't think you can avoid race though, Noah, simply because there is manslaughter. Yep. Yeah. Killing in the heat of passion is there, you know, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, that's true, right? AC, it is there. The manslaughter, they do have voluntary manslaughter. So that was an opportunity, at least, you know. But I don't know exactly how their statutes work. Here's the other thing. I think simply because there are implicit bias, you know, that exists in the earth. When the Chow family, up to and including the mom first, was following him around the store, it could be because he has a reputation. But I think a lot of assumptions are made given a person's skin color. You know, I think that just naturally happens based on people nurtured in the earth, right? Based on the societal stereotypes, you know, and what they've experienced. If he already shot at one guy, shot another guy, and then shot this boy to death, we need to probably look. But I think those other two people were also black, you know. So it's interesting to assess, right? And we just assessing all the factors, you know. Yeah, 100% no. But I think it's a good, what you said, boom, I instantly like, damn. And then AC was like, but they do have manslaughter. So we literally working through what existed, what can happen, in these given situations. I don't think you can remove race simply because you can't remove race, you know? It just is. We make assumptions and stereotypes about people for several different reasons, including their skin color. You know? So I think it's okay for it to be in the equation because it's in the equation. You know? And yeah, when you look at Reese, when you look at the scene in Menace to Society, the hurry up and buy thing, you know, that does come. Menace to Society came out in what, 94? What year did Menace to Society come out? Hold on, let me look it up. What year? May of 93. So yeah, in the wake of the LA riots and etc. You know? Yep. So right there, when you got the hurry up and buy scene, when old dog shoots the store owner, I feel sorry for your mother and etc. You know, it's in the wake of what we're assessing. So I think that's what happens. 100%. We have 250 people in the building. We have 150 likes. Please hit the like button if you can. That helps the channel the most. So you saw that child got off essentially, right? What you guys feeling? What is you guys feeling regarding him getting off? What's your feeling? You know, and I'm asking feeling on purpose, you know? We're assessing the facts, but I just wonder, like, when you see that, you know? And the boy's so young, you can identify kids, right? It just looks different. It just hits people different. When you see a kid murdered, when you see a kid doing good, when you hear babies laugh, when you see kids at a playground, you know, 14-year-olds be at, I'll bring the kids to the jumping place. 14-year-olds be up there jumping and carrying on, you know? And I remember coaching high school football, you know, shout out to two of my guys actually on the Bears right now. You can look, Wayne Matthews, Jamry Croma, salute to those brothers. They trying to make the team on the Bears. One of them went to, Rutgers. He transferred a couple times. Another one went to Michigan State. They with the Bears now. I remember when they was small, when they were 14 years old, man. And I mean, they hang on your every word at 14. You know, yes, sir, coach. Yes, yes. You know, just all the things. And then when they started getting to like 18, they senior years, they started smelling themselves. They got real muscles. It was a little bit more of a conversation as opposed to like a yes, sir, no, sir. Now, they still would do it, you know, but a little bit more pushback, a little bit more hard-headed. They getting offers, you know, people telling them they great. It ain't just you. And so you start to see the change. But I'm just assessing that 14-year-old age where it's their first year in high school. They the little dog, you know, they kind of getting picked on, but at least they football players, right? You know, they don't got all the muscles and they ain't fully developed yet, you know, to when they became 18, you know, from coaching them from freshmen on up, you know. And so when I see a 14-year-old in this situation, you know, 14-year-old just dumb, green, don't be knowing, and he had the gun, you know, which we can't ignore. He's 14 carrying a gun. You know, who knows where he got it from. But that is like one of the main components that they're saying, listen, without that gun, this doesn't happen. You know? And then there's the argument where when he never pulled it, he didn't turn around. He didn't threaten them with the gun specifically. And he was in the store and even put the water back. You know? So I guess the question would be, how innocent can you be at 14 if you're carrying a hammer? You know, there was one time I got, you know, there was a group of guys that got pulled over. It was late night, like 11 o'clock or so. Get pulled over. Cop pulled them all out of the car. There's a few guns in the car. He said, why y'all got these guns? What y'all doing? Y'all young, y'all, you know. He noticed a couple faces from, you know, being in a newspaper or whatever. One of the boys speak out and say, yo, the streets is mean. You know. And then the cop stopped for a second. He said, you know what? Give me them guns and get the fuck out of here. For some reason, it resonated with them at that moment, because if you assess the streets at that time, what level of protection do you need? You know, and having a gun is illegal, right? So is that the probable cause? You know, because he has a gun and whatever the case is, do you get to kill him? If he's running away, do you pursue? Do you have a duty to retreat? There's so many things that are being assessed, and these jurors are people just like you and I, just like the 250 people here. They just like us. You know? They're just like us. You know? So we just make an assessment. Makes you feel bad. Nay said makes her feel disappointed. I definitely catch the drift for sure. You know? But the gun is there. The gun is there. And so we're trying to make an assessment, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Thank you to everybody who is supporting the show. I really appreciate y'all. And like I said, we having this conversation in this stoic, matter-of-fact, direct way. Making the assessments, introducing the different things that we need to assess before we make a determination, you know? We remove the emotion just for a second. But make no mistake, it's okay to be demonstrative in having this conversation. It's okay to have a level of emotion in this conversation. You know, it's my job just to make an assessment the best I can based on the information that we provided with. Relly with the $5. It would be easy to boy. Oh, I read this one. Salute. So now we go back in time again, right? George Stinney. Let me play the clip. They do a good job of articulating it. I didn't watch this whole clip, but I think this is the right one. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel.
Execution of a young black teen made history in South Carolina. George Stinney was convicted and tried in a one-day trial. Decades later, his case was overturned, and it's now being used today as a lesson. Here's the latest on DBL's True Crime Chronicles.
George Stinney Jr. was a 14-year-old living in Alcula, South Carolina. He and his family lived in a very small, working-class mill town where white and black neighborhoods were separated by railroad tracks. It was March 1944. Two young girls, 7-year-old Mary Thames and 11-year-old Betty Binnicker, were found dead. Police were tipped off that the girls were seen talking to George and later showed up at his home and arrested him.
There was no real investigation done by the police. It was just assumed that either George Stinney or George Stinney and his brother committed this offense.
What happened next made history.
One of the most shocking things in the George Stinney case is he was tried by a jury of 12 white men. That certainly is not a jury of his peers. That's certainly not a cross-section of Clarendon County at the time, which was...
So, you hear it, right? There's correlation. He was picked up. Assume he did it because he had told the girls. There was another clip, so I'm just adding this in from the last clip. It said that they were looking to pick flowers or something. And like, hey, have you guys seen these type of flowers? It was him and his sister sitting on the porch. In which case they edified on where to get these flowers, and then they were said that dead. So the last time those girls were seen, they were seen dead in a ditch from blunt force trauma. You know, and so. The other clip also says he was 53 kilos. So I think that's like 120 pounds, if I'm not mistaken, 118 pounds. And he was just over 5 feet tall at 14 years old, you know? And so, you know, I think that's important information to assess. So let's keep going.
Half African. That certainly is not a jury of his peers. That's certainly not a cross-section of Clarendon County at the time, which was half African-American, half white. And here we have an all-white jury with his family not being allowed into the courtroom.
The trial lasted
the all-white jury thing, obvious correlation to the Karmelo.
Only 2 hours, and the jury had a 10-minute deliberation. George was convicted of murder and sentenced to death by electric chair. There were 70 years of silence, and then in 2014, George's case came back in the spotlight when his family pushed for a retrial and high school students started researching the case.
And I think for all of us in my class, it was kind of like a starting fire for us to understand more of what we had to do to get justice for anyone and us as well.
It worked. A new trial was granted and the verdict was overturned, citing fundamental constitutional violations of due process.
We don't know whether or not he did it, but that wasn't the issue. It was whether or not his constitutional rights were preserved, and they weren't, and that was clear. And the further I got into it, the more I saw just how obvious and blatant it was that he wasn't afforded his constitution.
Yeah, Cece, they executed him. It was a one-day trial, 12 white men jurors. Due process wasn't done. It took all of 20 minutes for the trial to commence and cease, and he was found guilty, and they put him in an electric chair.
constitutional protections.
George's family hopes his story can be a lesson for today's society as protests rage on for racial equality.
It was a wrongful killing. He was too young. First of all, they didn't give him a chance. Look at stuff that's going on up here now. They didn't give him a chance.
Earlier, Al and I spoke with a reporter in South Carolina to learn more about this case. Take a look. We are joined by News 19 anchor Jay.
Yeah, Mr. Fantastic, I agree. You could almost like eliminate that statement, you know what I'm saying? And just say, hey, the verdict was overturned. You know, I think she was trying to highlight, but it was in bad taste. You know, the fact that due process, right? He didn't get his rights enacted. And so simply on that premise, you overturn this verdict, you know? But I think they could have left out that fact. You feel me? Especially because it seemed pretty fucking obvious.
Mayor Barry from Columbia, South Carolina. Thank you for joining us. George's case was overturned in 2014, but his story is still being used today as a lesson. Please let us know about that.
You know, what happened to George Stinney should never, ever happen again in an American courtroom. And we have laws on the books right now we didn't have back then ensuring we have equal justice for blacks and whites. You may find this hard to believe, but way back in 1944, George Stinney was the only black person in the courtroom for his trial, which lasted not all of a day. Just terrible.
Well, you know, to that point, there have been questions for years of whether his original trial was fair. Many have said that he was forced to confess. Can you give us any background behind that?
You know, he was 14 when all of this happened, and his parents weren't even there for questioning.
You guys listening, right? You got 14-year-old here. Cyrus is 14. Lakeisha was 14. You know, it's just interesting, like the coincidences.
Or his trial, they actually had to flee Alcaloo on the day of his arrest because they were told that a lynch mob was headed to their home to hurt them. So they left. They never saw George again. He also, guys, didn't have an attorney for questioning, which has fueled speculation over the years that this young man confessed, perhaps in an effort to save his family somehow, that perhaps law enforcement made certain threats. But again, pure speculation by some who have followed this case over the years.
It makes my my skin crawl and my stomach upset for his family and 14 years old. Wow, what an injustice. Yeah. Now, it has been 76 years. So what is the general consensus in that community, that particular small community? Are they still split if George did it or not?
Well, apparently they're still split with passion, guys, because right now most of the players who were around when all of this happened have passed on, but they do have family members who have survived, and Stinney's surviving family members to this day, and others in the community continue to believe in his innocence. But the girls' family members, the two victims in this case, they still believe he was guilty. So do others in the community, despite this judge basically saying Stinney did not get a fair trial and he didn't do it.
Wow. JR, we appreciate you bringing this.
You know, and when they locked him up, he was never released ever again, you know? So, you know, just think about that, right? I think the one thing that is the obvious correlation to Karmelo is the jury of your peers, quote, end quote. You know, especially in a place like where this trial was had, where the split between black and white is pretty even, and yet it was all white men. You know, obviously with the Karmelo case, there are a few minority women, I believe. I think they gave the gender. It was like 3 Asian women, 2 Middle Eastern women, I believe, and 1 other minority, but no so-called African Americans. And then the rest are white men. And again, there are nurtured and implicit bias that exist. And so what do we think? How is that likely to manifest? Can they see themselves outside of the boy who was killed and the boy that did the stabbing? You know, so it's just interesting. And when you go through the process of voir dire, of picking a jury, you can strike certain jurors, right? So the prosecution and defense can, without having to articulate why, they can say no to this juror, no to this juror. Depending on the state, I think you have like 3 or 4 challenges where you can get that juror up out of there, you know, without you having to discuss it. Now, they said they went through upwards of 600 people in the community to get this jury of 12. They were saying that the question that most people couldn't pass is, can you convict a kid? Can you convict a child? Can you convict a young man of murder for a life sentence for the rest of his life? And they were saying many people were responding with no. You know, oftentimes the judge will dismiss you for several things, i.e., do you have any family that had interaction with police and with law enforcement? Have you ever had any interaction with law enforcement? And certain answers will get you dismissed before you even get in front of the prosecution and the defense to go through their questioning. You know, so it has a process, but depending, and I'm saying but on purpose, depending on where you are, what the pool of people is, it may be hard to assemble a trial, assemble a jury that makes sense for the defendant, right? Just I'm saying in terms of passing the eye test. You know, the Ghost of Mississippi, if you guys remember the movie, but this is factual, they move cases to certain places so that the defendant can get a fair trial, right? So there's so much going on. Obviously, we're outside of the courtroom with Karmelo Anthony, so we have to depend on people who are able to get inside. I think the courtroom has 65 seats. You have the people that work there. You have media. I think they have 9 seats. And so left to the public is like 26 or 27 seats. They said there was a line of 200 people outside for the first day. So we have to go off of what the reporters are telling us. I tried to find the best one, and I think I did. And I want to play this one first, actually, though. I want to play this one. Salute to Captain Tazariak. He posted this. I want to see what y'all think about this rendition of what was heard in the video that was watched. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Callie with the $2 says, we really need to stop ducking jury duty. That's a fact, bro. That's a fact. Aaron with the $2 says, Hamp sent a video fighting a teen girl in the store. You said, oh, you corrected it. You said Chow was fighting a teen in the grocery store. Okay. We had 300 people in the building. We only have 174 likes. Please hit the like button. That helps the channel the most. Let me play this. This person was in the courtroom. Let's see what he has to say. Now, here's what's interesting real quick before I play the video. These are the tactics that are often used, right? You remember the old police reports? It'll say a thug robbed a grocery store, and it'll have a black guy and a wife beater, you know, with his, you know, taking his, what's it called? The photo that you take when you're in jail. And then it'll say a person or a man when it came to a white person, right? You remember that? Like that old school verbiage, they'll say thug or whatever the case is, and they'll depict the person in a certain way so it can invoke an emotion, right? You can make an assumption based on what they put in front of you, right? I wonder if this is a similar tactic of what the video here. Look at Metcalf and then look at Karmelo. Is Captain Tazariak doing that thing? You know what I'm saying? Mugshot. Thank you. I don't know why I slipped my mind. So let's take a listen to what this brother had to say. Oh, I forgot. Instagram.
Went past.
Right.
The other 4 went and they surrounded Karmelo. You know, if you're Karmelo.
And they showed that
So he's talking about what he saw in the video.
on that video.
It's on the video.
Okay, come on.
You can see him walk
I'm gonna
up.
say little
And
stuff.
I'll put it this
like
way.
okay.
They actually tell you when you're watching the video, pay attention to this corner right here, because if you look anywhere else, you might miss different things.
Okay.
So watch those 4. Here there are 4 right there coming up.
Right.
That's exactly what they say.
Okay.
And so you have no way to be confused that it's those 4.
Okay.
So they come up, they surround them, and this immediate moment of not even a few seconds of pause, then that's when they jump. And so
they
was,
actually did jump him.
yeah, it wasn't just no touch. It wasn't just all that moment. Yeah, it was a push. It was all kind of things. But Austin pushed, Hunter hit, and then everybody swung. But at the same time,
So it's more than the twins that got some licks on them.
4.
So it showed that in the video.
Yes, in the video. So again, you got Hunter and Austin standing in the middle.
Okay.
And you have the light bright boy here, and you have the darker boy here.
Okay.
I think that's what I remember. So I have to go back and think about it. But that's where they were. One was going up and down while they were talking, and kind of pushing.
You seen the video on 2 hours. Was it clear enough or was it fuzzy or what?
No, it was clear. It was clear enough where you can see the actual individual raindrops come by the camera.
Okay.
That's how clear it is. You actually see them walking up. You see that Karmelo is already up under there. He's under there minding his business.
Dodging the rain or?
Yeah, it was still raining. You know,
Right.
I'm from Little Hamp. So that day we were under a tornado watch.
Right.
And we were under thunderstorm warning, and we know we It already had some light rain then, and it started raining again, then it was over with for the day.
Okay.
So that's kind of what happened on that day. But they were at a rain delay already. And so during that time when that happened, the twins, their two buddies, and a few other kids, because there was a few kids involved with them, they were all coming from the direction of the middle school,
Right.
coming walking back up.
Right.
On the video, you can see those 4 that actually was involved, and maybe about 3 or 4 others that was with them, skipping up, trying to catch up behind. One veered off probably toward his way to go to the coach and
Okay.
kind of distract him a little bit. And then the other 4 came walking together, one went in front, and I'm not going, you assaulted him, period. But they did beat him, and if you look at the, not the photo that Fox 4 put out, because that was one that they actually edited, I have the emails to prove it, but the actual Collin County one, you can see the webs and stuff on his eye, you can see the bridge of his nose is swollen, you can see the webs under his neck. And so that's the reason why they edited the one from Fox and kind of airbrushed it. And you can see they put the locks of his hair that got taken out as well.
All right, Ember, you said you sent me one. While I pull that up, you know, I'm gonna play this video here. Let me see. So this brother is a part of the media, and he was in the courtroom. He gives a rendition as well.
But also today, prosecutors showed surveillance video of the incident. Cody Thomas of Court TV was in the courtroom today for all of the testimony. Cody, I know that there's a 911 call that was played that we'll talk about, some very emotional testimony there at the end of the day. But I want to begin right after opening statements. Surveillance video of this incident was shown. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, Chris, it was 5 different angles, surveillance video. It looked like the cameras were on like the light post inside the high school football stadium because they were very wide shots. So the first witness was a forensic video analyst who obviously went through and tried to enhance the videos. We watched the original videos first, and quite frankly, we really couldn't see much of anything. And then after a few minutes, we zoomed in. He showed all the enhancements, and he had spot shadowing and highlighting who we're supposed to be looking at. You can't really make out any distinct features, and the prosecution admitted that before they even played the video. They had to look at clothing and identify the person of interest, who of course is Karmelo Anthony, and the victim, who is Austin Metcalf. So they outlined all of that based on the photos that came out later once Karmelo was taken into custody. But again, the videos, it establishes what happened. You can definitely make out what happened, but it wasn't, to me personally, as compelling as I thought it would be, because it looks like gas station video. It's really grainy. It's zoomed in. When it's zoomed out, it looks high quality, but when it zooms in, as you know with any picture, it loses some of the quality. But you can see the tent where everything goes down. You see Karmelo Anthony walk under the tent 2 minutes before Austin Metcalf and his friends get to the tent, and then everything starts going down within 4.5 minutes. You see, just kind of some humanoid blobs under the yellow Memorial High School tent, and then you see one figure kind of jolt, really fast jolts to and from, which they were saying, the prosecution was saying, that was the initial push. They're not denying that Austin Metcalf made physical contact. They admitted that there was a physical altercation, but that was the moment you saw the push. And then of course you see the 25, 30 kids start scattering throughout the bleachers, and then you see the person of interest again, Karmelo Anthony, running down the bleachers, running a ways away from where the tent was, out onto the track and into the arms of another coach, Chris. But again, the video, of course, establishing, giving us, painting a picture of what it looked like that morning. This all happened around 10:02 in the morning, right when the track meet was supposed to start. Just really giving us a scene setter, just to allow us to understand what was really going down that day.
And we don't have cameras in the courtroom, as we've said. I mean, and I know things got emotional near the end of the day. And we'll talk about some of these witnesses here in a moment, some of these coaches that witnessed what happened. They witnessed the aftermath. But what's the layout of the courtroom? Like, what was Karmelo Anthony's, what did he seem like as all of this was going on today?
So I'm positioned right behind the Metcalf family. So it's a very small courtroom, Chris. Only seats about 60, 65 people. Each side, each family gets 15 people each. So that's 30. You have 9 of us media people. That's 39. And then plus court staff. So it's about 45 seats already taken up before members of the public can get inside, which they only allowed for 25. I think the exact number this morning was 27 members of the public who were allowed to come in. But of course, you have the Metcalf family on one side, the Karmelo Anthony camp on another side. And I'm watching Karmelo during all of these videos, all of the emotional testimony from the different coaches and witnesses, because, at the end of the day, he stabbed a kid to death. Whether, it's proven to be self-defense, whether it's proven to be murder, whether it's manslaughter, you still took a human life. And I'm looking at him, and he was kind of stoic. He wasn't really emotional. He was watching the videos. He didn't turn away from the videos. But I'm looking at Austin Metcalf's family, and his father, is fully engaged in everything. But every so often, every 10 to 15 minutes, his father would just kind of put his head in his hands like this, and I'd see him nod his head no. Just, of course, overwhelming emotion there. But I'm looking back and forth, trying to gauge the dynamics between both of them, between the alleged aggressor and the victim here. And there was stoicism on this side and clear emotion on the Metcalf side, as expected.
Yeah, you just think of the weight of everything we're talking about, and even the possibility for Karmelo Anthony that he could be sent to prison for the rest of his life. That's, and it's something where we cover these trials, and you just think of the weight of everything that's going on, and of course for these families and what's going through their minds as all of this is going on. The testimony of some of the coaches who were there, who were witnesses, it seems like this is where things got really emotional today. What, as you kind of reflect back, and I know you just stepped out of court and you're probably still processing everything you heard over several hours, but when you think of the moment today of where things got emotional, what would be that moment for you?
The moment for me, Chris, was we had several coaches and athletic trainers. They were all at the meet that day, all from different schools. Some of them, knew of each other just because coaches in the same district. All of them had different unique perspectives as to what happened, how they participated in aiding Austin, where they were when they heard the commotion go down. But for me, Chris, it was this last witness before I came out of the courtroom now, a coach named Joshua Redmond, who was a defensive coordinator, a track coach, football and track that kind of coincide in high school sports. He was there at the track meet with Liberty High School, whose tent was only about 20 feet from Memorial High School, where the whole stabbing went down. And it was established at the beginning of his testimony that he was a 14-year combat Iraq vet that he did 3 tours in Iraq, and he's seen death. He's a 100% disabled veteran. He told the court that he's been blown up 3 times, twice in a Humvee, once in a house. So he's seen, carnage before. Yeah. So he talks about he was standing there talking to another coach, and he wasn't hearing anything. And all of a sudden, it was just kids scattering, just a bunch of yelling and screaming. He goes over there. He realizes what's happened. He has no relationship with the Metcalf family at all. He only knows the Metcalf twins through the school is playing football. He says he gets over there. He sees Austin kind of sunken back into the fence on the bleachers, and he's looking at him. And he said, someone's told him I've been stabbed, and he's holding his abdomen. Coach says he looks down. He sees the blood coming through his hands, and he immediately takes his jacket off and starts, applying pressure to the wound. And he says he sees, the color draining from Austin's face, and eventually starts seeing his eyes roll back. So while that all sounds emotional, Chris, this is the part that got me. Because he's seen death before, this coach who was a more than a decade combat vet, the kid, Austin, he stops breathing at some point in time. They lose a pulse. So he's back there doing the CPR, doing the chest compressions. Another coach is doing the mouth-to-mouth. And so he's clearly not breathing. And one coach is on the phone with 911. And then he starts talking about the type of breathing that many of us refer to as your last breaths. And he's looking up at the coach that's on the phone with 911. He's looking down at the kid, passing away here. And those breaths start to come. Those last breaths start to happen. And the coach on the phone with 911 is like, oh, he's breathing again. But the coach Redmond, who was on the stand, says he knew that was it because he's heard the last breaths before. He knew those weren't the normal breaths of someone who's kind of struggling or straining to breathe. He knew those were the last moments. And he said he didn't say anything because he didn't want to kill, the morale and the hope. Everyone's hoping, you can hear on the 911 call him saying, stay with me, Austin, stay with me. Come on, you're here, everything's fine. But he said even when he was doing those compressions, he heard those last breaths. He just knew it was over. And when you hear that coupled with the 911 call, Chris, that was the most emotional moment for me right before walking out of this courtroom just a few moments ago.
Yeah, I mean, I just reading the notes of the day of what happened. I got chills just reading it. And you just think of the chaos of the moment and the fact that this was a high school track meet, and suddenly you have a combat war veteran trying to save the life of a young man who had just been stabbed. What did the jury look like, in all of this? Because I just think of the idea of this 911 call playing and just the description of Austin, stay with me, and to hear that chaos. When things got emotional, what did the jury look like?
So, of course, you had throughout the day, some of this testimony is going on. The jury's mixed, kind of even split between men and women. And, of course, you have the people who are just kind of shaking their heads, closing their eyes, maybe looking away. But when I saw real emotion where, tissue had to be handed out to some of the men on the jury, no less as well, Chris, was during that 911 call. It went on for maybe 10 or 12 minutes. You heard the other coach, Coach Thayer, who wasn't a witness, but his name was established. He's on the phone. Hey, we got a kid that's just been stabbed. They're saying it was another student from another school. They don't know him. But it wasn't really what was being said by the coach who was on the phone with the operators, what you could hear in the background. All the shouting. Again, all the, come on, Austin, stay with me. And there was a point in time, Chris, where you can literally hear the rhythmic chest compression. You can just, the voice of whoever was talking, you can just hear it against the bleachers. And I looked over at the jury, and you see 2 or 3 men wiping their eyes. Of course, a couple of the women had their face in their hands. Tears were falling. Not visceral crying to where it's audible, but you could see the emotion was definitely running throughout that jury as they were watching.
Yeah, and I just think of the defense, part of this as well, because there is no question about the fact that Karmelo Anthony stabbed Austin Metcalf. The question is, was this murder? For a lot of these cross-examinations today, where you would have the emotional testimony of what people witnessed, how would you characterize how the defense is going about kind of trying to weather the storm of so much emotion coming from what Karmelo Anthony allegedly did to Austin Metcalf?
Yeah, Chris, the defense didn't really attack as aggressively as I thought they would during this emotional testimony, which can be looked at in a positive or negative way, depending on how you look at it, on which side of the fence you're on. But one of the questions that the defense attorney asked every single witness, we're talking about the tents. And a lot of these coaches, being coaches in competitive sports and being in the culture of track and field, they were talking about track and field culture, how each tent is kind of like your locker room. For example, if you're in the NBA or the NFL, you have 2 locker rooms, and players don't go back and forth between each other's locker rooms, and they were trying to explain that the tents were kind of the same thing. You might walk by and see a friend that you say, hey, what's up, but you're not hanging out under the tents. But what the defense kept harping on with each witness, there was the whole idea of the rain delay and the rain was coming down. Centennial High School, where Karmelo Anthony went, was the only school here that did not have a tent posted up that day. And he kept saying that to each witness. Did you know the Centennial High School did not have a tent? And they were, no, I was unaware, what have you. And then he would follow up saying, well, it wouldn't make sense for a student to want to get out of the rain. And they were, that's a fair assessment. No one wants to get drenched. He asked that question pertinently with every single witness. I understand the generality of the question, but I don't know what that question has to do with a first-degree murder charge. But other than that, Chris, he didn't really harp on anything in an aggressive manner with any of this emotional testimony going on here today.
Yeah, I think the people want court to be so much like Law and Order, where they ask these questions to establish logical or reasonable actions, right? So simply that's why they would ask that question numerous of times. It's not like really super duper exciting like you think, you know, like it should be on Law and Order, right? So he's trying to establish a pertinent and obvious logical reason why he would get under the first tent he sees. Especially there was one piece of the testimony that said a very close friend of his girlfriend was already under the tent. And so it was a tornado warning that day, if I'm not mistaken. And so with the thunder and lightning and then the heavy pour down, people just run under the first thing that'll cover them from the rain. And given his school didn't have a tent, it's reasonable that he would go to a familiar person under a tent to not get drenched. So it makes sense to ask every witness because the witnesses are saying, yes, that makes sense. Oh, did you know? No, I didn't know. Right. So you see, if you ask 7 people and they have similar responses, now him being under that tent would be warranted. Right. So that's why he would be talking like that. You know what I'm saying? And so that's the thing, because the jury has to go off of exactly what they're hearing. Right. They're trying to remove the biases, you know, and make it objective, you know. So when the brother here doesn't understand why it has to do with the first degree murder charge, it has to do with setting, time and place. What's reasonable for a person to do in a given situation? You know, who's the unreasonable party when they're having an interaction? You see, why are you telling him to get out from under the tent if it's a rain downpour? There's already a tornado warning that day. They don't have a tent and he knows a person under this tent. Who's being unreasonable? You see, because the defense has to create reasonable doubt so that they can't convict. So it's actually a good question, right? And to be overt and over pursue, I think that lawyer's being calculated. You see, so I think that's how court often goes. People wanted to be like the last 5 minutes of A Few Good Men, you know. Hold on, so let me play.
Yeah, I thought it was interesting because it was constantly noted, like track and field culture about these tents, and you know, maybe talking about like why Karmelo Anthony was there, and then what led to a confrontation as to why Austin Metcalf really wanted Karmelo Anthony out from under that tent. One witness that stood out to me, I think his name is Vincent Hooper, and he was another coach. He's the head football coach, and a lot of these coaches coach track, of course, at Heritage High School, and he was someone who was with Karmelo Anthony right after all of this happened. There's no question, after Anthony allegedly stabs Austin Metcalf, he runs, and the question is, was he running because he knew what he did and that it was murder and he was trying to flee, or was it a situation where he was defending himself and he was just trying to get away from the situation? What stood out to you about what Vincent Hooper had to say as far as what Karmelo Anthony was doing just in the moments after he had stabbed Austin Metcalf?
So before we talk Hooper, Chris, we got to establish the moments before Karmelo got to Hooper. Yep. And that was the coach that was testifying before Hooper took the stand. All these coaches, by the way, are from different schools. But she was an athletic trainer, one of the girls coaches with another opposing school's track and field team. She was saying, where she wasn't sure of the commotion, she had, CPR training. So she ran to Austin to try to render some aid. When she got over there, she heard all the kids saying, oh, that kid right there, he stabbed Austin. That one right there, they're pointing at him. So she turns around, she looks at him and, calls him out. Hey, says whatever she says to him. And Karmelo stops. And as soon as she stops, Coach Hooper's right there, and she looks to Coach Hooper saying, they said he stabbed this kid, Austin Metcalf. Don't let Karmelo Anthony leave. So, Hooper's like, what do you mean stabbed? He's flustered. He said he didn't even register what was really going on. He heard the commotion. He saw his students running, and they're saying the stabbing thing, but he said it just wasn't really computing in his head. So he looked to Karmelo Anthony, who was standing right next to him. He said he just put his arm around him, and they just went walking around the track. And Hooper said that he looked at him and said, you stabbed someone, son? And then Karmelo responds to him, he put his hands on me. He put his hands on me. Yeah, I stabbed him. And Hooper says he looked at him and told him, well, if that kid dies, your whole life changes today. And then he said Karmelo looked back at him and said, well, he's not going to die. And then Hooper said, okay, but if he does, and Hooper said before he could even finish, Karmelo started crying and they just continued to walk. And Coach Hooper said that he felt that Karmelo's emotions were genuine. He said he didn't feel that they were some kind of fabrication. I mean, he was literally crying moments after what happened. So it was kind of this intimate moment he was describing.
Mr. Fantastic, what's goody?
Yo, what up?
What's the word, man? So, if y'all want to hear the rest of this, put a 1 in the chat. If not, we can have the conversation. We read through the transcripts of the police report a couple years, a year or so ago now.
Just over a year. So
I think we did a good job on this Mike Brisky of edifying on this particular topic. So let's talk about it, man. And to your point, there's some soft correlations, between Steny as an example. I think the obvious correlation is that they're young, they're black,
all white jury or non-black jury, no black jury, yeah,
et cetera.
yeah.
And obviously the age thing was more related to those other two cases, you know. I think when people say race isn't a factor, I think they're just being willfully ignorant, right?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
So, you know, what you think? What's popping?
Yeah, man. First off, man, shout out, bro. You know what I'm saying? Fresh out the gym. You know what I'm saying? Hair still wet.
Indeed.
You feel me? Just got a shower. We taking this shit serious, but nah, man. This is what I would say, right? I think clearly, bro. And again, people, you know, of course, I know I'm the coon. I'm a conservative, even though I'm not. All these different things, so on and so forth. But I believe in objectivity, right? Just like what was the lady's name? Hamp, I forget. The lady that they shot in her thing, Massey, Sonia Massey, right?
Yeah.
Sonia Massey, that's a clear cut wrong, right? Just like the Chinaman that just got off, right? I don't believe them for a minute, bro. I believe that was the travesty of fucking justice. But then at the same time, I understand that him having the gun was a linchpin on, you know, like we talked about the other day, right? Mm-hmm. I believe he did it. I believe they shot him, and I believe they quickly made up a fucking story, nigga with a gun, self-defense, right? And then understanding, you know, in a jury situation. And we never got the thing in that one either. But I'm pretty sure there was no black people on the jury.
Yeah, we didn't get the jury. If somebody knows, see if you could send me something or let us know if the jury was black or anything.
Yeah, the demographics of the jury. Either way, right? So my thing, the correlation here is the innocence thing, right? Because the problem in the Karmelo thing is he killed the boy. And I'm going to stand on this 10 toes. I don't think if this was the other way around, as to where if a white boy stabbed a black boy for pushing him, that black people will be supporting, yeah, he deserved to die. And I just think that's problematic. When you become the people that you hate or the things about the people that you hate, that's extremely problematic, because then you can't be objective and there is no justice in that, right? So the question here isn't if he killed them. The question is, was he justified in killing them? And I think that's going to be the biggest thing here. Back going to the Stinney case, right? He was innocent, bro. Him, like you said, 120 pound, not even 120 pound boy, killing 2 girls at once. Come on. And you know what's crazy, Hamp? When you said this shit for the first time, it ever clicked in my head that that's what Green Mile was based loosely on, that concept, on that case. Mm-hmm. I didn't even know that to the point, right? But you know, stuff like that. And I think we do a disservice when when we correlate things that may be extremely loosely related, but you mix the lines or you blur the lines too much. So that's my only comeback with that. And again, the case with I forgot her name. What was her name? The girl that died in Cali.
Lakeisha Harlins.
Yeah, Harlins.
Latasha.
Yeah, Latasha Harlins. Again, another fucking travesty of justice where you get a guilty verdict and then the woman gets the lightest sentence possible, right? So I'm fully aware, man, of the injustices in the justice system when it comes to black people and other people, you know, in the worst of cases. But I just think this whole thing with Karmelo Anthony, bro, is going to be a real difficult hill to climb because of the thing. And most importantly, let me make sure I address this for I let Devin get in here. I can't trust black people, Hamp. I can't trust random black people's assessment of things, because that first dude, bro, was clearly lying. Just like the dude that jumped on there and said, yeah, man, I saw him, whatever. My daughter was at the thing. Anybody can get on the internet and say anything. And then the professional black man, and they did that for a reason. They let the black reporter report and tell you, and his shit was far more just like, hey, this is what happened, so on and so forth. Nothing about him getting jumped. Nothing about all these things to where there's going to be a bias on one side. And I think that's the point that we miss, because it's so emotional, especially when white people are involved, that we just want to hear anything that exonerates the black person and makes the white person guilty. So that's my piece on that.
Okay. We'll get into it for sure. I'm going to play this. Devin, is this what they're going to tell us what the jury makeup was?
No, it's not the jury makeup, but it tells why they didn't do a lesser included offense.
Okay.
Question of why did the state choose to charge him with murder instead of manslaughter?
Well, the elements. This case really was not a manslaughter case. Manslaughter requires some type of legal provocation, and there was no provocation. There was no heat of passion in this case. This was a murder. I agree with that decision. So based on the elements of murder and manslaughter, and had I prosecuted this case, I would have indicted him and charged him with murder as well.
What is?
Boom. Simple. Yeah, the provocation aspect was one of the in the statute for South Carolina. However, is them accusing him of stealing them being provoked to anger?
I think the way I thought about it was just that it was. I feel like it was like if you gotta separate the situation. The thing is, I think if I would have saw him running out with the gun in his hand, then I'm like, yeah, he chased him down to like put him down, but the gun was in his holster the entire time. And then the conversation, and I think the biggest issue is that I still think there's a lot of unknowns, so you can only go with what is being said. So with the being shot in the back / side, like the issue was the gun was pointed at his son at first. It doesn't mean that he was directly behind his son. So then you get like you don't really understand. We don't really understand the angle of the actual like where everybody was. So he could be like the son could have been to the side of the kid, and then he was behind the kid, and then he shot him because he ultimately shot his son's he felt his son's life was on the line, and at that point if like somebody's about to take out my son, like I'm gonna take you out before you take out my son.
You saying they said the gun was pointed at his son, like the boy pointed at the son?
Yeah, so the son was the closer of the two when they came to chasing. So the son was up there, and then they said the son put his hands up. He has a gun. Then they say, people can verify if it's true or not true. I'm just telling you what they said. Then the father said, put the gun down. The gun wasn't put down, so then that's when he shot. And then after, then he approached, removed the gun, threw it away, and then that's when he decided to render aid.
Yeah. The problem with that is that the testimony of the son was extremely inconsistent. He said things and he made it in a police report, and then when he was cross-examined, and the prosecution showed that he was inconsistent. He had to be reminded several times of his original statements, right? So again, I don't believe none of that shit, bro. Again, he would have had to be on some Gucci Man shit. Hamp. He would have had to be running with the gun, and
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I think what I see happening is he did stumble, and I'm pretty sure I'm understanding the gun fell out at that point, and then I don't know if he pointed at the gun or whatever happened. I feel like I think we're all like it could be true, it could not be true, because ultimately all the only actual people who saw the incident were those part of this was those three. Everybody else just saw them running and saw like the bits and pieces of it. So I think that's really the hard part of the case. So I don't know, but that's I'm just saying what was said on the statement.
Yeah, I remember them saying his phones fell, the gun fell. They said that he pointed the gun.
Yeah, the son claimed that he pointed the gun, and that's why I was saying it didn't make sense. That's what I'm saying. I think that's what it was. I think they shot him, and in the process of him getting shot, everything fell out, or the gun fell out. They didn't know he had a gun, because when they did the cross examination, they was like, well, hey, the same bulge you're talking about was right here with the cell phones and the gun, not knowing. They didn't know at the time he had a gun on him, right? Yeah. But they chased him anyway. And I think he shot the boy in the back, and that's nothing. How he turned to you with the gun and he gets shot in the back.
Yeah,
he got shot in the back.
That's the part I was talking about, was that just because he's like pointing.
Devin, let me stop you, Devin. Devin, they're both in pursuit. Okay.
Yeah,
hold on, let me finish, brother. They're both in pursuit. That means they're chasing each other either parallel or they're lined up. They're stacked. There's no way for them to both be at the same fucking heading, all right? They may be at different angles, but you're at the same heading, and he's able to fucking shoot the boy in the back unless the boy is running away. No way. Unless he flanked him. Hold on, listen to me now. Unless he flanked him, which makes no sense because they're chasing him, right? There's no way that he shoots the boy in the back from whatever angle. No way. Unless the boy, again, is running away. Yeah.
So, I mean, your situation. This is the thing: is like I'm not saying your situation is false. That could be the possibility, but it is also the possibility that as they're running, the son is right behind them because he's younger. You know, just like the other kid, like he's younger. The dad is a little bit further back. The kid falls. That's what's being said. The kid stumbles and falls, and then as he stumbles and falls, then the son is like, all right, catches up to him, side beside him. That isn't like that's something that was actually said.
Listen, what you saying?
No.
If he's how would he point the gun if he's side by side?
Before you interrupted me, interrupted me. I'll let you go. Let me finish my statement. Is that it is possible that as he fell, the son caught up to him and was to the side of him, and then the gun is pointed to him at that point in time, and then the father's coming up at the rear because he's older, still trying to catch up. And he sees that the gun is pointed at his son, so they're at that point could be at different angles. But that's what I'm saying is we're making assumptions.
I got no bail for you, bro. Okay. I got no bail. I'm starting to believe what people are saying. I'm telling you from a mathematical standpoint, from a firearm standpoint, from anything that's realistic. In order for that to happen, Devin, that would be the least likely situation. Even in the case of where you're saying that would mean he would have to fall. And the son would have to run past him for any fucking reason, which makes no sense.
You don't have to run past him. I said to the side.
If he's from the side, he's not getting shot in the back.
Oh my gosh,
listen what you're saying, brother. You educated. Listen to me, okay?
I'm draw this on a piece of paper for you to visually understand what you're saying.
Bro, listen. I just completed a fucking college level fucking geometry and trigonometry class, brother. I promise you don't need to write me shit, okay?
Yeah,
I understand military motherfucking strategy when it comes to fucking positioning and shooting. Okay, so no matter what you put on a piece of paper, brother, you wasting your time. What I'm telling you is this, okay? In order for you to be shot in the back, all right? In order for you to be fucking shot in the back, that means the fucking person is behind you because your direction, you're headed away from that person. Mm-hmm. If you trip and fall, if the son's faster or whatever, any of that other shit, right? If he's from the side, the father's not going to shoot him in the back. He's either going to shoot him in the fucking side, or if you're pointing to a firearm, you know what you do with a firearm? You usually guide towards the target. Unless the father fucking jolted out to the side, which makes no sense because he's in a straight line pursuit. They're both in straight line pursuit. There's no way for him to be shot in the back, bro. No, none. No, highly unlikely. I won't say impossible. Extremely unlikely unless the scenario you're trying to be, which would be the least likely fucking scenario for the boy to be shot in the back, bro.
No, it's not. Let me explain it. I'll make it simple. If somebody falls in front of me, I'm not going to run over them. I'm usually going to just run off to the side and then surround them at that point, because that was the whole point, was to catch them stealing. So if the son is chasing them and if somebody falls in front of me, you think I'm gonna just run over their head? I'm gonna drift off.
I'm going to tackle them directly. Oh if I'm chasing somebody, Devin, if I'm fucking chasing you, Devin, and Hamp is a football player, Hamp, you're the subject matter expert on motherfucking chasing niggas. Hamp, if you're trying to chase a nigga, are you gonna chase past the nigga or chase to the side of the nigga, or are you gonna chase directly into the nigga?
I'm gonna chase him.
Especially after he fell. That's literally what you're gonna do, Devin. You're gonna try to run the nigga over and tackle him to the ground.
They had the intent of putting their hands on him.
That makes no sense.
No,
what you chasing him for?
Devin,
you just said it. You contradicting yourself, brother.
No, not
if really. How are you going to verify he was stealing if you never had no intentions of chasing him down, catching him, and proving that he possessed your items? How are you going to do that?
But if you catch him and you say, "Stop, show me what's in your thing," you don't have to actually touch him to do that.
Why would he do? He's running and you can't catch him. So why would he just, "Hey, you got me here. I don't got nothing," and he had nothing? That makes no sense, Devin. Come on, bro.
No, you're not.
This ain't the police. These are civilians.
Oh my gosh, this is wild, bro. Draw it out for you.
Yeah, Devin.
Your brother. Please save your ink, your paper, your lead, or whatever, brother. You don't.
Because if somebody falls in front of me, I'm not running over their head. I will naturally drift to the side.
You're a horrible chaser, then, my nigga.
Oh my gosh! Like, all right, so you run people over there? You like just run over top of their head? You don't?
Yes,
you don't,
listen. I have never played an official fucking. I've never played an official down of football in my life. Okay, never. Right, but I've had to chase niggas down on a basketball court. Okay, when I chase a nigga down on a basketball court, all right, and I'm trying to give a hard foul to stop a layup or something, I don't run around them. I run to them, their body, direct contact with them to make sure that I'm coming in contact with them to stop. And I don't run around and then
you're on that basketball court and they fell before you got to them. You're just running. You're just going to run over top of them.
That mean they got up. And yes, and actually yes, Devin. No. You know, there's these things called fucking loose balls, or the person's on the fucking ground and you're trying to wrestle over the ball. Yes, you run directly into the person and you jump on top of them and the ball to try and steal it.
What is you're making an assumption of what they were trying to do at that point in time.
Well, yeah, I'm making the most obvious assumption though, Devin. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not even saying your assumption is wrong, but I'm just saying you're not even looking at the other opposite thing. Of that, when he fell, he wasn't trying to tackle or put his hands on him. He just drifted to the side because he fell, and then at that point he's on the side, and the father's still coming up on the rear. So then you have a right like a triangle to where he could be pointing to the side of the son because he's in the middle of trying to get up and go again, and the father's coming up behind, and that's where you see his back. He sees the gun pointed at his son, and then the father's coming up behind and says, "Okay, I'm gonna take him out because he's pointing the gun at my son."
Yeah, I get. So you saying, yeah, I guess he. I don't know, brother. I don't know. You saying he chasing him down, but then he chooses to flank him to shoot him. I would think
no flanking. There's no flanking.
I thought he moved to the right of him.
The son moves to the right because the son is the closer one.
Yeah.
So he's on the guy's tail, and
so the son flanks him.
The son moves to the side because he's already fallen, and he just wants to surround him at that point. So then he's to the side of the kid. So then the kid is pointing the gun to him. Maybe he's to the right or to the left, but the father's still coming up to the rear.
Mm-hmm.
And then when he sees the gun pointed to the right or the left or wherever the side the son decides to move to because he fell at that point, then he sees the gun and shoots him in the back because he sees a gun pointed at his son. You don't have to be a straight line trajectory when you're talking about three different people. It's more like a triangle at that point.
You don't need to be at a straight line trajectory to what? Shoot him in the back?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like the theory only matches his what he's saying if everybody stays in a straight line. But that's what I'm saying. They didn't stay in a straight line. The son moves off to the side because the kid falls at that point, and then the father's coming up on the rear, still behind him, and that's why he's still at his back.
Yes. Now, what argument are making for him being shot in the back, or why he shot him in the back?
Yeah, why it was more towards the back.
Okay, you're saying that it's still a threat, but the threat is to the son, not the father. So the father shoots him in the back on purpose because he's threatening his gun. He's threatening the son, which is to the side.
Correct.
Okay. So you're saying if what they're saying is true, he's supposed to shoot him in the back.
Yeah, because
he's not the threat. He's not being threatened. So if I walk up and somebody has a gun on you and I'm behind them, I would shoot him in the back because that would make sense.
Yes.
Because he's threatening someone else in front or to the side of him.
Yes.
Okay. Clips.
Niggas being a real life bullet bender is crazy.
Well, just listening, trying to understand what it was. Now, I need to look at the testimony, I think, because I missed that part where he said the guy pulled the gun. I did not know the kid pulled the gun and pointed it at somebody. Is that true?
No, that's what they claimed. That's what they claimed. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't. That's what the boy and the only people that could have witnessed it. Yeah, that's what the son and the man said. That was their defense.
Okay.
That's what they said.
They said that, but the son was tripping and stumbling. He's not credible, the son, in my opinion. And Chow.
No, he's not.
And Chow seems to be pretty gun-ho, right? If he already done shot at two other people and hit a person already. So I don't know if that would stand, but apparently, right? Clips, what's good? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me well?
Yes, sir. What's goody? Hey, Mr. Minty, I'll be right back. I'm gonna make you the co-host just in case other people come in. Yes.
Yeah, you good. You good. Clips, go ahead.
All right, what's going on, gentlemen? Look, I'm gonna start from the beginning, right? Because I also want y'all to clarify something for me. Once they started chasing each other, look, this little kid wasn't guilty of anything before he went into the store, nor after he got out of the store. So let's just be clear. He wasn't supposed to be accosted in the first place. The third thing, they actually chased him. They were assaulting him. He wasn't actually. They didn't feel threatened. He felt threatened. They were chasing him. When in fact they were actually
Clips, bro, we losing you, fam. You clips. I don't know if you can you hear me? Everything you just said over like the last 30, 45 seconds, bro, we can't hear you. You're in a real bad spot.
All right, come on.
Yeah, and I think the other part of the clips is, honestly, I think the biggest thing I get out of this is that we got to change laws if we kind of want this to kind of subside, because that was another thing that was said was when they asked the detective, they're like, "Hey, is it illegal to go chase this kid? You know that you believe stole from your store?" They said no. So the chasing part wasn't illegal. It just adds to, you know, the emotional factor of how we feel about it, which, you know, however you want to believe it, like either you think he has the right to you know, defend his store and chase down whatever the belief.
Yeah, but I don't but the problem I would have with that is what's the rest of the context, because in that case, right, it may not be illegal, but that's what do you call it? Intent, right? Especially being that, because that, and by that logic, I can just chase a random person for no reason. Oh, I believe that you somebody that I want to fucking beat up by somebody I want to fight, right? And you just start chasing me, and then I smoke you. Now what?
No, you can.
I'm not even.
How about this one, fantastic? Not that you wanted to fight. You could you say you could chase somebody with the intent that you think he wants to fight you. Like that's actually what this sounds like. It sounds crazy, my dude.
Yeah, I'm not even making an argument point. I'm just saying they asked the detective on the stand, is it illegal to chase somebody that you believe stole from your store? They said no. So if we're saying that's an issue, then I think we need to. Instead of like honestly fighting the whole like, I think the bigger situation is the laws itself. Is my stance on
it. So because it's not against the law to chase somebody, which sounds crazy in itself, you think that's actually the problem?
Like when it comes to people stealing in like those stores, like yeah.
He didn't steal anything. He didn't steal. So this is actually very, very important way to stop, right? We got to stop right here, because you're asserting the fact that he actually stole something. He didn't. Why are we even having a conversation that way?
No, but that's what I'm saying. It's like I'm not making it in a declarative statement as far as like whether he stole or didn't stole or whatever people believe. That's not my point. Is that whether you think somebody steals or not? Like Devin, law needs to like implement a law that says don't chase somebody because you believe they stole.
Yeah, but Devin, I'm looking at this, and I'm in the capacity of what you're saying. I'm not saying that you're being wrong or you're being malicious here, right? So I'm looking at this, and it says, okay, if you are a private citizen, chasing someone is generally risky and can easily escalate into illegal activity. Okay, self-defense and property. South Carolina's Stand Your Ground law permits you to use reasonable force to protect yourself in home or vehicle. However, the moment you chase an intruder or suspect outside and off your property, those legal protections likely vanish. Criminal charges. If your pursuit involves tackling, detaining, or physically confronting the person, you could face criminal charges for assault and battery or unlawful imprisonment. So that's why I'm saying, well, I'm not saying, and maybe they asked him is it illegal for him to chase someone as an officer in capacity? They were saying for a citizen, because it's not matching up.
They said for a citizen because the detective, when they asked them, they specified and said,
"Is that in the link you sent? That's what it was in the link you sent."
This is just the actual. If you go look up the actual, they had this video of them asking the question. Like I was actually watching the trial, the case,
Yeah, I watched the case too in the trial.
This is the lawyer asking that black detective. This was the defense asking the black detective, "Hey, is it illegal to chase somebody?" The guy said no. It's like, you shouldn't do it. Like you said, it's very risky. You shouldn't do it, and you should wait for cops to do it. But no, it's not illegal. That was said during the trial.
Okay.
And that's what I'm saying is like I'm saying that as identifying it as an issue, and this is something that we could actually take tangible steps to try to change and fix those situations from happening.
And what would that look like to you?
I mean, that you just like saying that you don't have the right to chase somebody outside of your property based off the idea of stealing. Like, make it more clear, even if what Mr. Fantastic said, but make it a little bit more clear and concise, because they're saying that what he did wasn't illegal.
Who said that?
It just wasn't sensible. I'll speak to the legality part. I agree with you there because it's written, it's in writing. It just wasn't even sensible.
Oh yeah, just before I forget, I couldn't find the first person. The second person, you already hit it that he was found guilty, but he was I think he was Spanish. He looked Mexican, but he was Spanish.
Who? Which one?
Mexican Spanish male or something like that.
On the jury, but it was no black people.
Oh no! On the no, as far as the person he actually shot before this, y'all were questioning who it was, and then no, there was a few. I gotta get the exact numbers again, but there were a few black people on that jury. The Richland County within itself has a lot of a dense black population.
So, like, it's more.
I was on jury duty at that same courthouse like a few months ago.
So it's more black people than white people? Richland?
Hey, Devin, let me ask you something. I think I missed that part of the stream. I was actually moving around a little bit. Where do you think this went wrong?
I think there's holes in the law. Because obviously this guy.
No. If you walk this scenario back all the way to the beginning, from when the kid walked in the store, where do you think this went wrong?
From the situation, so I think this went wrong with.
So let's just walk it through this way, right? Look. So he went.
Clips, you're fucking. What's name?
Oh, you're
beating
lagging
your
that
ass,
far.
bro.
Okay, yeah.
He froze. He completely, totally froze now.
Yeah, I know. I see it. Yeah.
Okay.
You back? You back now, though.
I think
you back, bro.
I think I can answer based off what I heard you say. I think from the start of the situation, I think just the gun in general, because you can see in the video, he never moves his hand out of his pocket. So when you're in a situation where somebody's accusing you of stealing, he feels like he can't even remove his hand because he's holding the gun the entire time. So like the whole clarity of I didn't steal and like not believing I stole, it's hard to do that because he can't move his hand out of his hoodie, and all they see is this big bulge and he's holding something, and he, like, regardless of him putting stuff back, they still, you just see something, he's hiding something. I think that was like that's bad. Of course, not chasing out of the store and just having the police do it is the safest right way about going it.
Hey man, you could. I think it was my internet. Or something I missed. What was wrong with the bag and the gun you thought he had, but you would never known? What was wrong there?
What did I think was wrong with the gun?
Yeah, you mentioned something right before you started talking about them chasing him. Something happened in the store. What was wrong in the store?
Oh no! I didn't say nothing was wrong with the store. I was clarifying. This might be the situation. I don't know. I can't remember. But I think I probably said something about the father already having the gun on him, and the gun was never out when he was chasing him. It was just more of like he always carries. And honestly, like I think he had one of those super old like holsters where it's like leather, and then it's all leather and it has like the flap over the top of it.
And that was a problem?
No, I didn't say it was a problem. I was just saying that he never had the gun out. He didn't have the gun out chasing him. Like the gun wasn't like I have the gun and I'm running him down. There was like obviously it's something in the future that happened that made him actually pull the gun out.
Like,
What?
Okay, I think you're doing something different than what I asked, right?
I mean, I don't understand what you're asking. Is
Clips, brother. You gotta get somewhere stationary, brother.
All the information that we actually know, right? All the verifiable information.
Yeah, Clips,
Yeah,
you gotta get somewhere stationary, fam. Yeah, you good for like maybe 15 to 20 seconds, and then everything else is scrambled. So
I
it's
want to
really
hear
difficult
what
having
you're
a
saying. I want to hear what you're saying, Clips.
Right, I got you.
Like, I want to hear what you're saying, man. Damn, go in the house or go to Starbucks.
I got you. Hold tight.
Yeah, park that shit.
Damn, boss. Yo, you said the boy couldn't remove his hand because he's holding his hammer, Devin?
yeah, like if you watch the video, and when he's at the water cooler, like he doesn't remove his hand from his hoodie the entire time. Like his right hand doesn't leave his hoodie the entire time.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, what's the relevance of that though?
Because if like the whole context of like them believing he stole something and then being able to prove it, but obviously you refuse to like show that part, which I understand he doesn't want to show because he's holding a gun or has a gun and he doesn't want to pull out the gun.
Yeah, but that's still, even regardless of him holding a gun, and I'm in the belief of to where he was a part of. I said this the other day. He was the reason he didn't get justice. Okay, because he shouldn't have had a gun, right? But at the same time, he shouldn't have been shot because that still exonerates him. Because if this hand never left the fucking thing, you can't say he used that same hand and it's on video to steal when what he had was clearly shown to be put back, the fucking dollar bottle of water, bro. So so his criminality actually exonerates him of the whole thing and kind of solidifies the reason why he shouldn't have been chased in the whole situation.
Yeah,
but
go ahead.
You know,
no, I was just simply saying the camera. Like the thing is, the person who like initiated and saw this was the mother that was behind him at the water cooler. The camera was like on like at the front of the store. He was like at the back right of the store.
Yeah, but all of that's on camera though.
Yeah, no, I know, but that's what I'm saying is like I could see that his hand was in there, was with the gun. That's where you can see his hand never leaves the gun, and he's moving stuff, back and forth. But I think the mother that was behind him like sees that he never like removed.
That's inconsequential though. That's inconsequential. At the end, her assumption.
That's what I'm saying is like it just gives context to why they believe he's still.
No, there's no, Devin. No, bro. They thought he was stealing because he was a young nigga. What? Come on, bro. What are we doing? He was profiled. He was profiled before, right? Leave your book bag at the front. No book bags. He takes his book bag off. He walks back to the fucking water thing to get fucking water. They start harassing him about the fucking water. Again, it's literally the same thing with the young girl back in what's her name. He's a nigga. He's stealing a bottle of fucking water. They start harassing him. So he like, man, I ain't got no fucking water. I'm out. Grabs his bag, gets the fuck on. Okay. The waters is literally, you can see on the camera so that defense is bullshit. The defense is within itself. And this is what I say, Devin, had this been a fucking white kid, them motherfucking China motherfuckers would be in jail, bro. Lock the fuck up. Point blank period.
Okay. Yeah, no.
Gun or not.
I was simply just saying that you can't, if you're just holding something. Oh, somebody's saying I'm lying. I'll go find it. The whole point of what I was saying is simply this. His right hand doesn't move. You can't prove that you don't have something stolen from the store if you refuse to show that part of it.
Bullshit. Yes, no, I don't have to. I literally came in with, I don't have to justify to you that I'm not stealing if and when I'm not stealing. You can't. So, Devin, you're fucking stealing. Show me your hands. You have to follow my fucking commands for some shit you didn't do? Fuck no. So why we gonna fucking take away his right to do the same shit? He didn't steal nothing.
Okay, yeah, I agree with you. But
all right, so if you agree with me, there's no argument.
I'm talking about the perception. You're talking
about
the
perception. No, listen. Your perception doesn't override my rights. Your perception, what you think of me, does not make me motherfucking do to the way you think I ought to do shit. Fuck you.
That's That's right.
That's the problem now. Niggas the only one. Niggas, black men specifically, black men, black males are the only motherfuckers that are automatically assumed fucking guilty, and then you have to prove your innocence. Well, show me your hands. Suck my dick.
Yeah, no. The thing is, I'm not saying that was right for them to do that, regardless of it. I'm just saying how that situation. I'm saying that. Yeah, no. I'm just saying how it didn't help him when it came. It didn't
need to help him. It didn't. Listen, what I'm saying.
All right.
It didn't need to help him. This is the problem with the thing. Had the boy had the water bottles, Devin, all of the shit you saying matters, right? Had he actually stolen something, the shit you're saying is relevant.
Yeah.
Okay? Being that he had not stolen anything and there's video surveillance to prove it, there's video surveillance to prove the shit. That should kill all of that defense. They had no grounds. They had no reason. Your assumption and I just don't see this happening to any other kid to where, oh, I thought he sold something, so we chased him off the fucking property and we end up shooting him in the back and it's justified.
You can't say it hasn't happened to other kid when the rest of those shootings that happened at his store was based off that same thing of him chasing somebody based off them stealing.
He wasn't stealing.
I'm not, and that makes your whole statement false.
How?
Because the whole previous incidents, you say it never happens to anybody else.
Who you said? Who's the kid?
Previous incidences was him trying to run down on people who were stealing from his store.
Yeah, who? What? And what were the demographics of the people? What did they look like?
Well, I told you one was Spanish, Mexican,
Mexican,
and I don't know what the female was. The first one was a female. I don't know what she was.
You think how much money you put on it? It was a white woman.
I mean, I'm not putting money on that because think about it is I'm not saying things on how I feel. I'm just saying what objectively is happening.
Yeah, and I'm saying objectively, clearly, they profile black people. All niggas are stealing. Walk them around the fucking store, surveil them, look at them, all this other shit, right? And what should have happened was he should have did this shit with a grown ass man and got his fucking face blown off. That's what should have happened. The only bad part about this is that it was a kid that illegally had a fucking gun that was being accused of stealing that didn't steal. And he ended up dying.
So this is the tape they watch in the courtroom. He walks in, okay? When Devin said he never removes his left hand, apparently, right?
Yeah, I think he probably moves it, but it's just like you can't see it. It's like all close.
Yeah, he moved. Well, he just took it out, Devin. Like he just threw his book bag off, took both his hands out.
Yeah, both hands are clearly exposed, bro. Both hands, clearly.
He don't even say shit. Leave your book bag at the front. Somebody yell it.
Yeah, they told him. He walked in the store with the book bag and said, hey, no book bags or whatever. Leave your book bag up front.
She watching him. This when he yells, leave the book bag. He walks back to put the book bag back, right? I got the sound off on purpose. Let's just see. It's like 30-second clips. Throw his book bag up there. His left hand is in his pocket when he initially walked through the door. It's literally what they were doing in court. I ain't even touching it. That's what they had to watch through in court. We're gonna watch it. Fuck it. But I'll say this: his hands came out his pocket. Now he got both hands in his pocket. He looks suspicious.
No, I'm not even worried about him being suspicious.
Now both his hands are in his pocket, Devin, while he's getting the water, because he had 5 waters. 6. Now she say put the water back. But Devin, I guess the part is how you did that. Why you? Because you're in your head. You're saying he never took his hand out of his pocket. They're assuming he either has stolen something, or he's holding the gun. But he took his hand out of his pocket several times. He got 5 waters. You need, even me, I need 2 hands for 5 waters.
Yeah, I was simply saying because you can't. The person, like objectively, we see it on the camera, but objectively, the person who's observing him is the lady.
The mom. She's watching him in the process, Devin. So what you're saying don't make sense.
Oh my gosh, which is she's behind him. So how do you see
Bro, but listen, Devin. What are you saying, Devin? She's watching him.
Okay, cool. I don't care. I'm not dying on this hill. Like, cool. Like, I don't care.
Well, no,
like,
Devin.
I can't tell, nigga. You keep fighting back from it. We keep trying to tell you the shit you saying.
Why I said what I said. I was doing
Devin,
this. Like,
Devin, that's actually kind of a little bit unfair for you to be like, all right, cool, fuck it. No, you just.
Nigga.
That's actually.
That was never
well, just real quick, it's crucial to make that statement though, to say that she is justified and being suspicious towards him because he never removed his hands. So how do we know if he was being accused if he couldn't say no, I don't have anything, right? You literally formulated that to justify the reason why they chased him. You see? That's why you said that, because it made sense to have to chase him because he never removed his hands. So how can they clarify if he stole something or not? That's like a damn, I fucked that up, not just cool. Like that's like the determining factor. All right, I want to watch it. Let me see. You know. So this is the actual court thing. That's why it's pausing. So I ain't fast forward or nothing. The link is dropped. Hey Crimson, what's up? Look, she watch him. She didn't even fix the chips. And she addresses him directly. And the son gets an angle so he can see him through the back of the counter. They showed that angle before. So it showed them chasing him. Hopefully they'll show him walking out the store. So we're really literally watching it unfold. See, the son positioned himself so he can see him in that aisle. Salute to the 360 people in the video. Or, I mean, in the chat. In the video, it's crazy.
Hold on, Hamp. Stop, Hamp. Stop, Hamp. Like, so clearly she's watching him, okay? And you see him open the fucking shit with his left hand, right? And because he has so many fucking bottles of water, he takes the fucking right hand out of the fucking hoodie while holding the one with his left hand to get more waters. She's watching him. She can see him. And you can't say that she can't see him getting the water bottles, right? Because she's literally claiming him and telling him to put the water bottles because she see him getting the water bottles with both hands out. So when you tell the defense, oh, I couldn't see his hands,
Let's hold the situation so Mr. Fantastic can see through people, I guess.
Yo, no, Devin,
what are you fucking saying, Devin?
When people are moving their arms, right? He's taking waters out. You can see he's using both arms, right? You can see somebody's using both arms. So that's all it is. That's not even, you could just, I mean, you can tell. And like who's stealing 7 waters? What the fuck he gonna run? His pants gonna beat around his ankles. It's almost like he looking for like cold water or some shit. Some weird shit.
This is crazy, bro.
I think most reasonable people would know if somebody's using 2 arms, especially when they're collecting water. Or something with a little weight on it.
People say he's holding the door with his hands. He's not holding the doors with his hands.
The door's proper.
What are you talking about? He literally held he's holding the left door with his hand. The fuck are you talking about, Devin?
No, it's on his arm. It's like on his arm. Like resting on his arm.
Yeah, he left. Meaning you saw him use the fucking hand to open the door.
Yeah, no, that's not the point. All right, cool. Go ahead.
Y'all want the sound now? We saw this.
I'm gonna skip slide 11 goes for now. Go to slide 13 of stage 4. Slide 14 of stage 4.
So you take both hands out of his pocket right there.
Oh, go back real quick.
Now she could see maybe something, because we speculating, in his shirt, which is probably the gun.
The gun and the 2 phones.
Yeah. And he walks out, use both his hands to get out the door.
Let me ask you, investigator, you review the videos. Did Cyrus Carmack Belton ever brandish a firearm inside of 7441 Park Lane Road, the Shell gas station owned by Rick Chow?
He did not.
Oh, my camera died. I don't know. What y'all think?
Yeah, bro, like I said, it's complete total bullshit. Like I said, if my big black ass owned the store, I chase a little Asian kid out, accuse him of stealing. He didn't steal, and I shoot him in the fucking back. I'm going to jail. Prison. I'm sorry. I'm going to prison for a long time. He had a gun. He had a fucking ninja star, a pair of nunchucks, or whatever the fuck, right? I fucking run him down off of my property, off the premises, and it comes to be found out that he does not have the property that I claim he stole. Not to mention, and I don't know I don't remember the prosecution really harping on this shit a lot, but over $1. This kid lost his life over $1. He didn't even take a bottle of fucking water, bro.
Yeah, but the argument wasn't based off the if he or did he not have the item. The contention was pretty much what happened after they left the store.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying was the problem in the prosecution's fucking argument. The prosecution's job to get a prosecution is to convince the fucking jury. It's not just based on the fucking facts and the facts only. You have to make the fucking, you can use the fact. And my fucking, as the prosecutor would have been like, hey, does he have the water? Did he have the water? No, he did. So he didn't have the water, right? He never stole the water, right? They did it, but they didn't harp on that enough. And that would have been my thing, right? So during the process of him running and the cell phone falling out or him throwing the cell phone and whatever, was there ever a bottle of water found? No. Oh, so he did have the bottle of water. So when you render aid and you fucking were giving CPR, did you ever find that bottle of water?
Well, that's the issue with their context. Is like he didn't get shot because of the items or the water.
Again, you're not listening.
You're not listening. I hear what you're saying. But
or you're not comprehending it.
Yeah, no, I'm comprehending pretty well.
You're clearly not.
The issue is that those two situations are two separate situations.
No, they're not separate. They're not separate. It's cause and effect. It's fucking causation, brother. The reason you chased him was because you believed he stole the water.
Which was said on the tin, it wasn't illegal.
What?
That's for that. I'm just going on what you said. You said you chased him because he had the water, which wasn't illegal. That would the whole situation didn't go bad.
Yes, it is, and I told you. Yes, it's illegal once you make contact or you shoot him. You shot him.
Yeah,
it becomes illegal then.
But the argument
you never would have shot him. You never would have shot him if you didn't chase him. So let's do this in reverse, Devin. Since you keep claiming, you keep saying little shit, and I'm letting it go for the sake of the conversation, brother. I really am, because you keep saying little snide shit, and I'm talking to the facts. But because this needs to be had, I'm letting it slide, right? And I'm actually having a conversation. I'm really working hard here, right? Because you keep saying little shit, bro. You can go back and watch the tape, right? But either way it goes, yeah, bro. Trust me, bro. This I've grown a lot. Okay, so let's work this in reverse. Okay, the boy gets shot. Okay, you chase the boy. Why did you chase the boy, Devin?
Because you think he stole something.
All right. So your wrongful presumption that he stole something that he didn't caused the chase. And the chase caused what, Devin? Come on now. You were doing good on the first part.
Yeah, the chase it continued the interaction. But that's
no. Answer the question. No. Answer the chase caused what?
Them to continue to interact.
Nigga, you can't say to him to get shot in the back.
No, the what got him shot in the back based off what people said is the other gun. Is his gun being?
No, listen. Regardless, no. Even still, even if he had the gun, if you don't chase him, does he ever have the gun to point at you?
Okay, I can do the same thing and say if he never brought the gun in the store as a 14-year-old, I can do the same thing and it's just as disingenuous.
No, it's not. No, you're wrong. And again, see, I told you weren't comprehending. I told you weren't comprehending.
Yeah, no, because what
I told. So let me explain it to you. Let me explain to you why he's not comprehending. Right? Why you're not comprehending it. So him illegally having a gun and never brandishing the gun. See, and what made it so crazy is what Hamp stopped it at. Right? You just heard the police officer, the black detective, say, "Did he ever brandish that gun in the store? Did he ever brandish the gun in the store, Devin?"
Well, that's the point. Is he didn't?
Okay, so if that's the point, then if they never knew he had the gun, they never knew he had the gun.
They knew he had something.
No, so what? Motherfucker, I got something.
Okay. And the video that I sent Hamp was the part where he was supposed to be trying to show what if he didn't have nothing, and that's the part where we saw him didn't really move his hands until he turned away. So then she's still in the assumption that he had something,
which was a wrong assumption.
Yes, it was wrong, but still
it was led to everything,
but not illegal.
Yes, bro. Again, bro. This is crazy, dog. It is fucking illegal, dog. Shooting someone in the back and killing them is fucking illegal.
Not if you think the guy's point, or if you see the person pointing the gun at your son. That's the reason why he shot.
No, and again, you caused the whole situation.
This is what you're doing. This is what you're doing. You're saying everything that's happening, but you somehow jump from him seeing the guy falling and him saying he believes the gun is pointing at his son. He shoots him because the gun is pointing at his son. You skip that whole part of the whole.
I'm gonna read it to you again.
No, you skip that whole part. That's what I'm saying. You guys are thinking that he's being smart and that I'm just being disingenuous. But the issue is I'm catching you skipping a whole part of the case to fit your.
I'm not
narrative.
skipping anything. I didn't skip anything. What did I skip?
Every time you say it, you go from he chased him and he got shot. Like there wasn't the gun that came out. You skip that whole part, and that's what makes everything you're saying disingenuous.
Yeah, because there's no evidence that he actually fucking pulled the gun out. That's just something you said after you shot him. You said everything fell out the pocket or whatever. So of course, the person that's trying to not go to prison for life for shooting a fucking boy in the back, of course, is going to say that he fucking pulled the gun. That's what you're supposed to say. Okay. I'm the prosecution here.
And based off what you said, if the gun would have never came out, and that's the reason why they shot him, like what would have stopped that from happening? If from the gun coming out, what would have stopped that?
Bro, you're horrible at this.
No. You did the whole like if you wouldn't have chased him, what would have stopped him from the gun coming out as a 14-year-old not having the gun?
Yeah, but you couldn't
make up that thing that the gun the thing of him pointing the gun at the son wouldn't be able to be made up in your
but that's what I'm saying. You again we
you did, and I'm saying that's how disingenuous.
No, you're not doing the same thing I did because you refuse to fucking acknowledge the fact of the matter that they instigated the entire interaction that never should have had to be because you chased him for no reason. You chased him for no reason.
They didn't chase him for no reason.
Yes, you did. So what was the reason?
They were wrong.
So no reason.
No, they chased him for.
So wait. Hold on. So how can it be
for a reason? But they were wrong about that reason.
So no reason. No, my bad. I'm using the wrong word. I'm using the wrong word. No, I'm using the wrong word. I'm using the wrong word. I concede, Devin. I concede. I'm using the wrong word. So no justification.
They believe they had justification.
No. I don't give a fuck what they believe. Well, they justified in chasing him.
That's really what half the law says. Do you perceive the threat at that time? The reason why he shot the guy.
You can't chase someone as a threat. That's literally goes against everything. By the way, it's stand your ground states. That's another part too. So the fact of the matter that again he grabbed his gun to pursue somebody, that in itself is problematic.
The gun was already on him.
No, they clearly say he grabbed his gun.
No, that's a lie. If you go back to the video, as he run out the store, he sets down a drink on the counter. He didn't pick anything up. He sets down a drink on the counter. The gun is already on his hip in like a black leather case that has a big flap over it. I saw.
Okay, all right, my bad. I was wrong about it. I thought, like I said, I thought they say he grabbed the gun.
No.
Okay, well, cool, fine. Either way it goes, you pursuing somebody, Devin, with a firearm. In most stand your ground states, once you start chasing, that eliminates your stand your ground. Most cases.
But if they wasn't chasing based off them having,
he was chasing them based off what, Devin?
Thinking that he stole something from his
wrong, Devin, wrong. So he's wrong.
Yeah, he was wrong about it.
Was he justified in chasing them?
Yeah, because they said it was.
No, he wasn't. No, you can't say yes. Devin, you can't say yes. You can't say he's justified in chasing him if he did not steal anything.
You think what it is? You're not a lawyer. You wasn't in a courtroom. But what I'm gonna say is, when they asked the detective, was it illegal for him to chase him? They said
I didn't say illegal. I said justified.
Okay.
That's why you want to play semantics. You want to play the word game. So I conceded and I changed the fucking word.
I'm not playing semantics. I'm playing what was.
You are
because you're not in the courtroom. I'm going based off what they said.
You're not in the courtroom neither, nigga.
I know, but that's why I'm saying what they said.
Okay, and that's a different fucking context of why I say the prosecutors was ass.
Okay.
The prosecutors can be fucking ass.
Okay. You're better than a lawyer. Got it.
Hey, you'll be surprised.
I don't know. You can't. So it's not illegal, but they run it. Yeah, the prosecution must have not been good. I ain't gonna lie. Because it's not illegal. The shop owners have rights. But you can use too much force. You can't chase a person forever. They're not the police. 150 yards is a long way away from that store. They're running in the realm of it being illegal what they did. You could easily argue that. 150 yards? When the last time you ran 150 yards? I don't know, man.
Yeah, I agree. I agree that I think they could have they needed to work on the angle they did about this to like push the push their narrative. I think the issue with this is the kid himself made it hard for him because the kid himself made it hard for them to do the natural like humanization part, the natural like, you know, he didn't deserve this because of X, Y, and Z, because it would have just brought up a whole bunch of bad stuff about the kid. I think that was one of the harder parts of it.
No, the kid didn't bring that on himself. Society.
Josh, come on now.
Oh, sorry. Shout out everybody. What's up, Mr. Fantastic? Devin.
What up, bro?
Hamp. No, society brought on this. I'm going to double down on the whole race concept, right? You notice this store, well, there was a black girl that walked in that video. They didn't eyeball her, right? They just eyeballed him. We are conditioned in our society to look at certain things as a threat. You see a little black kid in your little shop, right? Basically walking up and down the thing. What is it? They treated the black girl different. They didn't eyeball her, right? There's a reason for this, and we are conditioned in our society to look at patterns, and race is a pattern. That's where the condition comes from. That kid ain't never going to get a fair shot. Not in that store. And conditionally speaking, Asians, yeah, racist as hell. Like even more so than us. No matter how you twist this is a race concept. It's always going to be a race concept. Since the 90s, we were raised up, right? Like, yeah, we had a little bit of racism, but mostly we didn't care. But have you not noticed in the last 20, 30 years, all we do is watch social media, white versus black, this versus that, right? And we look for cases to just go up on somebody. We might not get into a race war in the next 20 years, right? But next 100 years, it's sure enough. I just don't see blacks as being the threat, right? But the idea of thinking that it's not about race is ridiculous.
Hold on, y'all muted if somebody's talking.
Anybody, anything on what Josh is saying? No.
Nah, I mean, I mean, he's right. There's a preconception of black. Like I said it. Black men are guilty until proven innocent in all cases. Be you whatever. I'm fully aware of that. Again, like I said, bro, I've stayed out of criminality and I've never been a part of a criminal aspect, but I've been accused of shit that I had nothing to fucking do with. Not from a criminal aspect, but just like, you know, workplace and whatever, so on and so forth. I've had motherfuckers. I told y'all, you know. I said that here. You know what I mean? Motherfuckers want me to at the fucking Chinese buffet. You pay here. Bitch, fuck you. I'm gonna walk up to the front like everybody else.
Damn. Okay. Miss Jay Wilson, what's popping?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. I just want to say what's up. Welcome. I'm gonna get Mr. Williams in and you got the floor. Mr. Williams, what's good?
It's good, y'all. Salute to everybody. Salute to the chat, man. This is just a lack of common sense, man. That whole little down for like 30 minutes was just silly as shit, man. We know that he had on a hoodie. We knew that we seen that he was obviously being followed the whole time. He was picked at. He was harassed. He ran away, and it is illegal for you to run him down and shoot him like a dog. In the back, it's illegal everywhere in every state. If you have common sense and you know about these laws, especially with carrying guns, you would know and understand, even if someone is in your home and trying to rob you, if you shoot them in the back, you can get charged, and you will be charged. It will not be self-defense. So this whole notion as if he did something wrong when it's obvious he put everything back. He used both his hands. The only thing you want to use is just say you just don't like him being a young black boy. Just say that. We know he was wrong for having the gun, but he still got shot down like a dog. Period, point blank. They were wrong. They should have been charged, and whoever handled that case, that was a piss poor job. They should have been charged with murder.
He was charged with murder. He just wasn't convicted.
You know what I mean. He should have been convicted, though.
Oh, got you. Let me read these real quick. Sean with the $5 says, in late May in South Carolina with hoodie on and a book bag, I'm watching that dude too. Because I know type that black people create. Aaron with the $2 says, Josh, he fought a teen black girl accusing her of stealing. MS Peace with the $5 says, I pray that Devin is never on a jury. He is willfully ignorant. That's dangerous to our people. You want to respond to this?
Yeah, actually, I was on a jury a few months ago. Did pretty well, and people that were in the jury room with me respected my the conversations I had. Secondly, the thing with the kid down in Texas, a lot of black people aren't making those panels because of the biases and the things that are coming out of our mouth. So maybe your willful neglect of understanding these concepts and the things that I'm saying and having a different viewpoint of the possibilities is what's going to kick you off these panels and not be able to support black people when they're and have equal justice when it comes to these things. And that's what happened down in Texas. So I think you need to check yourself.
Yeah, I agree. Black people should start lying. That's what Devin's saying, right? Don't be honest about how you feel, and I'm saying feel, about interactions with police, the stereotypes, and etc., right? Ignore the fact that racial profiling was literally damn near put into law with stop and frisk and super predator. Yeah, don't tell them the truth. That's what Devin's saying. Don't be honest if you want to hit the jury. I 100% agree with that. 100%. Nay with the $5 says, Devin about to piss me off. Child's son couldn't even answer if a gun pulled out or not. So we know that no straight answer is no.
Yeah, he answered clearly. I saw it.
Sean Brew with the $2 says, keep playing the black man in the court, Hamp. Nah, not for $2, I ain't. Sean Brew with the $5 says, Hamp, Devin is talking about at the end when they asked him and he never took his hands out his hoodie. Watch the entire thing. No, Devin was talking about in the store. We just clarified it. When he was running, did he have his hands in his hoodie? Maybe.
The video I was saying is when they confronted him first. The video I added with the 59-second mark is like the part where he never took his hands out.
Okay, but you talking about inside the store?
Oh, like inside the store. My point there was that you could never actually see because of how everything was tight to his body. The only thing we could see.
So you don't concede the point. You're saying that from her purview, he didn't take his hands out of his pockets.
Yeah, everything was like tight to the body.
Really?
Well, that was what I was trying to say to Mr. Fantastic. That from her, that's why I said she can't see.
No, I got you. I say 100%. I'm saying you still stand on that she cannot. She had a safe assumption that he never removed his hands.
I think that's speculation.
I'm asking.
I think she doesn't know what she could see. Like, I mean, I don't know what she could see. Like, I don't think she could see through him.
So you're giving the benefit of the doubt she may or may not have seen him take his hands out of his pockets ever.
Yeah, I mean, I think she saw moving, but she doesn't know what.
No, I'm asking direct. I understand. I'm saying
possibly she could have saw that the hand was like.
Yeah, possibly. I'm saying, are you giving her the benefit of the doubt that he may or may not have taken the hands out of his pockets from her purview?
It's possible, yeah.
I know it's possible. I'm asking, you are giving her the benefit of the doubt of that?
I would say yes, because that's why she confronted him closer later in the store on my video where he didn't actually take his hands out of his pocket.
Sean Brewer with the $5 says, fantastic. You will profile people too. That's your store. You have the right to. If you don't like it, don't shop there. It's simple. Yeah, but
yeah, but
Sean, if you're saying they're profiling, then that would acknowledge malicious intent. So now the chase down 150 yards for what reason exactly? See, the prosecutors, that I agree with you, Ms. Vincent. They did a bad job.
I know the prosecutor was ass. That was ass. All of this is premeditated. All of this is horrible things. Just I don't understand how you don't justify this shit. But to Sean Brewer's point, you didn't answer my question, brother. When I fucking wasn't. Sean Brewer, I know for a fact if my big black ass owned a store in little motherfucking Chow, I accuse little Chow of stealing something which he never stole, and I chase him down and I shoot him in the fucking back. I am going to prison, brother. I'm going to prison.
Easy with the $5 says, Devin, speak with confidence. Why you always sound timid when you're trying to make a point? Put some bass in your voice. No, Devin's good. Sean with the $10 says, you wrong, Mr. Fantastic. You have no rights in them people's store if they think you stealing. If they think you stealing, they can keep you in the store and wait for the police if he don't show your hands. Imperial with the $10 says, if someone breaks into your house, you catch them, they turn you and run, you cannot shoot them in the back. Once they flee, they are no longer a threat. This is insane. This is B. Middleton, jokes in the corner. Sean with the $5 says, where it wrong when the kid went to the store with zero money? That's normal. That's not normal at all. What you mean?
He's saying he had no money, but that's irrelevant, though.
Well,
you had 2 cell phones, bro. You got Apple Pay, you got whatever. You got no justification to say that he had no. Just because you don't have physical money in 2026, brother, don't mean you got no money.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I got unlimited shit on this motherfucker alone. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Also wouldn't matter. It'd be horrible for society because we have this thing called window shoppers. Women do this 24/7 all the damn time.
Yeah.
They don't have any intention of buying anything. They just go in and look at stuff.
So let me read these real quick. Sean with the $5 says, would you care if this happened the same way, but it was a black family? Be honest. Sean Brewer with the $5 says, if he concealed something is stealing. Him putting it back doesn't matter. He got caught and then put it back. Sean Brewer with the $5 says, who cares? Going to the store with zero money, book bag and loaded gun is nuts. After that point, whatever happens, happens. Mrs. Vontae with the $2 says, Devin, he pointed the gun laying on his stomach? Interesting. Let me make sure.
No, I never said that he pointed a gun laying on his stomach. That was never even testified. Even the guy, there was another witness, it was a black guy, testified that he like never was like flat. He wasn't flat in his stomach when he got shot.
Boogie with the $5 says, blessings, gents, Mr. Fantastic. Salute, DJ. What up, my G? Good to see you. Sean Brewer with the $5 says, in late May in SC, I read this one. Jay, what's popping, man? How you?
Doing pretty good, man. How y'all doing? Everybody on the panel.
We doing the right thing, man. What you think?
Man, first off, I wanna kind of go back and look at this thing from the very beginning, like where it all starts from, right? Because to my understanding, this store is placed in the hood, right? Is this store located in the hood in that city? I don't even know what.
Devin would know.
Not the hood, but it's like urban. It's South Carolina, so it ain't really hood, but it's just it's a black. It is a more. I think it's a significant number of black community. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So most of the customers there are black people, right?
Everybody that walked in the store that was on the surveillance were black.
That's what. That's what. Okay.
Hold on a second, Jay. Hold on one second.
Kendra Live donated $20 through Super Chat. Given what I'm hearing, I have to agree with Hamp and Fantastic that the prosecution was horrible. I'm still reeling at 150 yards chase. More than a football field SMH.
That's a fact. 150-yard sprint is crazy. Go ahead, Jay. Salute the Crimson Cure in the building.
Yeah. That 150-yard chase says a lot, too. It exposes a lot if you just really think about it. So it's located in the urban area. The store is located in the urban area. What was I about to ask next? I had it right there. But do you think that that the owners of the store they have a lot of theft in that store, like on a daily, weekly, monthly basis?
I think this is an assumption, so take it with a grain of salt. I believe they said that there was a lot of theft in that store in the area.
You said you think it was reported that it was a lot, right?
Yeah, with like slow reaction time.
Okay, I just thought of my next question, and I'm just trying to, because I'm not up on this with all of y'all. Is there a lot of residential like houses, apartments, maybe Section 8 or something around that store?
I wouldn't say Section 8.
But is there any?
It's like almost like just like a normal neighborhood area.
That's a neighborhood store. So the people that frequent that store, they live close, right?
Yeah.
With that guy being 14, he probably goes to that store a lot. He frequents that store a lot. They recognize him. You think they kind of know him a little bit?
Yeah, I would say definitely stores in South Carolina, especially that one. You would see the same people over and over.
Uh-huh. So by him chasing them 130 yards, like over a football field, to me that says a lot. It says that those people are fed up. That was a family-owned store. You had the father and the son, and possibly the mother, or was that the grandmother? I'm not sure. Y'all can correct me on that. And
that was the wife, bro.
Oh, that was the wife. Okay,
yes.
Okay. That was the wife. Now, from the angle that she was looking, and from the angle that she was looking, she knew that he grabbed something out of that cooler. She might have knew that he put something back, but she don't know if he tucked something or not, if he tucked it or not. That's what I'm saying. And on top of that, we are all looking at this in hindsight. So y'all are saying what his hands were doing and where his hand was placed. That lady was not looking at him thinking where his hands were placed or where they weren't placed. What it is they were tired of theft in that area. Whatever crimes is going on in that area, they're protecting their family-owned store. I can say that they acted emotionally by chasing that guy, and they were very angry for chasing him that far. So when they got to the area where they caught him and they were face to face or whatever, whether he fell or whatever, after they killed him, it was their story against his. They can say, hey, he drawed a gun. He pointed it at my son and I shot him in the back. They can say anything. But at the end of the day, the jury found him not guilty.
You saying that to say what? Well, so that, what are you saying, Jay? What do you think?
I'm saying that it's unfortunate that the young man lost his life. I don't know how they came up with not guilty, but I can also, it's just the etiquette of our young men. There's certain store etiquette that every black man should have. It's the same as getting pulled over or anything. When you're out in public, you should be taught to conduct yourself a certain way. Every time I go into one of these truck stops or something, 9 times out of 10, I got my phone in my hand. I notice if I pick up a sugar-free drink or something like that, when I go to put my phone in my pocket, I make sure that it's visible that I'm putting my phone in my pocket, not a Snicker bar. You know what I'm saying? Because people look at us in that type of way.
This is wild, bro. Hold on, man. Shout out to you, brother. So let's do real quick. Let me get the people context right. So Richland County, that store is located in Richland County, South Carolina. Features a diverse population, estimated approximately 422,000 residents. The racial and ethnic breakdowns consist roughly of 47% black or African American, 39% white, 6% Hispanic or Latino, 3% Asian, and 3% identified as multiracial. So that is a predominantly black community. And that's why I say it's kind of weird as to where there wasn't one black person on that jury. It seems to be.
No. There was a few black people.
There was a few black people on the jury.
Well, you're mixing it with the Karmelo case. That one doesn't have.
Yeah.
Well, hold on. Well, that's what I'm saying. So that's what I was asking. Because we asked you earlier, and you said
we didn't know. We didn't know, but
I didn't know the exact number.
They didn't say there wasn't, so we can assume there was. They
well,
wouldn't
no.
know.
I know they said it was. No, they never said there were black people. They said
Karmelo.
there were.
Karmelo case says that.
Well, no, I'm not. Yeah, I'm not conflating Karmelo. I know Karmelo. Karmelo has no black people on it. I understand that. I'm not talking about that. I was asking for the demographics of the
They didn't tell
Carmack.
us. They didn't tell us.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So what is Devin talking about?
There were all right. To give an exact number, there were 5 black jurors on that.
That's
jury.
what we were asking earlier. Okay, so 5.
Yeah, I asked you. Say you didn't know. I guess you. I
just looked it up. I just looked it up for
Great
sure. I knew there were black people. I didn't have the exact
so
number.
Grape T and Dawn said there was 5 black people. Miss Jilly said there were 5. So that's substantiated. Okay.
Yo, that's crazy. Then.
So,
I mean,
it's not crazy. Is because they understood the facts of what they heard.
Well, no. You know what? And now let me say this. So I think in Carolina, South Carolina, malice has to be included or something like that. I think that's a big part of it.
Yeah. Only for manslaughter, malice has to be included.
I thought it said it was for murder though. That's what.
They only have murder and voluntary murder.
Yeah, that's crazy then, bro.
Voluntary manslaughter.
I think it was malice with murder without malice with manslaughter.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure it's the other way around. I'm pretty sure it's malice with murder. Malice has to be what's the name? So I think that's what they were saying. The malice part is what they didn't believe, which again I still don't believe that because you have to have malice if you have a previous history of running people down and shooting at people, of whatever over, that's just me. But oh well.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just trying to make sure Jay got his full thought and gave his opinion. He's saying because even the boy with the decorum, maybe Jay didn't see the video. The boy doesn't have poor decorum. He walks in the store, and then they say, "Put your book back down." He goes and puts it down. And it seemed like we can't hear. It's not very audible. When they asked him to leave, he left. It looked like they engaged that he don't have anything. He left. And then the chase ensued. And so if we're saying familiarity with him, that's implicating. Not him, but them in terms of why they would chase him. Right? Also, what I've seen from urban demographics is if somebody is stealing from a store, their face and picture goes on the front of the store window. I'm just because if we just kind of making speculations, right? Not saying it's unfair, but just things that we know and see in the earth.
Yep. I agree, and I don't mean to cut you off. I agree, and like I said, those people were fed up with the theft in that neighborhood. I mean, coming from that neighborhood out of their store. And that's why I believe that they chased the man that far and took it that far. He grabbed the gun when he left. But the thing is, I saw a portion or a video where when they were standing there talking to him right before he left, he had his hands in his pocket. And I believe that the lady was asking him to take his hands out of his pocket, which is what the other guy, Devin, was speaking of. And they were saying that on this video that I saw that he didn't take his hands out of the front of his hoodie at that time because that's where the gun was. They didn't know that it was the Asians didn't know that it was the gun. They thought that it was the item that he had snuck into his pocket.
No, brother. The problem with that is, did you watch the trial, brother?
No, I didn't watch the trial.
So what happened?
I'll be too busy watching This Might Be Risky.
No, I got you. No, I wasn't asking that to be facetious, brother. I was asking that for context to see if you knew. So the problem with that is that So the problem with that is that the prosecution pointed out that there was a clear bulge in the hoodie when he walked in the store. The prosecution pointed that out, and the son admitted to the fact. He said, "Hey, do you see that bulge right there?" He's like, "Yes, I see the bulge." So again, the prosecution didn't do a totally shitty job or whatever, but the boy came in there, like I said, what we know to be 2 cell phones and a gun, right? So he came in the store with the bulge or whatever, so on and so forth. So that's still that a lot of the things that were used as an excuse to chase him or to leave out of the thing was just eliminated. Another thing is I don't understand. I'm even more disappointed now, bro. We are truly cooked. If you got this is 40% of the fucking jury was black people and 5 black people was like not guilty. That's crazy, bro. See, that is absolutely crazy.
See, I think a bigger part what we just caught was that was wordplay. What just happened? When he asked the question, "Do you see the bulge?" It's on the video or what they're presenting him. He's like, "Yes, I see that there," but you don't know what he. That's not the question of what he saw at the time of the event. Two different things.
Okay, no, it's not two different things. You're at trial, Devin. We're at fucking trial.
Yes, they're asking him on the video, "Do you see the bulge?" They're like, "Yes, I see the bulge in the video." But what the correct question was, "Did you see the bulge when he came in the store?"
Even if they seen it when he came in the store, it's still a bulge. And if they perceive that he was stealing something, then they like, let us see what's in the front. Did you put something else in there? Can you tell if the bulge got bigger or smaller? No,
I'm believing y'all like trolling at this point, bro, because what you're saying. Well, this is what I'm saying, right? Just let me a quick interjection, brother. So you will live your life how you want to live your life. You're a grown ass man, right? One thing I'm not gonna do is live under 2 sets of rules ever again in my fucking life. I already had to do that shit for 20 years. Okay, so black men saying that we have to submit ourselves to everyone else fucking preconception, presumptions, and of fucking guilt of your stealing, of you being creepy, of you doing this, of you doing that, and now you have to subject yourself not only to the fucking law and statutes of your government and your state and whatever those may be, but now random motherfuckers that are able to motherfucking put you under another level of fucking surveillance and rules outside of everybody else. Bro, this shit is sickening, dog. This is sad. This is why we never gonna make it.
Well,
grown men, y'all grown niggas, bro. Y'all grown. Y'all my age.
That's right. I'm very much grown, and I know that this life is about chess. You by your example, you're advising everybody to play checkers out here in these streets like they oblivious to what's going on. Especially in that setting, in that store in the hood, where that month they had over 200 calls to the police for theft. You have to carry yourself at a certain level of decorum. You have to be aware of your surroundings. You military, and you know that.
I literally just said that, brother. You and I being that I'm military, I know for a fucking fact that ain't nobody finna tell me to do shit that ain't motherfucking lawfully give me a lawful order. Only person that can give me a lawful order is law enforcement. Other than that, you can kiss my ass and get the fuck out of my face. The thing about me, right? The thing about me and the advantage I have, but again, I'm still saying what ultimately the reason he didn't get justice because he was in the possession of a gun as a 14-year-old, right? That's what I say. So my thing would be this. Tell the young men, hey, do not be motherfucking wrong so you can be right. Because had he had the 2 cell phones or whatever, he gets killed. Hey, it's unfortunate he get killed, but he gets justice, right? But the gun, and now you giving the people the fucking the deniability, plausible deniability of you fucking using that gun as in justification to shooting you in the fucking back is what got him there. My thing is, I would tell my son this: hey, don't you run from nobody, don't you do shit. Listen, you stand right there. If they touch you, thank God we got a motherfucking civil suit and we got a criminal suit and we gonna own that motherfucking store. Stop running. Black man, black boy, young black boy, stop running. If it's the police, don't run. If you're in the store, don't run. Don't run from shit, especially if you're not wrong. That's what we need to start telling black men and black boys to do. Hey, what the fuck you running for? Especially if you're not wrong, right? Now I understand he had the gun, he had the pistol, whatever, but it cost him his life. But then again, that goes back to what I say, don't be wrong. What the fuck you out here as a 14-year-old with a gun for? But that's after the fact.
Yeah. Let me add a little bit to this.
Hold on, Josh.
Do you really want to live in a society where we don't grant children grace?
Hold on, Josh. Let me read these. Oh, hold on.
Go ahead.
Hold on.
At Mrs. Vontae donated $20 through Super Chat. So he didn't watch the trial, but he looked up data to support the store owner killing a teenager boy.
Willie Beeman was popping with the $5. Says Jay spoke for 1 minute and 41 seconds and didn't say a damn thing. Sean Brewer with the $5 says Jay, exactly. It's hard to prove murder in any state. You have to prove without a shadow of a doubt. Willie Beeman with the $5 says, I just know it's young black boys in the back of the truck being delivered to a plantation. Bro is Samuel L. Jackson from the Django prequel. Son is Hot Rod with the £5 says, this case has really emboldened a lot of Asians where they're now trolling black people, daring us to boycott. My question is, are we boycotting or not? Sean Brewer with the $5 says, fantastic. It was over half of black people in that jury. Damn, research is 7 to 12 on the jury. 7 out of 12 on the jury. I thought he said 5.
They said 5. They said 5. So if they said 5, I got bad information. Either way, that's 5. Even worse, brother.
Yeah. Willie with the $5 says, Devin's stance on anything black proves that his favorite condiment is mayonnaise and only has 2 seasonings in his home, vinegar and pepper. Callie Bev with the $5 says, by Jay's logic, black people should bend over and spread them before leaving the store to make sure everyone knows they didn't steal anything. Willie Beeman with the $5 says, JW is the dude that gets arrested and volunteers for the turn your head and cough. Willie Beeman with the $5 says, JW is trying to beat Devin for being the first dark-skinned house nigga when they repeal the abolishment of slavery. Lee, sorry, before I get Lee, Josh, what were you adding? And we'll get Lee in the building. Lee, was good.
Yeah, do we really want to live in a society where we don't give children grace? I don't care if you're white, black, green, purple, whatever, right? Do we really want to treat 14-year-olds of any race differently? And that the whole point of being a child is we expect them to misbehave, act a fool, at least to some degree, right? Do we really want to live in that society where, to hell with it, right? We're going to treat a 14-year-old like an adult. This is our society that we live in.
Yeah. No, 100%. Yeah. Well, I'll reserve that. Let me get Lee in. Hold on, Jay. Let me get Lee. Let me get Lee in. Then you can we can go back and forth.
Yeah. What's good, everybody? I hope everybody having a great Friday. Blessings to everybody on the panel and in the chat. Man, this is a crazy topic. Sad situation. It could be looked at from many different perspectives, though. If you black, you're gonna be biased, right? So you automatically gonna just look at it from a biased perspective, and that's why they get jurors who are biased off the juror list because they want it to be equal, right? So bias, and I'm not speaking to like the case. I'm just saying like it's a reason to why bias is not a good thing, right? So like I try to put this in perspective of like, if this is, I don't know, it's hard. I mean, it's hard for me to really, because I feel so bad for what happened, but I can't call him a kid or a boy when he has 2 phones. I got 2 phones and he got a pistol. That's not a kid or a boy to me anymore, but this space is predominantly black, so it's a bias here. So that's why they're calling him a boy, and they're like, he's a kid, but we keep removing the fact that he had a pistol and 2 phones. Why he got 2 phones for? That's mad confusing to me. I'm so confused by this kid's like, well, when I saw this kid, first of all, I thought he was Asian. That's what's so funny about this shit. I thought he was Asian or something else, right? And then when I had to find out he was black because I saw his dad and I saw his mom. I was like, oh shit, what the hell? Okay, because I was so confused by like how he was carrying himself. Like he was mad respectful. He gave the book bag up, but he had a pistol on him. And I'm just like, yo, what environment are we putting these kids in where at 14 you gotta have a gun? I'm like, yo, I really would love to like talk to the kids in this neighborhood to see like what's really going on, bro. Like I don't even want to. I mean, like it all just sucks, bro. Because it's just like, what the? Why do you have a gun? Like, cause somebody like help me explain. Like, I get it. All right, it's bad in the community. How bad is it? Where like, you got to take the gun to go get water?
Yeah, no, it's so this is how I would characterize it. It's bad if you want to go to those bad areas, but you don't have to subject yourself. It's more of like you're entertaining it. If that makes sense.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to understand. Is like, and that's why I'm like, right. So entertaining it, and that's what I think it's more about. I think this kid was, and what's crazy is a kid at 14 carrying a gun with 2 phones on him. How long until this kid with this gun, this illegal firearm, or maybe it's not illegal, probably got it from, you know, somebody, whatever. Maybe it's not, but on him, on his person is illegal. I know that for sure. How long until he get into some fight or some whatever and shoot somebody illegally? It's gonna automatically be illegal. Was it bullets in that gun?
Yeah, it was one already in the chamber.
It was one in the chamber. Yo, bro, what the, bro? Listen, man.
Which actually makes it. I'm glad you reminded me of that. Which makes it more pertinent that if they're saying that he pointed the gun at his son, that he had to take action right then and there because he didn't even have to rack anything. He just had to pull the trigger.
Yo, you know what's crazy is that at that point none of those things matter. Like y'all having that conversation about him pulling it out, bro. They probably lied about all that shit. If anything,
that's what I said.
About all that shit.
But we agree there though. That's what I'm saying. I don't believe that the boy ever pointed the gun at them. Nah. I believe that either in the case of them chasing them, the gun fell out, or he fell and the gun fell, or whatever, so on and so forth. It makes no sense for him to get shot in the back. You don't point a gun unless you're running with like I said, with the gun fucking behind you and get shot in the back. It's impossible. It's fucking possible. It just don't. Well, not impossible. It's highly, highly improbable, right? I'm gonna say that, right? But that's why I say, because he was wrong there, he was ultimately wrong all the way around because he was in possession of the fucking gun. What's the 14-year-old doing with a gun?
That's why I'm like, damn.
And Lee, this is the part where I'm saying a motherfucker can't say, oh, well, you're just biased. No, I'm not biased. I'm not biased at all. But at the same time, in the case of the prosecution, right? And, the poor job the prosecution did. So I guess I could justify. But me, bro, as soon as you tell me or whatever, okay, he had. And then what fucked it up for me, too, is if you watch the cross-examination of the son's testimony was inconsistent. The motherfuckers, he said different shit than what he said originally. So I'm like, what the fuck are we doing here? But again, man, hey, it is what it is.
That's kind of how it worked, though. It's like the fact that he got the burner and he didn't, like, if anything, I wanted little bro to start booming. Yo, y'all chasing me? Yo, tell my story now.
Lee, that's what I'm saying.
Tell my story. Yo, they was chasing me. I ain't steal shit. I boomed them niggas. And yeah, yo, you better use that thing. You got that thing on you. Bro, you better use that thing. You got that thing on you. Y'all playing. I don't even know how this even, I don't even know what the fuck, I don't even know what to even say about anything because it's all stupid. He running with the burner. Anybody know, if you ain't got a holster on, you running with the burner, that thing, what, how many pounds? You moving like this, bro. I just ran me and my wife just ran 3 miles, right? We did a 5K or some 3.5 or something like that. I had the pouch on me. That shit was lighter than the gun. That shit jangling all over me. I gotta keep adjusting it. So I definitely believe that he dropped it and he probably tried to go to pick it up. And this is what in a lot of cop shootings this happens a lot because it's their property. So you drop it. You try to pick it up and then they shoot you. It just happened in Miami. And what was crazy, it was a guy in a Lambo, a yellow Lambo, Spanish dude. He ran from the police, right? He got out the car, his gun dropped. He tried to grab it to pick it up. He wasn't even like running towards them, but he grabbed it to pick it up and they, so it's like the gun. Yeah, it just sucks that we are in neighborhoods where 14-year-old kids got to have guns on them and 2 phones and got to be in there contemplating if he's going to take water or not. You know what I'm saying? Because he did grab it and he put it back, and I'm just like, yo. And then he didn't look like a bad kid. He got his and then like y'all said, his mother and his father was there. So it's like, what the fuck just happened? Usually it's supposed to be a single mother doing kid, but it's the dad there, and he's stealing $1 water bottles, bro. I don't even know what that. Yo, I think this shit make me feel like we in a goddamn a video game, bro. This whole scenario make me feel like we in a video game because it's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. You got the gun. You got one in the head. You got two motherfuckers chasing you. You don't shoot it. You let them shoot you. Okay. He gets away with it. Makes sense because the kid got a gun at 14. Why the kid got a gun at 14? His mom and his dad did. Like Hamp always say, I got my daddy. Where y'all daddy at? If dad was there, the shit still didn't work.
Hamp don't say that.
So
Huh?
I mean, wait, what you say?
I don't say that, Lee.
You have said that. You joked about it like my daddy here. Y'all ain't got no daddy.
Never said that. Never.
Yeah, he said y'all ain't got no daddy. He's just saying, he said that's something that you can't use as an elimination aspect.
You can't use that against me when we having conversation. I never said.
Yeah, no, he's not. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Are you saying that you ain't got no daddy part? You ain't saying, or the
that part? I ain't saying never.
He never said that part.
Yeah, maybe that part, but yeah, like you know what I'm saying. Like I'm not trying to like down.
Yeah, no, I got you. That shit's not crazy.
I ain't trying to down him. I'm just saying, like I'll probably add an extra emphasis on it. But yeah, like the father there, I don't get the kid look good. The kid look like a good kid.
He had no prior criminal history or whatnot, what have you. You know, again, you know, but then it's like, well, clearly he didn't have. He just hadn't got caught yet, right? And this is why I say you got to be right from the onset. Again, I'm able to be impartial and be objective in understanding that the reason why the Carmack Belton didn't receive justice, and even ultimately now, I don't think his family's going to win the civil suit. They're trying to get a civil suit, so I doubt they're going to get the civil suit or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I don't see it being the other way around. Hopefully it is. But yeah, man, he was wrong. He had a fucking firearm, and what makes it even crazier is if you got a 2-parent household, how does a kid from a 2-parent household, how do those parents not know that they son walking around with a fucking gun?
I'm telling you, I feel like the government be running these plays on us I don't know, bro. That shit just seemed too crazy, bro.
Yeah,
go ahead, my bad.
No, I just wanted to say that pisses me off too, is because he put it on his social media. And how do your parents not have your social media and see that?
He put the gun on social media?
Yeah, it was on the day before.
Yeah, that's crazy.
With the same red sweater on. I saw that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's horrible parenting. The parents have to be held accountable for that.
Yeah, but the boy. So I guess there's a couple things to reconcile. Are you saying, Devin, that the bad part is like an industrial complex?
What do you mean?
Well, you said they have to go to the bad places. They have to play into the bad places. Like where this area is, you said they have to play into it, the bad areas where you may or may not need a gun.
Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I would say that, like, I mean, unless you're like in, like, there's a couple spots where if you live there, you live there. But also, I think just like within the South and how things are spread out. It's like you gotta immerse yourself in that stuff. Like you don't have to be there.
Oh, okay. But if you live there, you're there.
Yeah, but yeah, like if you're in it, you're in it. But it's not like broad spaces. Like it's not like these areas are like broad areas where you gotta spend. You don't have to spend a lot of your time in these areas, like, if that makes sense.
Unless you live there.
Yeah, unless like you live there.
You're saying it's not a mall over there.
I would have to check to make sure to see. I don't think there's a mall right. I don't think there's a mall right there.
Okay, and then so Lee, it sounds like you're actually more concerned than what you initially said. So you do believe that he's a kid and he's been done a disservice by the people raising him. That's kind of what you was articulating.
Oh yeah, definitely. I think his neighborhood failed him tremendously, man. The fact he got to be a kid, walk around with a gun. I can probably think he was probably getting bullied throughout his life or something like that, and that sucked. You know, why our neighborhoods can't be safe for our nerds, our wonderkins, you know, whatever it is, you know, our kids. It just don't make sense. Like that's what really pisses me off, because that's what created this atmosphere. All the atmospheres all around the neighborhood being a fucking pile of junk, right? Because if I take you, because I could take you to places in Miami where they'll tell you to put your bag on the counter, right? And then I'll take you somewhere else where they won't tell you to do that, and it'll be the same store, right? So it's the location, and I just like it just goes back to my, like what I keep saying, like, why are these neighborhoods so terrible? And that's what it really is. This kid running with a gun on him. He got 2 phones. These Asians seem like old boy said, and everybody was coming at him because everybody in the chat is biased. They want to play, you know, pro-black so they could be down with something because they can't really find any friends in real life. Right?
Thank you, man.
But like, yeah, man, don't listen. Trust me.
Well,
they just want to beat down, you know.
But why?
Those people
Why?
will follow, because and then
Why?
well,
Slow down real secondly. Why though? See, that's the thing that kind of it interests me, right? The people that are kind of not on the pro-black side, it's not even just the black side of the conversation, think that they're the only people who are voracious. If you are a truth teller, why do we always discount the people who are that are black and also agree with the pro-black aspect of it?
And that's why I explained it in the beginning about law and how they try to make things as fair as possible, so they remove bias from jurors. So that's why I say once you become pro-black, you're biased, just like pro-white, just like pro-Asian. You're gonna put your people. You're gonna assume that Hamp is doing it right, and you're gonna assume that white man is doing it wrong. If you're pro-white, you're gonna assume that white man doing it right. You're gonna assume that Hamp's doing it wrong. That is not fair. Okay.
You can't remove bias. You can try to mitigate it, right? See, I just want to say this, right? Now, this is where tangible experience really comes into play. So when you picking a jury, you know they can strike jurors, right? Even if they pass the questions, right? And they will your defense attorney or the prosecutor will literally strike the juror because of the assumed bias and their bias. You see? So that's the other point. So imagine you got 600 people, now you finally got 20 people sitting there. I get to strike 3, you get to strike 3 or 4, depending on how large the jury is. You know? So I know we're saying fair and they're trying to mitigate, but I just think I know it's impossible.
Yeah, and me too. I agree. That's why I try to say as fair as possible. You know, like I know fairness never happens because we already have biases in our head. But all I'm trying to do is explain why it's important to remove bias in conversations when you're trying to be as fair as you possibly can. You understand that, right?
Yes.
That's why I say that when Jay said what he said about the Asians being fed up of people stealing in a place where a kid got to walk around with a gun at 14 years old and 2 phones like he a drug dealer, right? That's why I made the analogy. I got 2 phones. We know that analogy. It's crazy, right? And this kid is living that, right? So we know the neighborhood must be going through some type of turmoil. We can't deny that, but we do because biases. That's why a lot of people in the chat, a lot of us on here wouldn't be able to be a fucking juror because we'd be biased as hell, and they'd be able to point it out. So without the bias, I can understand how those Asians probably be getting bullied at their own gas station, just like that kid was getting bullied in his own neighborhood. That's why he got the burner. That's why them Asians got the burner. The bullying shit that we do in our community that we gonna lie about. Oh, we don't bully each other. We're good citizens. Yeah, I get it.
I just want to say, I think the brothers that consistently can see the other side so clearly, I think what you guys maybe are not acknowledging is that you have a bias.
Explain my bias, cause
Ham, I want to clear something I said that was incorrect. There is a mall that's slightly less than Malden.
There's them all over there. Okay, and then Teague, I think Teague might be from there. He said that county is a shit show. So I guess there's a difference of opinion. But Lee, let's table just for a second because I want to get Key in, and Cheeky in. Then that'll be all the opinions that we can go back around. Key, yes, what's popping?
What's going on, my brother Hamp? How you doing? How you doing, panel? How y'all living?
Doing the right thing. What's shaking?
Man, good. It's kind of crazy that Fantastic is the one. Like Fantastic is the one that's actually fighting y'all on this situation. Where I would say Fantastic would. I'm not surprised he's on his side because he thinks logically a lot of more than he takes his bias out of the situation. I think more than anybody on this panel, not anybody on this panel, but the ones that's talking about the situation. It's just crazy that they just literally, you keep saying he stole water. He didn't. Y'all keep repeating that same thing over and over that he stole water. He didn't steal water. Then you say, man, this 14-year-old, that is not a man. That is not a man. That's nowhere near close to being a man. And y'all saying that he's a man because he has 2 phones. Like that is the most dumbest things that we say for our black kids. Because no way, I know too many white kids that have guns. He's still a kid. He's still a kid with a gun. That's all he is. He's a kid with a gun that made a mistake. That's all what happened. And it's just crazy that we have Jay. He don't even know about the situation. He almost the same as Devin on the last time he was up here. Didn't know nothing about it, but talking from a point of view of seeing it from the Asian side, like seeing it from their side. I'm like, you never don't know what's going on, but you don't think from their side. That means something's wrong with you because you can't think of the side of the person that you actually are. That and too much of a history of showing of biases of that, especially with the Asian and the black community. That's just crazy. It's just like very sick world. I mean, I hate to say it. I don't think we will ever win in a any kind of race war because we got too many sides that we got to fight against. We got too many sides, even with our own. Like we would lose ASAP. And that's all I really got to say to it.
You saying we got to fight everybody?
Yeah. Fight everybody and fight ourselves.
Okay. Let me get.
No, you don't. I don't
ahead,
think.
Jay.
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Jay. Go ahead, Jay.
I kind of want to rebuttal to
him.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I don't think it's a you have to fight everybody thing. I think it's a look in the mirror, look at your character, and fight that battle that's going in within yourself, and fix your own home. And that right there, when you fix your own home and you have strong families, that'll build your community, right? And also, the reason they're saying that he's a man is because if you don't think a 14-year-old with a gun won't pop your ass, then you sick. You don't understand what's going on in the world.
He's still
a kid with a
Yes, a 14-year-old with a gun. He a kid that shot.
A 14-year-old with a gun. A 14-year-old with a gun will pop you.
Okay, he's still a kid.
I got 2 grown adult homeboys that just got robbed and killed by 16 and 16 and 14-year-old.
He got killed by kids.
They killed them. Yes.
By kids, not a man.
Will kill you.
Not a man. Not a man. Understand what you keep saying. They are not men. I'm tired of you always. There's a problem with we always seen as men when we're not men. And excuse me, I have a 12-year-old son.
Y'all be doing man shit though at 14. That's the problem.
Hold on.
You're right.
Like, hold on. Let me.
He's not a man, but he's a threat.
Now, I have a 12-year-old son that almost as tall as I am. He is almost tall as I am, 12 years old.
You ain't that tall.
I do not want anyone to think that he's a man when he's not a man. He's not acting like a man. And when you say he's acting like a man,
that's not the point that we were making, though. That's not the point we were making. If your son put a gun in his hand, if your son
he's not a man still. He's a boy still. He's a boy still.
No,
okay, but
he's a threat.
Yo, we don't have to go deep into this. We're trying to just say that he's doing man things, so he's going to get handled like a man, not like a boy.
Jay
That's what we're trying to say. We're trying to make every
Jay
other
is the
argument.
most right. Jay is the most right. He's a threat, right? People acknowledge a threat. Man, woman, or child. If you put a gun in someone's hand and you think they're going to use, they become a threat. That you need that most people would extinguish as opposed to losing their life, right? So I think that's the point,
and that's how we can see the rebuttal. Biases.
Well, real quick. So Key, let them answer this. I want to get Cheeky and Rockstar. So Key, they simply saying with the gun, it changes him from the grace and benefit of the doubt that a child to get to a threat that most people would take seriously. Do you disagree with that?
And my rebuttal would be is
Wait, do you agree with that?
from the store, from him putting the water bottles in, putting the backpack down, telling him he was a kid all the way up, kid. He was a kid when he was running out. He was a kid when he was running out. He didn't turn to an adult considerably until he was shot, and that's when the gun was found. When was the gun found? When was the gun found?
On him since he probably woke up.
No, they're saying that they don't know he had a gun until he left the store. So he's a child. If we're saying the gun is the determining factor, then he would be a child, and he was dead by the time the gun became relevant, present, and etc. So that would be the point. Let me get I'm not going fast, but I just want to make sure we get everybody in, then we can flow. Okay. Cheeky Rockstar. Cheeky was popping.
What's good? Can y'all hear me well?
Mm-hmm. You in witness protection?
I may have to be with all these, black white people. I gotta make sure I stay safe out here.
What you think?
Nah, man, this is going the way that I expected. You remember yesterday, or what was the last show? Was it Tuesday?
Yes.
The anti-black conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like it's going the way I expected. I told you that they were focusing on the kid having a weapon that was unknown to anybody. That wasn't common knowledge during the entirety of the situation. They're not focusing on the facts of the situation. They're just focusing on the things that are demonized or make a victim a not perfect victim, which is expected, right? Because if you go around and ask these people that's doing that, where do they lean? Where do they vote? What do they associate with? It's pretty there and common, right? I'm going to keep pointing this out because it's expected. What do you think Brandon Tatum said about this, just out of curiosity, Hamp?
Tatum would have said the kid.
You think they would have sounded like Lee and Devin? Just out of curiosity.
I think he would have sound, because Lee is more on a thing, but he would have sounded like Jay and Devin most likely.
Yeah, I don't think you're listening to me wholeheartedly, because I'm not.
But don't interrupt him, Lee. That's why I made sure to remove you from it. Lee was having a stream of consciousness, but his thing is like, yo, the communities we come from, to where a kid think he gotta carry a gun, to where you look at him as a man, is fucked up. That was his overarching sentiment. I would think that Tatum would have given benefit of the doubt to the Chinese people as opposed to.
Okay, so I think that those things all come into play, and like you're saying, they're not acknowledging their own bias, right? I don't understand why we're harping on a fact of evidence that can't be proven, which is he turned around and pointed a gun at his son, and through his own testimony, it was shaky. There's no witness, there's no eyewitness, there's no cameras. Like there's so many things that's happening that I expect to happen, because that's just how they go and how it leans, right? These things are going the exact same way I thought it would go. Fantastic has been very clear on his stance, when it comes to black people and issues. He's not going to be biased. He'll acknowledge, hey, look, if it's effed up, it's effed up, and if it's wrong, it's wrong. And he's not going to stick. His main point is not going to be, look at the kid with a gun, although nobody saw it, although it wasn't brandished. So again, man,
ask you one question, Cheeky.
What's up?
What is my bias? Because Hamp said I had a bias too. I just want to know, what is it?
I think so with you, Lee. I think it kind of just depends on.
Or no, just like with all of us, Devin. Put us all in that same bracket, like the other side, what you call us, the black whites. What is the black whites bias?
I don't know if you would be considered black white, but I think you made it clear, like, you separate yourself from black people, I think, right? You say you Native American at one point, right?
No. Explain, because look, okay, your bias is that you're black, so that's your bias, that you're gonna go with everything black. Explain my bias. No.
My bias. Yeah, my bias isn't that I'm black. My bias is just being, I think, as factful as I can be, and acknowledging something. Like, for example, I acknowledge the kid shouldn't have had a gun either. That's not my focal point as to him being justified in the shooting or being shot.
Okay, so what's my bias?
The bias I think you have is you're probably more conservative, right? I think you've changed how you've approached a lot of different things, and you're a lot more conservative than what I remember. And I think you've taken on a more conservative mindset, worldview. And so the same thing applies with Devin, and more than likely with Jay. I know Fantastic is, but he doesn't allow that to overrun his bias when it comes to this situation, it seems like. So that's what I would say to the bias.
Okay, so my bias is that I'm conservative now.
Yeah, and I think that conservatism does affect your worldview and how you see things.
I mean, what's crazy is I'm trying not to be biased, and the closest bias that you get is your race. You know, like those.
42, Phineas, it's Silas,
That's me, Lee. I gotta go on mute. That's on me.
Oh, no, you good. But yeah, like I try to stay away from those biases because I feel like they create, like we had, like when Hamp brought up the thing, and I brought up how being racist, and then racism, and then bigotry. Like, so I try to stay away from it because sometimes it can make me kind of angry. Like, yo, when this happened, we did a race and there was some Asian people there and shit. And I kind of was like making jokes to my wife and shit. She was laughing it off and shit. But I was making little jokes type shit. I ain't gonna say what they were, but you know, right after it happened, and then she was like, "You don't know nothing about that and stuff like that." But I was joking. But still, like, being biased makes me angry, right? That's why I try to stay away from being black bias or any other version of bias, because then it just makes you angry. It makes you feel like you have somebody to attack. That's how I look at bias.
This is the thing, right? The bias, it's being acknowledged by the people making that argument, i.e. when JW was saying, Jay, I took your last name off, I just put W, just FYI, that's why they saying that.
Okay.
Yeah, so when he was saying, hey, I make sure people know I'm not a threat, right? So he does particular things in his life to make sure people identify him not as the stereotypes, right? Because we all understand that things are looked at a certain way. I think that when we assess in this situation, you guys are giving like credence to the fact that they're able to profile us.
Right.
Like, you have to acknowledge that, like, you are giving credence to the fact that it's okay to profile us, so y'all do things in a particular way. Maybe not. I'm saying y'all. Hold on. I'm saying y'all. My apologies. Jay said that specifically. I don't know if Devin agreed or not. I can't remember if he like acknowledged it, but I know Jay said that, and I think that is a very dangerous and slippery slope, B. Because now you could smoke a nigga because he's a nigga, and you look at niggas as such. That's dangerous, you know.
That is extremely dangerous, bro.
No, I think I agree that I agree if that this is where I have these conversations. Like, if I'm having a conversation outside of our group, then I'm gonna defer away from that. But if I'm having a conversation within our group, then I think we need to have that conversation, because then the intent is not.
I don't believe it,
it's untrue though, right? But here's specifically.
No, it's not.
It's untrue, right? Let me just ask. Let's do the exercise, okay? What men up here have been imprisoned? Jay. Who else? And I'm saying prison, right? That's what I'm saying. Prison.
Not jail.
Not jail.
Prison. Yeah, I'm not saying innocent until proven guilty. That's what jail usually houses, right? So what men have been in prison? What men have been convicted of a crime and had to go to prison? No fucking body up here, except for Jay and me. Stop running with that shit because they keep telling you. And then when you look at the arrest record, it's 10,000 black men out of 20 million. Stop saying that shit. But we keep on saying it. That is not how most of us behave. Most of us won't kill nothing, let nothing die. Most of us is fucking wedgeable. But we keep on letting them tell us a thing. We have things to address, yes, but we are overemphasizing it for them.
Facts.
Like that, we just got to slow it down. Now, when we talk about that demographic, let's talk about that demographic. But now you up here talking to a bunch of us like we are part of that demographic, and it's not true. All you guys comport yourselves appropriately in the earth, including myself, including JW. A lot of y'all wake y'all stinking asses up, don't go to the gym, go to work, have sex 3 times a week with your girl, and love your kids. No fucking gangster. I carry my gun because the streets is mean. Anything can happen. They shot up a grocery store in Buffalo. And I got mad kids. I may have to smoke a nigga from afar to get one of my kids because I got too many of them. I can't keep them all riled up. And I came to Texas, and because I could buy a gun in Texas. I couldn't buy a gun in D.C. or Maryland or Connecticut. Like we be overdoing that shit, you heard? Devin, finish your thought, and I want to get Rockstar in, then we'll open it back up so y'all could talk.
Yeah, no, I think the thing where Cheeky was pushing is that I think he's saying you got more conservative, but ultimately I think what it is when you're not straight pro-black on any issue and then you don't see it the way they see it 24/7, then you get put in a box. Because I would say Lee is definitely not. I would say more middle, and then sometimes a lot of the times you do is more like definitely like strong pro-black. So like the fact that you got pushed over Lee just seems the more to the sentiment that it's like if you don't toe the line and don't understand the nuances to the conversation, and just don't toe the line, because even if this argument, it's like the trial is about one thing, but we're not. We always bring in the part that's not legal, whatever. We're separating it the way we want to separate it. When it comes to we're like chasing him, but we've already established that's not illegal. That's not the issue. The issue is what happened.
We didn't establish that.
What's that?
We didn't establish that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The context and how people are talking is like we're talking about the store and all this other stuff. Is like I get it. Like don't like I've even conceded this part, but it gets thrown over as like it shouldn't change it. Like he shouldn't chase him. We should probably change the law to where we're not chasing kids and all that stuff. If they stole from the store, just continue to call the cops. Like I've said that from the get-go. And my issue is that the actual thing that got him shot is what is being said about the gun coming out. But then we can't prove it. So now we're just everything outside of that is just feelings.
So here's the thing here's the thing, right? Hamp, it's happening again.
No,
because Fantastic. Well, no. Let me finish. All right, nobody interrupted you. Fantastic already went through.
No, y'all hurry up. To be fair, my OG rock star is waiting patiently, but I said his name several times. All right. Go ahead, Chico. You're right.
So
go ahead.
My point is this: him and Fantastic already went through this, and the reason why that kid got shot because he was racially profiled and somebody thought he was stealing, and he wasn't. You had no proof of that. You got no proof, and then you're still going to hang your head on this thing again. Hamp, this is what I mean by anti-blackness. Like they can't just stick with a fact. The fact of the matter is the kid didn't do anything wrong, and whatever he did wrong, they had no knowledge of.
So is it not a fact that he wouldn't have got shot if he wouldn't have had a gun in the first place?
You would never chased his ass. You would never.
Yeah, he would have never.
I agree. I agree with that. But just because, the thing was, it seems like you're the one that's biased because I can acknowledge that what you're saying is true. But would he have not got shot either if he would have not had that gun?
I don't know. I can't tell. I can't say that. I can't
thank
agree.
you.
Well, real quick.
Wait, hold on. Was it? Hold on. No. Wait a minute, Hamp. Was there other instances of him shooting at other people?
Yes, and that's what I was simply going to ask: is the Latino dude he shot? Did that guy have a gun?
He assaulted him.
Did that? No,
Did
but
have
you
a
know
gun?
what I asked
Did he have
you?
a gun?
Hold on. That's what I'm asking. Did he have a gun? Because you're saying the gun is the operative reason why he took a bullet and lost his life, right? You said that. So now we're asking about gun. Was it proven that the Latino guy that got shot, did he have a gun?
I don't know. I just know on the charge sheet it said assault.
Okay. Do you think that if he had a gun, it would have been mentioned?
Possibly, yeah.
I know possibly. I'm saying what you think. Like, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's all it's saying, Devin. If we're saying, hey, the gun is the reason, right? But then he shot someone else, right? He's shooting people because they're stealing. That's a conclusion you can make because that would be the consistency in both stories. But to make the conclusion that he shot him for the gun, we can't prove that, you see? Now, you can speculate it, but I'm saying we have evidence as to he shot people for stealing more than on one occasion.
But I would just quick rebut is that with this situation, he's already shot somebody for something lesser, and then the other guy was found guilty of a crime.
Yes.
So then now we escalated to where a gun was shot is out. You know, what do you think if somebody without a gun got shot and with that guy got found guilty, and then you got a guy with a gun?
I'm saying he's shooting
shot.
people for stealing because that's the consistent part.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's the. I think that's the narrative. That is the breaking logic that we're having. I'm saying he didn't get shot for stealing. I'm saying he got shot because the gun came out.
Right. Oh my God.
You're saying
so
he saw the gun and shot him because
in
of
the
that.
store.
That yes, based off what was said in the trial, not me being biased or anything.
Okay.
Based off what is said in the trial.
Yeah, 100%. I'm just saying 150 yards. That is the legality part. That there's no way the prosecutor didn't argue that that's illegal, right? It has to be reasonable. 150 yards is unreasonable for that cooler full of water.
Which I agree with you because
that's unlawful.
I agree with you. I agree with you not chasing them 150 yards, but the gun wasn't even a thing or shoot somebody. The conflict of him running. If he had the gun in his hand and he was running with the gun, then I would like, yeah, he ran him down to go shoot him. But that's what I'm saying. The gun, when the gun came out, that's what changed the situation because he was just carrying it on him because that's his. That was his.
I know what you're talking about, Devin. Yeah, when he was running chasing him, you saw the gun holster.
Yeah, he's saying now he's ready to shoot at that point. He would have been shot him if it wasn't for seeing the gun.
Right. And,
okay.
And then we have evidence. Wait, hold on. And we have evidence. We have evidence of him pointing the gun at his son and shooting or pointing. We have evidence of that.
No. What does that have to do with what we just said?
There is no evidence. It's he say, she say.
Okay, so Hamp, this goes back to what I'm saying. When it comes to the fact, there is a fact that kid didn't brandish a weapon in the store. He didn't steal anything, and he had no reason to be chased. All of those are facts. Everything that comes after that is not a fact, and that is the thing that these people will hang their hat on.
Yeah.
Is the thing that isn't a fact.
And so, real quick, right? That's the key, right? And the jury had to do the same thing we're doing, right? We're not actually being ignorant to what had to happen. It's circumstantial and speculative because you only have the eyewitness view of the people involved, right? So you literally have to do that, you know?
I do have a quick question.
Real quick. I know you don't care what I'm saying, Devin, but just real quick.
I do.
Right. The key is, right, when I make a speculative conclusion based on the evidence, it interests me the what people fall on. Like what side, I guess, for lack of a better term, people fall on. That's always interesting to me when we conversing. Devin, now, last time you interjected, we've been talking for 7 minutes. So I have to get Rockstar in and then the floor will be open back up. Rockstar, what's goody? And now he not even ready? Good God almighty.
What's good, fam? How y'all doing?
What's good? Hey, you gonna use that microphone once in a while, or you just got it there for show? Yeah, but you're not talking through the mic. We can hear you fine, but you're not using your mic that you pay good money for. Is all I'm saying.
Oh, my bad. Hold on.
It's the setting.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, it's the setting. Rockstar. I mean, we hear you fine. But it's just like you're not talking through the mic. Now we can't hear it at all.
I know I'm normally ready, man.
I think you're
good now.
Yeah, I think you're good now.
It sounded good. It sounded crisp. You heard it, right, Lee? It sounded like he was through the.
Yeah,
it sounds cleaner. Go ahead.
Good now. Yeah, I think you're good now. It
sounded good. It sounded crisp.
You heard it, right, Lee? Now he's not talking now.
It sounds cleaner. You done turned the YouTube back on. Good God Almighty. Jesus Christ. All right, go back to the old school, man. Microphone, internal microphone from the HP.
Yo, you funny.
Yeah, just go back to internal microphone.
It's better.
Yeah, it's better.
Yes.
Yeah. God
Thank
damn.
you, Jay.
Nah, I got it, fam. You hear me now?
Yes.
That's better?
Yes.
No, man, I'm tripping. Yeah, and first of all, I want to I'm done.
Yeah, you good.
Oh man, I'm lagging. Just go to the next person.
Now you lagging, but it sounds great now though.
I have a delay.
Go ahead, Devin. You wanted to introduce something, or Mr. Wayne? I know.
Yeah.
Been quiet.
No, I think a serious question came up out of that conversation was like if he got shot for stealing, and I think Lee even kind of was about to say it. Why didn't he just shoot him when he was like right at the store? Why was there a chase 100 and something yards before the gun came out? What was the circumstances that got to that far before the gun came out?
100%. Devin, here's the point, right? When I'm looking at it, right, and I know the disposition based on my anecdotal experience. Hold on, Rockstar, you got to mute. When I'm looking at it, see, I have no rhyme or reason to give benefit of the doubt. I have anecdotal experience with these people and how they act and how they see us and view us. This shit is not nothing new, right? And so if he's shooting people, he already got malicious intent, in my opinion, based on the speculation that we all been doing. He looking for a reason. 150 yards, you looking for a reason. When the last time you ran 150 yards? You just as old as me. I'm talking about sprint, not jog. I'm talking about sprint 150 yards with the 4.5, because he had a 4.5, right?
Mm-hmm.
He had a 4.5. He had the big hammer on him.
That motherfucker heavy.
He had a 40 actually. He had a 4.5. He had a 40.
Oh, I thought it was a 4.5. And I'm like, yo, that's a concerted effort. That is different, bro. That's not. You see, I don't err on the side of the China man was upright. Hell nah.
Which I agree. I understand your position, but we're understanding that's just obviously a bias to when
Why?
you're looking at a case objectively.
Why? How is it a bias? Have you been to the carry out? Have you been to the nail salon around your way where it's predominantly black people, and when you go in there, the service sucks and they treat you like shit and they talk shit behind your back? I want you to do this. Turn on the Google Translate next time you go in the carry out.
Yeah, I know they talk crap.
Well, then this is not a bias. This is real because we both agree.
Wait.
Hold on, Lee. Let us finish. Let us finish, Lee. Right. So I'm saying it's proven, and I substantiated it with you also experiencing that or acknowledging that. So now 150 yards. Look at this, Devin. That's how fast you running 150 yards. You got poor intent on that chase down. Not for $1. So I don't understand how y'all.
He wanted his son to whoop his ass, probably.
Yeah, again, I don't think I think we shouldn't be chasing people down for stealing, that type of stuff. But also, I think my point is still valid to where if the whole thing was he shooting because of the stolen item, the gun would have already been pulled out.
He didn't steal nothing.
It can't exist, bro.
There's obviously a
move
change
forward,
of
bro.
circumstance to why the gun actually came out.
Yeah, let's just move forward, dog, because it is what it is. Everybody has their stance. Nobody's budging, right? We need to talk about the Karmelo Anthony aspect of it because that shit's been whatever, and we not talking about the Karmelo Anthony shit at all. So let's move to that, bro.
Yeah, no, I think it's okay. I think it's all right there though. Okay, so let's move on to Karmelo. Oh man, how much time I got? Okay, well. This situation, I think it's been a great conversation. I guess at a point it'll be circular. We kind of been going back and forth, and I think the implicit bias thing is important. I also think it will never, I also know it will never be removed, and I understand Lee's point about them wanting to mitigate it, and so now if we know it can't, sorry, go ahead, Rockstar.
I didn't mean because I'm good now.
No, you're back on the other mic, bro. But go ahead.
He's good though in terms of we can hear him.
Yeah, we can hear you. Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, just checking. Yeah, I had wanted to speak on that before.
Go ahead. You got it.
Yeah. I just wanted to add to this. I heard everything. I watched the whole show, and I ain't gonna lie, I'm really disappointed, man, overall, because what I just witnessed was a panel of black men and a certain percentage of y'all literally find every reason to villainize the kid. And had nothing to say to criminalize the adult. That's disheartening, man. That is sickening as hell to me, bro. And the fact that we constantly, the gun. We even criminalize a boy for having 2 phones. Hell, I got 3. What the fuck that mean? Like, what the fuck are we talking about? It was a 14-year-old kid. It was proved he didn't steal. Then somebody ran 150 yards. Who runs after somebody and don't have malicious intent and then they shoot? To me, that is so mind blowing. And I'm riding with Fantastic on this. Like, come on, man. Like, why are I watched some of y'all literally reach to criminalize the boy and even call him a man. And I just think that's disingenuous, that's disheartening. And if I was in a race where I wouldn't want some of you niggas on my team.
Yeah, it's just it's too much benefit of the doubt. You're right. I can't understand that. Like I can't understand why these other people that you don't commune with get the benefit of the doubt. I just don't see that. Now, there was a case I covered. This girl played for Georgetown. Her name was Asia something. And so she was having seemed to be a psychotic episode, right? And I covered it, but it got like it was a while ago. And so Asian officer pulls up and she comes out the door and stabs him with a knife. I don't know if y'all saw this in like Virginia. And so he giving her several commands. Stop. Even after he got stabbed. It took her, they turned the corner, turned back around. He finally shot her after probably about 30 seconds. You got to be honest, right? He got stabbed twice. He shot her at the end of it, right? You got to be honest. That's justifiable, black, white, or not, right? That's the importance. Be voracious in all the aspects. But now when we have to speculate, we give the benefit of the doubt to people that you don't even commune with. That's the part that's confusing.
Exactly.
You know? Karmelo, what we think? All white jury. Oh, excuse me, I'm bugging. I think it's non-black. I'm talking non-black. No black people on the jury. Sorry, I'm bugging.
That's all white.
Gotta remove that bias, man. Clearly, you listen to y'all pro-blacks up here. Y'all so biased, y'all can't see through shit. But that blackness. Hold on, I'm talking. Just real quick. I'm gonna land it real quick.
Just disagree without labeling them.
You just labeled us.
What did I call you? I did not label y'all nothing. No, I didn't.
I didn't give y'all a label, but you are pro-black, right? I ain't say anti-black. I said pro-black.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But don't
okay. Bro. So you about to argue with me over calling you pro-black now, bro? Jesus
well,
Christ.
I'm just saying. I just noticed that when some people disagree with people, they give them titles or they say they're biased. You know, it's a such thing as just simply disagreeing with someone. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, you just said you ended your thing with, if we was having a race war, I wouldn't want to be on the team with y'all. And then I
didn't give you a label, though. That was a clear sentence.
All right, bro. You got it, bro.
Thank you.
You got
it. Thank you. It's crazy.
So the jury has no African. This is what they said. No so-called African Americans on the jury.
It's looking bleak, bro.
So,
if my bad. Who's that? Who's going?
I was making a point.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Fantastic. They're removing bias, which I think they should do, because clearly, as shown up here and on panels where it's predominantly people who agree with black, they want to be for their people, right? They have a bias, and bias is not good in being fair. So I agree with what they did by removing those people.
But Lee, but now you're automatically excusing the other side of bias. You don't think all them white people that was crying in the fucking courtroom, grown white men crying in the courtroom, got fucking biased for a white boy being killed by a nigga on school grounds?
Yo, you know what's crazy is,
yes or no?
Well, yeah, answer my question first, please, brother, respectfully.
Yes, I have to say yes.
All right, so you think all right.
That's a good point. But
I know it is.
Now.
Hold on, just real quick, Lee. Hold on. Hamp, we gotta bring the trials back, Hamp. We gotta bring the trials back, Hamp. We gotta start doing trials
back for sure.
They done forgot about motherfucking prosecutastic in this motherfucker, okay? Y'all forgot, man.
Now, I can represent my client here efficiently, okay? Now, I can make the points that need to be made. Now, see, my point is this, okay? The bias needs to be removed. Now, white people, they take in on this bias stuff, and ain't nothing we could do because...
Well, just real quick, hold up. Judge Hamp, Judge Hamp, We're Judge Hamp. We're going to offer. The prosecution is offering a plea deal of 20 years. Okay, first and final offer. Now, if the defense would like to take this to trial, we going for the life. Well, we going for execution.
Taking it to trial.
Judge Hamp, you need to let them know. Okay. You gotta let them know, Judge Hamp. Gotta let them know who we dealing with.
We gotta set it up. I gotta get in judge mode.
We gotta let them know who we dealing with. Death penalty.
Listen, we never fail over here. You understand? Never.
I'm just saying.
You're gonna win this case. You understand? See. The thing is that we wish we had the nepotism. Okay. Can't get mad. Be a hater and get mad at them because they got it. I just wish I had it.
That's a joke.
You understand what I'm saying to you? So I can't hate on them. Okay. Now, unfortunately, it is what it is. You know, it is what it is. I wasn't there. I would have got us all killed. We'd have never been even existing because now we got to be second place to these motherfuckers. That's a different conversation.
Well,
that's not nepotism.
What the fuck are we talking
yes,
about?
it is. You better believe it. Oh, you better believe that it's nepotism.
The crazy thing.
You totally misused that word, bro.
Nepotism, okay?
The ill thing is, right, is saying justifiably why they are how they are. And then we can't see through our bias when we make proper assessments. That don't make no sense.
Yeah, but he already conceded, Hammer. This is what I'm saying, right?
I didn't concede now. See, because what you don't understand is in both of these situations, both of these people are not in a situation to where their bias needs to be implicated. Karmelo got pushed. Didn't need to pull out a weapon, pulled the weapon out, stabbed that boy. Now, case shut and closed there, buddy. Ain't nothing else we could do about it. Kill the man, kill the kid when you could have just fought the kid. It don't make sense. It don't make sense.
Yeah, I'm not. So this be clear. Yeah, I'm not on the Karmelo side. I wouldn't be saying that because I think the problem with the Karmelo shit, and I think this is where these two trials are linked as far as jury makeup, Hamp, or what would you call it? The makeup of the jury or the construction or whatever?
Yeah, jury makeup. Yeah.
Yeah, like the jury makeup, the people on the jury, and then what's being argued here, right? So we had a case to where Rick Child was clearly, more likely than not, in the wrong, right? It should have been an open and shut case, right? You got boy being chased and so on and so on. I know it's two different states, I know it's jurisdictions, but the murder is the two things that are in common here, right? We don't know the details of the Rick Child situation, and Rick Child was given the benefit of a doubt for killing a kid, right? A black kid. Now we're on the case to where the black kid has killed a white kid, which is caught on video. It was from two kids having an altercation, and he stabbed them and killed them. Now, what I heard already brought up, Hamp, and then they didn't show the thing. They asked when they started talking to the faculty and the staff and the athletic things, they said that the students agreed to and signed to no weapons at school functions and so on and so forth, right? So, and then for them to have a lot of these things that we just heard today, testimony from the combat veteran. Listen, man, all this shit matters, bro. And when you it's not just about it's not about being right. What they say is what you can prove, right? It's convincing that jury. And them telling you that grown ass men in the whole courtroom is crying, and Karmelo unknowingly is up there stoic as a motherfucker and hard. This ain't the time, bro. No, and again, I think this is a case where, hey, bro, listen, I know we know this shit over and done with or whatever, but you need to be as sympathetic as fuck, whether you are or not, nigga. You need to be crying, you need to be shaking your head, you need to be looking depressed. But you sitting up here playing a hard nigga right now is not helping because you're trying to convince the jury. And the jury crying and boo-hooing or whatever, everybody in the whole courtroom crying. And you was oh so worried, when it happened, but now you totally cool and fine with it.
I think what about he thought about
man.
he
That's all.
probably
He's showing
came
true
assuming
colors.
that he already know his shit's like already know what's going on. Like he already know like, hey, this it's gonna happen. It's almost like almost how almost everybody thinks he's gonna get the book thrown at him. So almost I don't. And he
Yeah,
had
but
time
you
to
still
sit on
gotta
it.
play. You still gotta play your fucking
understand, play the
role, Key.
game.
If you want to
Understand,
help,
play the game.
if you want to deny it, shit.
But I'm not saying he's not saying he did it either way. But all I'm saying is you saying act the game. I think that's the lawyer's job to tell him how to act the game, how to act the way.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
what I'm
he's
saying
never
though.
been in a situation.
I'm looking at this on all sides, bro. I'm looking at this from prosecution to defense to jury to whatever. Motherfuckers don't. Again, bro. I look at this holistically. I look at it holistically, bro. And like I said, this is why I think the Karmelo shit is going to be extremely, extremely difficult for him not to be found guilty because of all the details just on day one that are being disclosed and discovered. So
What's all the charges? Because is it murder one or is it like other charges under that? Is how many charges he getting hit with?
Let me look it up.
Because I feel like
murder in the first degree.
Like purposely intent to kill him. I don't think it'd be hard.
He's
something else.
Come on, he's in court for murder in the first degree murder.
That's the only charge you got here?
Yeah.
Is that one?
Yep, murder in the first degree, which is intent.
He probably could beat that, bro.
I think
murder is hard to beat, bro. I mean, it's hard to prove. Sorry.
I think what's gonna help shape the case is pretty much what is the conversation that's being had in that little circle of kids that initially saw it. So like, was he threatened? Was there previous threats? I think that's what will probably help mitigate, if not help get him off possibly.
Bro, this man, again, and this is why I tell y'all, right? And I don't even have faith or hope in a black person being on the jury. We just had 5 out of 7 give a not guilty for Rick Child. But let's just say this, right? This is day one, and the crowd is boo-hooing over staff members and adults. What you gonna do when they put his twin brother on the stand and he talks about how his brother died in his arms? Bro, it's over with. It's over, man.
But yeah, but I give you fantastic. Like, you know, they go for emotional part, but it's the part that a lot of stuff is like holes in the situation. Like first, you know how we always said I remember this conversation came up. We were talking about they being under tents and all the like. It's certain things we have to really. They talk about how he was so much in the wrong of where he was and all them things that's why I feel like that's another thing that would kind of get shown. Weak defense, said,
weak defense, bro. Weak defense. Okay, they didn't have a tent, so let's walk it down, Keys. That's one of the things that was covered. Hamp, you actually played that, right? The black journalist said that, right? Mm-hmm. He was talking about how they said they were the only school there that didn't have their own tent, right? Shout out to the defense for actually doing a better job than what the prosecution did on the other side. See, you pick a point and you have to harp on that point, and you always correlate it to the argument. Oh, well, had they had a tent, you know, such and so and so. So the defense is doing a decent job of that to begin with, right? Mm-hmm. The problem with that, though, Key, is you didn't have a tent. Cool, fine, right? Okay, well, why did you pick that tent? And then how do you end up stabbing somebody to death over being pushed?
The first thing I would say, the tent. Why they said that the girl that he was talking to, it was his girlfriend's friend. That's from another school, so that's what they said in the court. You know, that's what was said. So that's the reason why he was under the tent. But then I would have to ask you. Then the question is, fantastic. Why are the 2 boys was there and they was kicked off the track team 2 weeks before that incident?
That's a lie.
That's
a lie.
I watched it. Where's the trial? It's not on the trial. Can you
who said that on the trial? Yeah, who said that on the trial? Where was that said on the trial?
That said he was kicked. One of the coaches. One of the coaches said he was kicked. The boy was even. They said he sent a text message saying, "I need you to be more of a leader and stuff like that." I'm not mistaken.
Is that saying why would you tell somebody you need to be more of a leader if he's not on the team?
2 weeks prior. Check it up. But it's true. I'm just trying to make sure.
Austin Metcalf kicked off track team.
Yeah, you can go. Yeah, simple as that. Right. Really.
I mean, but you didn't answer his second question when he asked you, why
the stabbing?
That part. Pushing.
All you do is self-defense. That's why you're gonna use self-defense. He physical touch, self-defense. That's
wow.
All right. Hold on. Let's see. Hold on. Okay. It says it's a live update, by the way, right? Memorial track coach testifies about Austin Metcalf's final moments at track meet. Due to this, typically the leaders, including Austin and Hunter Metcalf, to help, saying that the throwers are usually in charge of setting up the tents. He actually kicked Metcalf off the team, but they talked and he let him back on. Starr said that heading into the district meet, he was a little upset with Austin Metcalf. At a previous meet, he said Austin Metcalf threw and then left early to go fishing. So he actually kicked Austin Metcalf off the team, but they talked and he let him back on. The coach said that there was never a rain delay that day, and Memorial athletes were mostly under the tent, though some other school athletes went back to their buses. Now, see, key. I don't think you did that maliciously, brother. But this is what I talk about. That's what. But you asked after you made a definitive statement.
Yeah, you definitely made a statement.
Well, I mean, I brought that up because that's what I heard. Now, to the point of
exactly, and this is what I'm saying, and this comes to the other point. Just like black random eyewitness guy, when we have random black witnesses that embellish the story or just go along with what somebody said without verifying it, this is how we get where we get.
Yeah, I see.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you know how these cases are. We all can admit, we're making our best educated assumption. And my educated assumption, I don't think that he'll get charged with first degree, but he will be guilty of one of those counts. He's definitely going to.
That's the only
He
count.
only got one count though.
Oh, that's the only count.
Can they ask for a lower sentence?
But what I'm saying is, can they not charge him a lower charge?
They didn't.
No, that's only for a plea deal. They only drop it if it's a plea deal. If they give you a plea deal.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
But then you gotta take that. You're not taking that shit. You ain't gonna take no plea deal to go try to give him 15 years.
Well, we don't know. I mean, you know what I mean? Listen to me. A few years, 5 years, 10 years is better than my life.
No, I feel
we can't say that. You know what I mean? If that lawyer goes to him and say, "Hey, look, buddy, this is all you got. I don't think you should go there with this." And
I don't think he should either.
Choose, you know what I mean? Yeah, I mean, if you feel you're innocent, you definitely have that right. I totally agree. I'm just saying, I think that at worst, I think at worst it will probably be offered a plea, of manslaughter. But again, that's another conversation too. Will he take it and should he take it? That's a deep question. That's big.
I don't know why he picked up a weapon in the first place. He could have just fought him.
You're not gonna justify that, man. That's gonna be that's gonna be the hard part, bro.
Right. It's just like the other kid. It's like the weapon, the force multiplier. It just makes it so they could do shit that normally, if like Fantastic said in the beginning, if he did it, then he'd be in jail. But you gotta keep our kids away. You gotta keep these kids away from these weapons, man. I don't know why. It goes back to what I was saying. The neighborhoods, man. Why these kids are so afraid of inside their neighborhoods? That should be like your safe, your safe zone. I never had to walk around with a gun. I had a knife. I never had to use it though.
See, I guess upbringing is different. I had a gun since I was 13. I come from Texas. I was hunting with my uncles and grandfathers and stuff since 7. So, and I know
you used to carry it on you going to the store. Like I can understand shooting.
Well, it was different. I was in the street, so I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying in Texas, seeing somebody with a gun does not make people go, you know what I mean? I'm saying outside of events like that, right? So, but seeing somebody at a gun at a gas station, like that just doesn't bother us out here as opposed to if it's in a place where, the East Coast or something, you know what I mean? So it's a different tolerance level, you know what I mean? But I admit, I still agree. I don't think a 14-year-old should be having a weapon, you know what I mean? So,
and ultimately, the same way I said, it's going to play out the same way it played for Belton, right? Carmack Belton. It's going to play out the same way. Because he had a weapon and he shouldn't have had the weapon, ultimately he's wrong. And for him, it's going to be life versus losing life. Ultimately.
I agree with you, Fantastic, but could you agree with me on this? the politics that's involved in it, it's gonna help play a part in that decision too, because you can best believe they're behind the scenes having conversations about, hey, where should we lead this trial? What should we do? It's some backdoor conversations going on, because it's definitely going to affect the political landscape of not only that town, but the people who live in that town that are quote unquote the hierarchy of the area.
So you think that white people would be cool? How you just said all the white people was cool, just crying and stuff. You think if Karmelo got off, it wouldn't be a problem?
Yeah, but that's what I'm telling you.
No. I'm not saying it's going to be either or. I'm just saying that don't think that they're just everything is just, not saying y'all do think that, but decisions are, the political landscape are going to have a big factor in the outcome of this case.
I don't see that being the case here, especially being that the way they're approaching it. No live media. You can take notes, and everything is going to be quote unquote word of mouth to keep a lot of the ins and outs of like the courtroom and our interference. So as much as people may not like it, I think that's, to keep people from hearing things, or a chance of hearing a lot of opinions, or seeing footage and stuff like that, and it being limited to the courtroom. I actually think that was a good call by the judge, as much as the public may not like it, right? But
that kind of proves my point, though. It's like when I say politics, I'm not talking about just from a media perspective, but just from the politics of the town, the people, the lawyers, the city, the parents, the community.
Well, I think that's already preset, though, Rockstar.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's, because what I'm saying is, I'm almost certain that the backdoor meetings and the conversations in the political institution within that town is what helped led to the decision to make those rules as far as the case ongoing. As far as what you said with, no media, you can write stuff down, you know what I mean? To prevent an uproar, you know what I'm saying? If the verdict, comes to, hey, guilty.
Yeah, so just for context, just real quick. So Collin County has a highly diverse population of approximately 1.2 million residents. The racial and ethnic breakdown is approximately 48% white, 21% Asian, 16% Hispanic, 12% Black, and 3% everything else. So bro, I don't. That is a extremely low. Black people are at the bottom of. So I don't think that's going to affect the politics there in any way, shape, form, or fashion.
So you think he gonna lose?
Bro, he cooked, bro.
Yeah, he cooked, bro.
It's day one, Hamp, and you have justifiable, as much as people may not, you have justifiable breaking out crying of people in multiple occasions, bro. Again, as much as you want to talk about, it's the jury that matters. And if you listen, you had just had a black reporter, a black official media person tell you this shit. And a lot of if you listen to the details that they're giving, you had a combat veteran trying to save this boy's life and tell you that he heard his last breaths. And I think from what they're saying, they either had the audio record of, it going on through the 911 call, or someone recording it that they're also listening to in the what's name. So a lot of the stuff that we're getting is just a recounting, but everyone in the courtroom, and most importantly, the jurors, are witnessing this shit in real time, bro.
Yeah, I agree too. But I mean, just based on what the rules of the case, it's like it's like they're cooking his ass now. I mean, just based off the rules, no media and stuff like that. They're keeping it on the minimum, where any information that does get out, they can kind of control the narrative. So far, he looks cooked.
Can I ask you a question?
Again, go ahead.
Have any of y'all actually seen the knife? Is it possible that it was a cleat sharpener?
No, they called it a knife.
They also call them weapons, right? And if I pick up a beer bottle, right, in a fight, it's a weapon.
No, but they said knife though.
It's a pocket knife. They said one of foldable knife.
Yeah, I think they would clarify.
It goes to that concept of we don't grant any kids any grace, right? Kids at school fight all the dadgum time. Hell, I'm pretty sure we all fought in high school, right? Like that was kind of a normal concept, right? But without actually anybody ever showing any knife on media or anything, we call it a knife, right? But we all the same way we call things weapons, right? And half the time they're a stick or whatever thing that's like near them. Now a cleat sharpener wasn't Anthony a track player?
Yeah,
And the
but
other guy was a football player?
Again, I understand what you're doing though, but what we're telling you is that, so let me verify this. It was a knife. It was the police called it a knife. It's evidence is knife. Other people are saying knife.
Right.
So it's not. It wasn't a cleat sharpener.
Yeah, a cleat sharpener looks like a knife, right? It's got a handle, but the blade is technically it's about 2 inches long, but it's triangular shape. Has some kind of weird thing that it sharpens the cleats. I don't know how the manual ones work.
We don't. They don't do that no more. They just replace the cleat. They screw it, unscrew it.
Yeah, exactly. Ain't no more cleat fucking sharpeners, bro.
Now all the black kids are rich now, right? And they're replacing the thing, and then ain't no poor kids trying to save.
You don't gotta be rich, Josh. A pair of fucking cleats, you can get them shits on, and you can get cleat spikes. Cleat spike is like maybe $5. Josh, come on.
Yeah, I didn't do that when I ran track over a decade ago, and I didn't sharpen no cleats. I just took them out.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know, but if it comes out that it was a cleat sharpener, right? Because I'm assuming the imagery is going to come out in the court case at some point, right? If it comes out that way, y'all gonna lay claim on another black kid with a weapon?
Hold on, bro. Let's see what they said, man.
Yeah, I don't know. Officially, there's no image released yet, right? This is only speculation.
Hold on. I'm looking at it, brother.
Yeah, running track in Texas. I'm pretty sure they even probably gave him cleats for free.
Okay, so again, in the arrest warrant affidavit, they haven't. Let me make sure it's not under trial. So in the arrest warrant affidavit, okay, police reported that a partially open knife with blood on it was recovered from the bleachers. Okay,
partially opened. So that would mean the break part, right?
A foldable knife.
Yeah,
okay. Foldable knife or a pocket knife.
That's gonna be a knife then. Yeah, that's gonna be a knife.
Let me see if we got something in the thing. Okay.
Yeah, no. If it was retractable, that's definitely a
knife. Hold on. I just want to make sure, bro. If they give the details of what it was, let's see.
I'm asking the question simply because that was the speculation, and I never saw any image of a knife. I never saw anything.
Yeah, so this is what said. This was said in the thing. Witness recounts Austin Metcalf's shove of Karmelo Anthony 26 minutes ago. This is live going on in the trial, so people are, there's no cameras in there, but people are recounting this, right? On cross-examination, defense attorney. Let me put this here so y'all can't say I'm just making shit up. I'll put it in the chat because you niggas, y'all and y'all.
No. Well, they might, but I'm.
Yeah, not you. Yeah, not you, Josh. Hey, people, got their feelings on. So 26 minutes ago, right? Hold on, where we at? The witness said, Anthony was seated with his backpack in his lap and his hand inside. Metcalf approached Anthony and then pushed him. Metcalf pushed him. They saying that no one's denying that Metcalf pushed him by placing both his hands on Anthony's shoulders. Anthony then pulled the knife out of his backpack and pushed Metcalf back while stabbing him in the chest, the witness said.
Wow. Oh, damn. That sounds bad.
That's crazy.
That sounds bad because it's not like like the heat of passion to where it's like, oh, he has his hand on him and then he does it.
Hold on. More shit, Devin. Just real quick, Devin. Witness on the moment after Metcalf was stabbed, he lifted up his shirt where his chest was all bloody. The witness then recounted what happened after the stabbing. Austin fell down the bleachers onto his back and he got up. He said he lifted up his shirt where his chest was all bloody and he said, "I think I got stabbed." The prosecutor then asked about Metcalf's shove to Anthony. Wow. I wouldn't say it was a light shove or a hard shove. I would say it was more of an in-between, the witness said. The witness also said that Austin Metcalf's brother Hunter was not involved. So please stop fucking putting this rumor out here about him getting jumped. This is why I say when y'all make it worse when you put false shit out here, okay? In a defense opening statement, attorney Mike Howard said that both Metcalfs confronted Anthony, and Anthony made a split-second decision out of fear.
Is there any mention in whatever you're reading? Is there any mention of like stuff before happening on social media, like a back and forth?
Yeah, verbally? We haven't gotten to that yet, but all of this is more rumored shit, man. All that is rumored shit, bro. And I think, and again, black people set themselves up for failure, disappointment, and all this false shit because y'all lied. You lied. Y'all just went with because it was a white boy in a situation. Y'all want blood. Y'all want to get back in blood. So y'all automatically believe in anything that random niggas make up to make the boy innocent when he is clear that he killed a boy, bro.
Can I go against that a little bit? I'm not just for the
Sure,
fuck of
go right ahead, brother. Whatever you
Just for the
want,
fuck
man.
of it. Just by you saying that,
Yeah,
did the
for
agent,
sure.
did Andy and them just going on another dude? And did Andy and them just did the same thing? Kind of just said something that that probably didn't happen, but they're trying to get whatever to get them off.
What you mean?
Do you think the dude
Rick
pointed a gun
Child, Rick Child, you talking about Rick
Asians?
Child?
No, I don't know. There was for one.
I'm
No,
going off the
nope.
race. Race.
Okay.
Well, you
Period.
asked
I'm
me a
going off
question.
race,
Let me answer.
race,
You asked me the
race.
question. Let me answer it.
Go ahead.
You asked the question. Let me answer it. So what I'm telling you is this: no, the reason I'm gonna say no is because it wasn't fucking a social media fanfare and conversation over this shit, and it's over 3 years old. Key, the boy got killed in 2023. He's murdered in 2023. No niggas nor nobody talked about this shit for real until the trial happened. So that's how I know Asian people weren't talking about it. No one was giving the benefit of the doubt because it wasn't a hot topic on social media. So no.
So you're saying since nobody was talking about it publicly like that, I'm just saying, I think what anybody would try to get used to whatever benefit trying to see the other side. Period. And no matter what, if it happens, it comes down to it. I think it happens. Period. Niggas, Asian people, white people, they all gonna try to use their point of view for it to work in their way. I don't think it's just niggas alone. That's how I'm looking at it.
Yeah, and shout out to it's a super chat, so I can say it. So somebody said that they showed the knife in court today, 5+ inches. So I don't know if that included the blade though. So you got to be careful with that.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Not if it was only the blade, but you know what I mean. But yeah, just the handle and the blade. I'm sorry. That's what I meant to say.
Did you read that he got shoved and then went through the whole process of taking his backpack off, then to take the knife out?
Well, I just read that part. That's the way it was explained was he already had his hand in the thing.
He said he warned him before he even touched him. He said don't.
Yeah, so let's see. Hold on. I got you. Austin Metcalf's team recounts. This is at 1:17 p.m. It's Hamp. Texas is an hour behind, so I don't know if it's Texas time or Eastern Standard, but it says 1:17, and this is we'll just say right. Austin Metcalf's teammate recounts what led up to the stabbing. After a lunch break, the prosecution called a Memorial High School track athlete to the stand who witnessed a fatal encounter between his teammate Austin Metcalf and Karmelo Anthony. The judge prohibited the media from identifying the witness. So this is a minor or this is a child. Well, this is I won't say a minor or whatever because it could be he could be 18, but this is a school student, right? This is a high school student. The witness said that by the time he arrived, Anthony was already under the Memorial High School tent in the bleachers at Kiu Kendall Stadium. The witness recounted that he and other Memorial athletes under the tent asked Anthony to leave multiple times. At first, it was not aggressive, he said, but then tensions escalated. I remember Karmelo refusing to leave and Austin saying, "You need to leave," and Karmelo saying, "Touch me and find out," the witness said. The witness also denied that anyone was ganging up on Anthony and that Anthony was the one provoking the situation. The defense is arguing that Anthony acted in self-defense. Austin leans in to push him and Karmelo stabs him, the witness said. Karmelo had his hands inside a backpack when he thought it was bluff. He said he and others didn't believe Anthony would do anything because they live in a safe community.
Yeah, I mean.
I asked this question.
Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
You know, when this first broke up, we did discuss this, and it was different things said. So you mean to tell me that this black kid wasn't in danger of being beat on or getting slapped on and everything, and then decided to defend this stuff just by stabbing him instead of fighting?
Yeah, that's exactly what we're saying. Well, I won't say that's what we're saying. That's what so far that's what the witnesses are saying, or the witness is saying. So the first high school witness is saying that.
White boy family, right? Witness.
No, it's not a family. It's a teammate and somebody that went to high school. And I don't know if it was the same person.
Didn't we
hold on.
The boy was a kind of a bully and could be an asshole and everything?
Okay, so Mr. Williams, let's say so again. This is where I say y'all can't be impartial, Mr. Williams. Now let's reverse it. So let's say the black boy pushed the white boy. The white boy stabbed him in his chest and he killed him. You cool with that?
No, I'm not cool with it at all.
All right then. So what are you arguing? What are we arguing?
is if he was
well, no. Hold on. Before you move on, let's address that first.
Because what different things that was heard about.
I know what, Mr. Williams, you're running from what I'm asking you.
He was getting jumped on.
No, he didn't. No, he was not. Again, that's a lie. Mr. Williams, I already told you that's disproven.
So he ain't got to be jumped.
That's been disproven. So hold on, let you running from what I asked you. I asked you that for a reason. And this is what y'all refuse to do, right? So answer my question first, please. I'm gonna ask you again. If the roles were reversed and the fucking black boy pushed the white boy pulls out a knife, stabs him in the chest, and kills him, are you cool with him getting off?
Well, I said that. I said he shouldn't have
stabbed him. Okay, all right then. So what you're saying, Mr. Williams? So Mr. Williams, what you're saying? Let me explain to you what you're saying.
Well, Mr. Fantastic,
what you explain?
He hasn't answered. So, Mr. Williams, answer his question, and you can give him some context. But he's asking you if the roles were reversed, would you?
He'd still be wrong.
He'd still be wrong. And what do you think the verdict should be?
I would feel as though it needs to be you go to jail.
Okay, so you.
we arguing. Thank you, Mr. Williams, being honest.
But because Fantastic wants.
There's no but.
Put me in this hole. If he was getting assaulted, I would have to look at it differently.
The push is an assault, Mr. Williams. That's why I said he pushed him.
It's still a
battery.
For that, we heard it was more than just a push.
Now, what I'm telling you is that's nigga made up nonsense. That's made up nigga nonsense. There's nothing to support that.
Well.
There's a one-off. Go ahead.
I thought it was a push me, see what happens. The push ensues.
That's literally what just got said, Hamp. I don't know if you were here. I read that from they doing live updates. I put the link in the chat, Hamp.
I know.
This testimony was given. Go ahead.
I know. I'm saying, and then he says, "Touch me and see what happens." And doesn't he put his hands on him again?
It didn't say about a second time. He said it was one push and he got stabbed. From what the witness is saying.
It first came out that was not what was said. It was said that he was putting his hands on him several times before that kid stabbed him. When it first came, we did a show on it. When it first came,
and that came from black people that were trying to recount it and niggas that weren't there. That's why I keep trying to tell y'all.
Well, I mean,
the police report didn't say that. Niggas got into it and niggas said, "Oh, well, it was this and he was getting jumped and it was a cleat sharpener."
It was a lot of black Twitter rumors created.
Yes,
it really was, and it was, yeah.
And I was all kinds of fucking coons and whatever for saying, bro, this shit is fucked up because if it was the other way around, you niggas would not be doing this. You niggas would not be cool with a black kid getting fucking killed for pushing a white boy. You wouldn't.
Exactly.
I got one more question. What's the sentencing guidelines for first degree murder in Texas?
I think it's life.
That's at least 25 years.
Yeah, life is I think 25 or 30 years in Texas.
25.
Yeah, minimum, and they say up to 99 years or something.
Yeah. What's the minimum?
25. So he'll be 40.
But it's better than some states because in the others there are some states life means life.
I think he's well the thing is he can't get the death penalty because he was a minor when it happened. I think he was 17 when it happened, right, Hamp?
Yes.
Yeah. 2005 Supreme Court ruled death penalty.
I mean, they're working through the case, right? And so here's what I know. If it's under my tent, motherfuckers gonna make sure that I'm in the right. When I'm in high school and I played linebacker, they gonna make sure I was in the right, for sure, under my tent. Think I'm bugging? When they tell the story, they're gonna say, "Nah, Hamp did X, Y, Z."
Yep. True.
Yeah, but it's gonna be we gotta wait because remember he had a friend that was with him, so we'll see what they say. We'll see what his friend says.
The friend he was going to sit with is important.
Yeah, and not just that. So that girl, and he had a friend. He had his teammate. So it was his teammate, and
he had a teammate
the girl,
with him.
I guess he was gonna. Yeah, remember that was in the thing. That was one of the first things that was put there. It was said he had a teammate that was with him also.
Wow. Okay, that's new to me. That's new to me. I didn't hear that.
Yeah, this is definitely a case where it's far from cut and dry. You know how some cases you can kind of like say with the other case with the kid, who they shot for quote unquote stealing water. That's a little bit closer to cut and dry. This case here is cut and dry. I mean, besides the obvious, I still don't think he had to stab him.
So,
you know, I mean, come on, we grew up in school, man. I done got my ass whooped and I don't want some. You know what I mean? I didn't think to kill somebody or whatever. Or, I don't know, you know.
Yeah, and again, Hamp, I feel you, bro. But again, bro, I don't. They saying that
give me
he
2
was the
seconds. I'll be right
aggressor.
back. I'll be right back.
Okay, so this is where I follow. And this is where I follow with out of the shit. Like, if that was the case and they was just, he did nothing wrong, they would have lied and been like, he never touched the boy. Everybody is saying whatever that, hey, he pushed him. He definitely pushed him. They went over the surveillance or whatever. They did the enhancements and stuff and, zoomed in and shit. What's showing, bro, is just not adding up for bro. It's not adding up for the boy. It's not.
Yeah.
None of this shit is looking good, bro. None of it. From
then
the surveillance.
Another thing I don't like either, I agree with you on this, Fantastic, is, man, some too many times, often, some of us black people, when it comes to incidents like this, the first thing we look at is race. We don't even make a judgment off what happened or what we think happened or should happen until it's like, well, wait a minute, who was black, who was white? You know what I'm saying? That's the part that blows my mind. I'm like, well, what happened to your logic? What happened to your non-bias? What happened to, absorbing the information and then making a sound or educated assumption, right? You know what I'm saying? To me, there's nothing wrong with assuming as long as you can admit that, hey, look, it's an assumption. I'm assuming, I don't know. And for most cases, I'm not going to argue about loose assumptions anyway. It's good talking points, but we got to be careful on that when we be discussing these issues.
And again, man, y'all, like, this is why I say, bro, and this is why I say there's a lot of intellectual, emotional, and just immaturity in a lot of things, man. Y'all are justifying deadly force for a push.
Exactly.
That's never gonna hold up, dog. My grown ass, I promise you. Okay, all right. Even in some stand your ground shit or whatever, I just push a motherfucker and they motherfucking blow my motherfucking brains out, bro. That's gonna be a hard case to beat, brother.
No, but Miss Fantastic, do you think Karmelo meant to kill him? You think he premeditated murder?
Premeditated? No, I don't think he had a plan on killing Austin Metcalf that day because he didn't.
I know, but the
know.
charge is murder one. You see, so you're saying, hey, you when somebody does something to you that doesn't warrant you killing them, right? Murder one would be premeditated, cold-blooded murder. We went through the statutes, and so does that meet the burden of proof?
Well, let's refresh.
Yeah, remember the last, the one of the other witnesses, right, said when I was walking around with him on the track, he's like, if he dies, your life changed, and he said that Karmelo said he's not gonna die, right? And then the witness also testified that he seemed remorseful. He was crying. You see, because remember, murder first degree is premeditated, cold-blooded murder. So that's the burden. Remember, that's the key.
All right, let's remind the people. All right, so parameters of standard murder, first degree felony, under Texas Penal Code 19.02. A first degree felony murder occurs if the perpetrator intentionally, knowingly causes death, intends to cause seriously bodily injury resulting in death, or causes death while committing another felony. It also covers deaths resulting from manufacture or delivery of a certain controlled substance like fentanyl. Parameters for capital murder. Well, I don't think they give them capital murder. But yeah, that's so Hamp. That's what it says.
Can I answer that, Fantastic? So what I'm noticing, Hamp, is you are right. In Texas, it's that okay, so they're just charging them for the murder, right? It's not like degrees to it, right? But what I'm noticing is even though that's like that, they have more options at the degree of guilt based off the time that they can give you. Because right here it says murder carries sentence of 5 years to 99 years. So I think that's probably where they kind of make up as far as the degree of murder is, as opposed to just having a definite statute of different degrees of murder.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. In Texas, they have second degree murder. So, and that's the thing. Yeah. And when you look up the actual statute, it uses terminology cold-blooded and hot-blooded.
Facts.
You see?
Yeah, I was just talking about the first degree murder. That's what I was
I know, but the calculation of it, right? Somebody's putting their hands on you, you know, that would qualify the most, I think most reasonable people as hot-blooded, right? I'm in an altercation at that point, you know, and I make a decision to try to kill someone. That burden of proof seems to make more sense, but they went with first degree because of that language of maybe touch me and see what happens. But I think that's a mistake.
Hamp, so let me do this real quick.
I didn't mean to cut you off, okay, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, no, I'll just give it. So Karmelo Anthony is charged with first-degree murder under Section 19.02 of Texas Penal Code. Under Texas law, first-degree murder carries a penalty of 5 to 99 years or life in prison. Though, because he was 17 at the time of the incident, he is legally ineligible to receive the death penalty or a sentence of life without the possibility of parole. Let me see if it gives us the thing. Okay, and I think I just read that one, but I'll pick it up too. But go ahead, Rock. My bad. I just want to give that context, bro.
That's why I just wanted to go back to what we was talking about earlier when I was talking about the politics of it, right? The backdoor wheeling and dealing, right? Because, for example, who's to say that they're not in the background saying, "Hey, look, we gotta find them guilty, but we'll just give them 5 years suspended sentence," things like that. I really think that that's coming. I really think that those type of conversations are being had. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. To where, okay, we'll satisfy whoever they think, whatever demographic that they feel needs to be satisfied, but then we'll detract it on this. But okay, we'll just 5 years suspended sentence on the rest or whatnot. I truly think that it's gonna affect this case and how they you know what I'm saying, give it to the public.
I got you. I'm saying this because I'm thinking about it, right? I understand that backdoor shit, you know what I mean? But they here now, you know, who knows what game they playing. But, you know, that's more, not minimizing what you're saying, but that's kind of more conspiracy. I'm looking at what we have in terms of what they gave us. I'm saying, yo, you the big tough guy. I'm sitting under the tent where you don't think I'm supposed to be, even though I know one person with me and one person under the tent. You say, yo, what you doing here, X, Y, and Z, and we have an exchange. And you say, I'm going to remove you. I'm going to say, touch me and see what happens, right? I get to warn you, right? You don't get to just threaten me, right? That's assault, right? So you saying that I can't respond? Because that's what we're saying. We're saying I can't respond.
Not with deadly force, Hamp. Yeah, no, it's not adequate force.
You're saying that the words are incriminating, right? I'm saying if you tell me you're going to do something to me, Mr. Fantastic, I say, I wish you would touch me.
Yeah, but it fucks you over if they saying you already got your hand in the bag holding a knife.
But that's what they're trying to predicate it on, you know. That's what they're trying to
predicate it on. That's what I'm saying is gonna fuck them up. So, maybe we didn't read the right thing, but I'm reading it right now, right? Section 1902. Matter of fact, let me share the screen, so because you know niggas gonna put me in the cool.
Read it.
All right, cool.
I'm looking at it too.
So, Section 19.02, murder. A in this section. Number 1, adequate cause means cause that would commonly produce a degree of anger, rage, resent, or terror in a person, ordinary temper, sufficient to render the mind incapable of cool reflection. Mm-hmm. 2, sudden passion, means of passion directly caused by an arising out of provocation by the individual killed or another acting with the person killed with passion arises at the time of the offense and is not solely the result of former provocation. Section B, a person commits an offense if the person intentionally or knowingly causes death of an individual. Part 2, intends to cause seriously bodily injury and commits an act clearly dangerous to human life that causes death of an individual. Section 3, commits or attempts to commit a felony other than manslaughter and in the course of and furtherance of the commission or attempt or in immediate flight from the commission of an attempt, the person commits or attempts to commit act clearly dangerous to human life that causes the death of an individual or knowingly manufactures or delivers controlled substance, including the penalty group 1B under section 481.1022 Health and Safety Code in violation section 481.1123 Healthy and Safety Code. An individual dies as a result of injecting, ingesting, inhaling, introducing into the individual's body any amount of controlled substance manufactured by delivered by the actor, regardless of whether the controlled substance was used by itself or another substance, including a drug, adulterant, or diluent. So that's the important part. So the B part, Hamp, is what's got him fucked up, bro. intentionally and knowingly cause the death of an individual, intends to cause serious bodily injury, and so on and so forth. So he cooked, bro.
I think what Hamp was alluding to was the reason why I think he cried and whatever is like I think he did something that he didn't fully understand the ramifications of what was going to happen, and I think that was the part where he broke down, where he's like he did it and he intended to do it, and I think that's where the prosecution is going to push on, but the defense is going to be like he did it out of the fear of such and such, and he cried because he didn't think that it was going to be as serious or as bad as the outcome came out to be.
I think he's cooked, but I don't think he's cooked based off the details of the case or his action. I think he's cooked simply because they picked an all-white jury. So I think he's cooked just for two different reasons from Fantastic. But I respect his perspective on it, though. Yeah.
What's your reason, Rockstar?
I think he's cooked because of the all-white jury.
Well, it's not all white, but there's no black people.
Oh, it's not. Well, what's the ratio?
It's
we don't. It's just I think they just said no black jurors. That's all they said.
I think out of the 12 is 5 minorities. I think, and 3 of them are
but
women.
if they're not black, he might not stand. It's gonna be.
Well, it's a and that's why I gave the demographics. Remember that's black is the smallest smallest part of the community. It's only 12%. So yeah.
So that's where I think he would be cooked. You know what I mean? Because that ain't gonna help. You know what I'm saying? You know, because somebody can tell you they're not biased and then be biased. Hell, we see that shit on the panel. So just because the jury convinced the people that picked them they ain't biased don't mean shit. That's just like I don't believe the motherfuckers don't be watching TV on the cases and shit when they fight, when they jury these cases. That's a lie. They got cell phones, iPads, TVs. I don't believe that shit.
Yeah, for sure. Josh, what do you think about it being kids in this situation?
I'm a little weird here. I got a problem with well, I guess if it was 25 to 99, I've got a problem with that. 5, okay, maybe, right? But first degree, I swear to God, I don't think Texas is giving out 5 years for first degree murder. Maybe they do. I don't know, right? Texas is a weird state when it comes down to some things. Just like listen to that definition, and that sounds like generic murder anyways, right? Hell, it sounds like second degree is closer to manslaughter or like a crime of passion, like you walked in on your old lady shagging somebody and gunning the bolt down. But I got a problem with throwing a kid behind bars for 25 years. I know it sounds really bad. We don't hold kids to these standards, right? There's a reason why we don't allow them to drive. There's a reason why we don't allow them to drink alcohol, right? We consider them to be irresponsible, right? But we're gonna throw them in prison for like 25 years.
Yeah,
that's
if
a
you
problem.
kill somebody, bro. Yeah, Josh. If you kill somebody, yes, Josh. It was a kid here that killed his sister doing wrestling moves, dog. They tried him as an adult.
Yeah,
no,
13
or 14.
I got it. Texas is a nasty place to pick up a lot of charges. Like Texas is just a really shitty state for that concept, right? But I have a problem with 25 years.
No,
so if he gets hit with it,
I don't. I think it needs to be more things or whatever. Society gets better with harsher. What's the name? And again, I don't think a child should die. I'm not a child. Kids not getting a death penalty. I agree with that. Even kids not getting life, but being able to get them the fucking maximum sentence you can give them because they're a kid, certain shit, yes, and because that's the only deterrent, bro. The only deterrent for people to stop doing crime is to see what happens to other people that do crime.
Well, if that's the case, the better deterrent would be to go after the parents, aka give the parents 25 years.
Well, no, I don't agree with that in this case, right? Especially something with like murder. He wasn't. Now, if the kid's habitual offender and doing shit that's where the parents can interfere or whatnot, what have you. Yeah, but yeah, I don't agree with Karmelo Anthony's kids being at risk of anything for him making a fucked up, stupid split-second decision. I don't believe in that at all, bro. No.
And that's see now I'm biased here, right? Growing up, we had tracks. We had the cross country runners, which I assume is what this kid is, right? They mostly weren't good, bad kids or anything. I mean, they're all athletes. I mean, okay, so they might get in trouble with some parties or something, right? But generally not what we consider bad kids. I just don't feel like throwing the book at a kid for 25 years is
Yeah, bro. So
reasonable.
Josh, this is what I asked you. Josh, at what age do you believe that children know right from wrong?
It's not about the case of knowing right from wrong. I would agree that they probably know right from wrong.
No,
at
it's
the age
definitely
of
the
4,
case of
right?
knowing right from wrong, because if they don't know right from wrong, they can't be tried. So that's why I asked you, at what age do you believe a kid understands right from wrong?
Probably 4 years old, give or take.
All right, so 4. So if you believe 4, right, I would have said a little higher than that. So if you agree with 4 or you believe in 4, you know for sure by 14, 15, 16, 17.
Sure.
All right. So that's what I'm saying. So if you understand the
If
concept
that's
of
the
understanding
standard,
right.
if that's the standard, that let's just say, we'll just say 12, 13 years old, that everybody knows the difference between right from wrong. Why don't we give them the same rights and privileges as we do adults? They know right from wrong.
Yeah, you don't, because it's certain things that kids just shouldn't be able to do, right? And kids don't do those things. So just the fact of the matter that we don't allow kids to do those things, and there are laws and rules and a societal standard. A kid can't smoke at 12, right? He can't go buy cigarettes.
Yeah.
He can't do those things.
Yeah, we don't allow kids to screw up their own lives. At least if we think the parents are decent enough to care about them. Yeah.
Yeah. So if and when a child makes an adult decision and it's decided upon by a serious adult decision, right? And the courts or whoever discovers that, hey, this kid knew right from wrong. This was a child did an adult thing that can't be undone. I believe, yeah, that's the right thing. That's the right, so other kids don't do it.
And this is worth 25 years.
Stabbing another kid and killing them, yes, bro. Killing another kid in a split second, killing them, yes. I would say the same. All these little, all the kids.
Let me try it this way.
Go ahead.
Let me try it this way. You have a kid, right? I've got a kid, right? If your kid stabbed somebody, right, ended up killing them, you'd want your daughter to have 25 years?
Yes, I would.
Damn.
See, the thing is, I think I would say I wouldn't want my kid. I would be sad about it. But I think the biggest thing is when people when you have these cases that are so public, they also make it an example to deter from future behavior.
We don't have much of a society where we deter children from bad behavior. Matter of fact, we do the reverse. We promote bad behavior among our
corporate office. That shit don't work no more in America.
Yeah.
Personally,
it's like this corporate office. This
physically touch me, I'm gonna try to kill you.
Yeah, but
I'm
glad Mr. Williams said that though. But hold on, I'm glad Mr. Williams said that. A lot of us say that though, Mr. Williams.
I just go ahead. I would react if someone was physically abusing me.
Abusing?
Yeah. I'm just not gonna try to beat you up. I'm trying to put you in the hospital. I'm trying to.
I got you, Ms. Williams, right? Ms. Williams, I got you, right? But Ms. Williams, what kills a lot of that though is we say this shit, right? And I said the same shit. I done told a couple of niggas, bro, you put your hands on me, bro, I will physically, get you up out of here. I've said it. But would I really be able to, Ms. Williams, you know how hard it is to beat somebody to death, bro? Yeah. That's not an easy task.
I know.
That's not an easy task, Ms. Williams. So I think a lot of us say that, and as men, there's just some, it's just some cool shit to say, and you may stand on it in the moment. But to beat a mother, now mind you, there are some cases where you hit a nigga, his head hit the back of the concrete, he dead. That's mistakenly though. You didn't intentionally do that. But to intently beat a motherfucker to death, bro, most of us ain't got this shit as innocent.
It's fantastic. You're saying if somebody put their hands on your daughter, right? She thinks
that's my daughter though.
Your son, and he think he out of bounds, right? Because the other person might have more physical prowess. And he used the weapon to his that's at his disposal. You gonna say, yo, lock him up?
Yeah, bro, you gotta get out of there, bro.
Nah, you gotta do your job. The police gotta do their job. The system gotta do its
job. I'm not testifying against him, but
we gonna get the lawyer I'm gonna say this.
No, of course. I'm not just gonna throw him to the wolves. I'm gonna give him a fair shot and a fair chance. But me knowing that he did that shit, Hamp, come on, bro. I can't stand behind that. I'm gonna put money in the commissary. I'm gonna do whatever, so on and so forth. But son, come on, bro. Listen, bro. The other nigga got Hamp. If we talking weapon to weapon, hammers on hammers, whatever, and hey, it's really fucking survival, your life on the line. Hell yeah, fuck it, son. We fighting this shit to the. But this Hamp, come on, bro. We can't co-sign this Hamp. It's just real quick. I got it. And y'all got it. I'm gonna say this and y'all got it.
All right.
I'm gonna say something. I got it. I'm just saying, as much as we understand and Hamp, where we come from, as to where it's actually a chance at a fair fight, Hamp. A fight. I can't condone that, bro. I can't condone you bringing a fucking knife or a gun to a fist fight, bro. I just can't do that. I can't sleep on that shit, Hamp. Nah.
So let me say this. So there's a story, I don't know if y'all saw it, about this girl who she had some people with her. She purposely set them up to go with her. It was a barred friend and there was 2 other people in the car, and she had planned it out. She purposely went sped the car up, ran into a wall. I think she killed 2 people. One of them was paralyzed. Yes, it's on a streaming service. I know Hamp. I don't be with that yet. Oh, okay, yeah. Well, Netflix. I don't want to say it. I know, you know what I'm saying. I don't want to get nobody no promotion, but she was giving grace. She didn't do a day in jail.
Oh, that's a different one.
And we know she had the complexion, the protection from the complexion. So I wouldn't feel bad if he gets grace. I wouldn't feel bad if he doesn't. You know, I still think justice will be served if he don't get life in prison. No, I don't think he should have stabbed him. It's unfortunate he passed, and you know, I think he should have just took an ass whooping if he got beat up or whatever. I done lost fights, I done won fights. As a boxer, I done won fights, I done lost fights. It's no big deal. I think that builds your character as a man as well. You know, like it was a conversation where on one of the episodes where Hamp was talking about, hey, shit, the win is in the battle. He knows he gonna get hurt. So whether he beat me up or not, he got injured too. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't be mad if he gets some grace. I wouldn't be mad if he beat the case.
But that's the point about doing illegal shit, right? We are ignoring the fact that illegal shit was done, right? It was assault, then battery, and then there's a response to that we think is an egregious response. But we are ignoring the fact that crimes were committed before this crime was committed, right? And here's the thing about doing crime. You don't get the benefit of the doubt. There are no rules in the street fight, ever. If you run down on me and I have my fists up and you have your fist up, God bless. But if I run down on you and you pull the hammer, I don't get to say that's not fair. That's not how street fights work. That's not how, what's that shit that y'all do? Road rage works. If I hop out the car, you hop the car and you got the banger, I'm short. That's how life actually works. But we trying to make all this sense of the shit that we know is not realistic. I can't hear you, Mr. Fantastic.
Yeah, that's why you can't. That's why you shouldn't be a bully. You know what I mean?
No.
Because if anybody knows the guy it was a guy at middle school was bullying me, and he tried to bully me every day. And what happened was my I think I was in the 6th grade, and he flunked like 3 times. And so what happened was my uncle had seen that I was finna bring a knife, ironically. And so he was like, "What you doing?" I said, "I'm hurt to dude. He keep bullying me. He trying to mess with me. He ain't put it." He said he put his hands on me. I said, "No, not yet." But he was way bigger than me, right? You know what I'm saying? And so even though I'm not a boxer, I didn't want to fight, right? And so anyway, he got dealt with. Thankfully, it was it didn't get to that point, but I almost made that mistake. But guess what? If I would have did that, I would have been in the wrong because I had no business bringing a knife to school. You know what I'm saying? Or nothing like that. But at the same, my point is to Hamp's defense is, if I would have did something to him, guilty or not.
But now we mixing street law with the actual law.
No, this was at school. No, this was at school.
I understand that, Rockstar. What we saying though, y'all talking about how the streets go. Yeah, the streets go fine, but the thing is, when you get the real law, that motherfucking you got to answer for doing street shit. That's what we saying.
No,
so
I'm
the law says
fighting. I'm talking about.
Yeah, I understand that, but that's
me and Hamp are talking about the unfortunate results.
I got you. I understand that though, but a street fight is just that. It still got to be equal. What's the name? Force, right? I don't get to fucking come to you with fists and hands, and we agree to fisticuffs and so on and so forth, and then you up the fucking pistol as a child or as a child. That's not. And then too. Children aren't held to the same liberties as adults. You don't get to kill another kid.
Mr. Fantastic, he's being tried as an adult, so that's out the window now. He's literally being tried as an adult, so that doesn't.
He's being tried as an adult, but Austin Metcalf ain't. So that's even worse. So that hurts your case even more because Austin Metcalf was still a kid.
He's dead.
A dead kid.
Hey, Hamp, I was just gonna say it. I'd rather be judged by 12 than carried by 6.
But here's the other thing, right? Yo, if I'm whooping your ass, you better shoot me, and it'll be a justified shoot. That's the other thing. Like, yo, y'all tripping.
Yeah, I'd rather be fighting for my freedom than be.
But I'm saying, what type of assessment are we making? Right? Are we making a assessment? Right? Because that's what truly happens when you start because fighting is illegal, right? Him physically removing them is not something that people are at liberty to do. You can't just do that, right? And you're saying you expect a response, but we know that you don't control your consequences. Here's what I'm doing, Ms. Vince. This is what the lawyers are gonna start to introduce. This is the type of shit. So, think about it. George Zimmerman got off on that shit, right? I'm telling you, it's very similar situations in terms of who's in the wrong, who's in the right. All you got to do is skew it because it's reasonable doubt.
Yeah. So the problem where everything's going to fall apart is, again, equal force, right? Witnesses and all the people that were around. Kids fight. So is every kid a criminal because they're fighting? No, of course not, right? It's something that's going to happen, inevitable to happen for children to fight for whatever reason. Okay? Inevitable.
Yes. Well, let me answer the question. Yes, because fighting is criminal.
Okay, cool.
So
kids. Yes. So we're gonna got you. So even though it's criminal, kids do it all the time, and kids usually aren't held to the fucking same standard as adults. If kids fight because it's something that we're acceptable to, where hey, they're kids, it's something that's gonna happen. As long as there's nothing that's egregious injuries happen. You got a black eye, he got a black eye. For the most part. Hey, you guys make up or don't deal with each other. We move forward, right? So now the standard, which is across the board, still the same. When adults fight, even though it's criminal, if one adult kills the other adult in the process of the fight, he's not necessarily automatically guilty. But what do we know, Hamp? He's going to be charged, and now he has to prove his fucking innocence.
His innocence. Yeah.
All right. So hold on. So now let's shift this back and hold to the same standard. We know for a fact that he killed someone, and he didn't kill him with their hands. He killed him with a weapon. This wasn't a weapon on a weapon. This was a fist or a push versus a weapon. Okay? And several witnesses to say so. You cannot justify saying, I get to escalate up to murder, okay, taking your life for a fist fight. And that is the same, be it adults or children. And I say it's even fucking more magnified with children. I just looked it up. Austin Metcalf was 17 when he was killed. Okay? So even if you want to say he's been charged as an adult, both of them were 17 in reality. Legally, they've upped it and they charged fucking what's the name, but that makes it even worse because now you're saying an adult killed a child. So I don't think that helps the case of the argument.
Yeah. He's innocent. Karmelo's innocent. Right? They have to prosecute him beyond a reasonable doubt for murder in the first degree. Okay? That is what I'm the things I'm articulating to you. Here's the other thing about your argument is that isn't how it should be, right? Because we complain about how the fact that women don't get prosecuted to the same degree for the same crimes, right? The crime is the crime, and therefore you should be punished. You can't make that argument for kids in the commission of a criminal offense.
Okay, so again, you don't get to return a criminal offense.
Hold on, last thing. Because here's the thing. If he's 17 and being tried as an adult, right? And Austin Metcalf was 17 when he lost his life, what are the jury instructions? Are these two men? Are these two boys? And I understand it's hard to make people see differently, but they give them, and Devin can attest, he was just a juror, right? They give you jury instructions about what you can, should, and need to consider. That's why it's 12 of them. I'm telling you, because we're talking about him losing, right? So I'm just articulating points that would blur the benefit of the doubt, you see? Because that's all they need. It has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. That's the point I'm making.
And my thing is going to be, it's going to be hard to get a jury to believe beyond a reasonable doubt that, again, that's why I read what it means. All it says is for Part B is to commit. What did it say?
Is that second degree?
No, it's murder. Murder. 19. He's being charged with. I looked up the statute. Section 19.02 of Texas Penal Code. The intentionally or knowingly cause death of an individual intends to intentionally or knowingly, okay, intentionally or knowingly intends to cause seriously bodily injury and commits an act clearly dangerous to human life that causes the death of an individual. If he don't get caught up on number one, number two, he's cooked, Hamp. It's over.
Yeah, I think.
Now, I'm looking at this now. You know, fantastic. You know, all 12 jurors have to find him guilty. All 12.
Okay, and now, Rock, what's the chances? So, and this is why I'm saying we got to juxtapose the other case. In a case to where all of the evidence comes up to a fucking Chinaman in a majority black community.
Yeah.
5 black jurors found the Chinaman not guilty.
True.
Now we're in a fucking community where black people are the minority, the smallest fucking percentage, and you got video surveillance of a black boy stabbing a white boy in the chest for fucking pushing him. What are we doing here, bro?
Yeah, it's possible.
I'm not saying that
one
it's
of them motherfuckers
impossible,
might be John
but
Brown or Josh.
what's probable?
I mean,
The probable is based on what you articulate. It's how what you saying. Probability is that he probably gonna lose. That's what it sounds like. I'm saying that there's
highly,
but I'm saying there's a lot in here. I'm telling you, bro. That shit's a lot in there. I'm telling you.
Hamp, the only thing that can save him is if the girlfriend or the girlfriend's friend or the kid, his teammate, gives a different account. Hamp, if they fucking testimony line up with everybody else's testimony, Hamp, it's over with, bro.
Yeah, yeah. If all the witnesses come back as such, you know, I wonder what his teammate's gonna say. I wonder what the girl of his girlfriend or something like that is gonna say. I think that's uber.
But Hamp, that
important.
means so. Listen, so and to that point, Hamp, to your Hamp, whose side she choosing? Is she choosing the tent side? Because that's her people, her classmate, right? She gonna choose her school. That they on the track team. She might have knew Austin and whatever. She definitely knew them in some type of way. What's she doing?
Yeah, I think you would assume that she gonna err on the side of her people.
Well, I honestly think for the most part, bro, outside of the people that would be tight friends with Austin Metcalf, which would be his brother and whoever those people were, we don't know.
Yo,
I think in this situation, kids understand, and it was they saw this shit in real time. It was some traumatic shit. You feel me? I think they're really gonna tell the truth. I don't think it's a lot of I don't think it's a lot of sides being picked in this, bro.
Okay,
yeah, I think people.
We'll see. I'm just saying. Key that was just up here. Salute the Key is. He said this. Is what I'm saying. He 5'8", 160 pounds. You 6'5", 270 pounds. Metcalf 6'1", 230 pounds. Karmelo 5'8", 5'9", 155 pounds. Would that be considered a threatening just off size alone? Because remember, it's reason. Oh God. Okay.
Why? Damn. Why Hamp? Oh, no. Why Hamp?
Oh,
why Hamp? Tell me why,
man. Because
nah, nigga, don't run now. Tell us why, Hamp. Why?
What's the size?
Hold on. Hold on. Why, Hamp? Tell us why. Tell us why it's not threatening.
I don't know why it wouldn't be considered threatening.
What was Karmelo Anthony?
What
was he?
What's the height and size?
When he played football?
No. Yeah, he played fucking football, Hamp.
Wait a minute. Do you know positions matter, right? You know
Hamp.
Hold on, wait. You said it now. You know who the corners don't talk shit to? The linebackers.
He ain't lying about that.
Talk shit to no linebackers? You shitting me?
I was a receiver.
The D line don't talk shit to the linebackers. Devin, tell him. The D line, one time I got blocked, I cussed the D line the fuck out. They say, my bad, Hamp. And I'm the one that got blocked, nigga. That's football.
Hamp, I got you. Hamp.
Come on, man.
That the argument is going to be, Hamp.
Yeah.
You can't be out here playing 4 full years of fucking football, right? Tackling people, throwing your whole body on the line, rushing the motherfuckers full speed, and now you're life threatened by a fucking push. It don't work that way, Hamp.
Hold up. Here's the thing. You have layman people where they understand stature and all that more than what a strong safety or cornerback does. And so all you do is put these two people next to each other with size, strength, etc., and people will make a determination. Oh, right? Because women think tall niggas is strong when y'all just be tall. Because they don't even understand physical prowess. But if you just put people next to each other, people start to get... Because remember, what are we going for, Rockstar? Reasonable doubt. That's it.
I think the only thing that hurts that is just the amount of adults that are usually at these events. Like, to say that he like felt threatened where he had to stab him, I think the issue is like there's so many adults in these things. And the first thing he did is once he did it, he ran to the closest adult to him.
Okay.
I think that's what hurts the case in that situation.
Yeah, but Devin, you know, it's a reason why people like me walk away, right? In most cases. The reason why, like, for example, in boxing, like, you know, when I see people in the street and they do, like, when people would want to do that to me, I tell them, no, I don't play boxing because I don't know how to play when I'm boxing. You see what I'm saying? So it makes perfect sense for someone to feel if somebody's want to jump on them or fight them to feel like their life is in danger, because that's the only way I know how to respond, is if my life's in danger. Because in my mind, if you're comfortable enough to put your hand on me, I think you're comfortable enough to take my life. It don't always make it right, and it could cause consequences, but that's just how some of us think and are taught to survive.
Yeah, 100%. Yo, bro, people think people that can fight want to fight. It's the opposite. Cause motherfuckers can't fight, right? There's no glory in it. I'm just saying, you under the tent, this shit happened. I'm telling you, it's a lot more than we think in terms of being open and shut. Go ahead, Devin. My fault. You trying to say something?
Yeah, no, I think the thing that I think we hadn't even talked about this is we were also complaining about like the what we say the charges, how he didn't have lesser included charges. I mean, we don't have lesser included charges. We didn't have lesser included charges here. I feel like that was like one of the things I just thought about, how we like narrative kind of switched on that piece.
On what piece?
On, like, we were saying how usually when they prosecute, they have lesser included charges, but we don't have lesser included charges in this situation.
Yeah, that was who was saying that? I forget. On Monday, right? Or Tuesday?
Yeah, I mean, I think we said it today also.
Lesser included offenses?
Yeah.
Yeah, they didn't exist for either of these. Does murder work like that? I've seen murder cases where they had lesser included offenses.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I can't say this. In defense of Fantastic, if we're gonna base it off numbers, right? As far as him being cooked, it says here 70 to 75% of all murder trials in Texas, all 12 jurors unanimously vote. So based off that stat, I gotta admit, Fantastic's right on that based on the stats. So,
look, bro, I'm just trying to prepare y'all niggas, man. I'm trying to prepare y'all, bro. I'm trying to prepare y'all again. Ultimately, you know, the malice and shit is not needed in this case. That's why I just read what's important. You committed bodily harm that would cause death. He did that. You're not going to be able to get around that. None of the self-defense shit is going to work, bro. It's not going to work. You don't get to kill somebody because you.
Well, it has a 15 to 20% chance, though, Fantastic. But I do agree with you based on the stats. The statistics say most likely he's not.
Rockstar, I'm asking this. Rockstar, they gave him. Was you gonna put your bail money up?
Hell no, that shit ain't my son.
All right.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna see. I just think there's a whole lot more here, and I think if they argue it correctly, you know, you'd be surprised. I just seen too much bullshit. Did Lacey Anthony get off?
Who was that? Casey Anthony, you mean?
Casey Anthony?
Yeah, the girl that killed her kid down here in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she got off.
Yeah, just thinking about it now. Unless
that was a fucking skinny, attractive white woman. Hamp.
No, I'm saying the racial. I'm just saying the racial bias and etc. I guess we'll see. You know.
Yeah, just like the white girl I was telling you about Hamp in the on the Netflix documentary. She didn't do no time, killed 2 people, purposely ran her car, spit into a wall. Even have the proof, the Texas and everything.
I saw that. She in jail.
Ooh.
Yeah, she in
This
jail.
must
If
be
you're
a
talking
different
about
one.
her boyfriend, right, and a black dude.
Oh, they must have retried her because she had walked away.
Yeah, more likely than not. Hey, Rockstar, they actually did that because remember people were trying to use that. So it was a white boy that did something similar. Rockstar. A white boy had got something and they fucking had. He ended up with like probation, or he ended up with a real low thing.
No, you talking
this
about
was way before the. My
the
bad. Go ahead.
affluenza. Yeah, they say he.
No,
She
that was
was
different. The affluenza was a drunk boy. That was a drunk nigga.
Yeah.
This white boy stabbed somebody. Hemp.
Oh, I didn't see that.
In Texas too. In Texas, he stabbed somebody in Texas, and he got like a low ass sentence or something. They retried that shit, bro. Appealed that shit immediately and gave brother. And this was before the Karmelo shit even happened, because niggas was trying to use it. And I went and did the research, and I was like, y'all using this case, but y'all didn't see the fucking update. Y'all didn't report the update. They gave his ass 20 years.
Yeah.
This was way before the Karmelo shit even happened.
They retried him.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
maybe they retried him, but I know in the beginning she beat the case. She walked off.
Yeah, I think the key is, man, we'll see overall, right? And it's a shame that the boy lost his life, you know, because a lot of people dying over frivolous shit is unnecessary, right? You know, and then them being young has a different affect to it as well, you know. So.
Yeah, exactly. Because my thing is that's why cases like this is real sensitive, because I tell people your son could have been the one getting bullied, but he also could have been the one that was bullying, right? And so I don't take away, I don't devalue one's life over the other based on who's the bully and who's not, because either way go, your kid could be either one, and either way you don't want your child to be on any end of that situation. You know what I mean?
And Rock, that's all I'm saying, Rock. Again, man, I understand that, man. Listen, I pray to God, you know, no kid is ever in that position, bro. But again, it just creates a huge slippery slope, bro. If we saying it's cool for kids to kill kids over fighting and pushing, man, come on, bro.
Yeah, I don't. We're not.
And that's why I said that, because what if your child a bully? Look, man, if my child's a bully, dang, I ain't want him to die for. Yeah, he might be wrong for bullying, but
see, that's I don't know.
I don't think any of us on panel are actually saying the concept is the kid should get off scot-free, right? But first-degree murder at 25 years, we don't think that's a little bit excessive for a kid.
Bro, he fits the parameters, Josh. He fits the parameter that's needed for it. He fits one of the two parameters or one of the four parameters that's needed for it.
Yeah, according to the law, right? But I'm not making a legal.
And that's what we do.
Yeah, I'm not making a legal argument. I'm making a concept of, do we believe?
Yeah, morally, again, morally, Josh, I'll say this, Josh, it was a dude down in Alabama. I think he was like a kid too. He was a kid. Dude in Alabama, Josh. They gave him the opportunity. His homeboy, him and his homeboy had pistols in the commission of a robbery. His own homeboy ups the pistol at the cops, so the cops kill him, right? Old boy drop his pistol, they lock him up. Now, I'm pretty sure you're aware of this, Josh. If you're also in the commission of a crime and somebody dies in the commission of a crime, what do you get charged with, Josh?
Yeah, you're
you got charged with murder.
Whatever, yeah.
You got charged with murder, right? So Josh, this dummy, his people, his whatever, told him to take it to trial. They let him know, hey man, we'll give you, it was like 15 to 20 years or something. Josh, he took it to trial, got found guilty. They gave his ass 60 fucking years, Josh.
That's fucking. See, but that's the thing, right? Now we're punishing the kid for giving bad. But we're punishing the kid for giving bad advice.
Josh, you had two options, in which you know you were guilty by the. And this is why I say, understanding the law and the statutes are very, very important. And shout out to Hamp, right? Hamp having his previous experience, like he said. What'd you say? What was the term you used earlier, Hamp?
What?
The real life thing, but you didn't say real life. What did you say? What was your terminology?
The voir dire thing? What?
No, not just voir dire, but like you having experience with the legal system at that level. You use a certain term.
Tangible?
I can't remember what you said.
Tangible?
Yeah, tangible. Yeah, tangible experience, right? The tangible experience is very, very important, right? But also the details and understanding the law. So like before Hamp ever said voir dire, I never heard it. I thought I heard a nigga call that name. That was a nigga name, but I never actually knew that was a statement, right? I know that was legalese. So we know his mom and daddy was criminals. But either way, you know, outside of that, before Hamp ever said it, I never heard the word voir dire because I've never been in the case to have to pick a jury or, trial and all these different things. So once you understand that the law and the statute, bro, that's all that matters. If you match this, and this is why they offer you a plea deal. Hey, bro, we got you here. You did this, you did that, so on and so forth. We're going to give you this offer right here. You going to take it? Nah, well, okay, we can do this and this and that. Okay, so they only give you so many chances to go back and forth to where you take the shit to trial, and if it fits this, for the most part, you cooked. I'm saying that Karmelo Anthony is cooked because by the statute of the law, and look at 19.02 section fucking 2, B section 2, he fits that. And I don't think you're going to be able to get around it.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's really arguing. Texas is like not one of those states you should. It's one of those fuck around, find out states.
Is that too, Josh? Josh, that too.
It's bad, right? I guess my only contention is the 25 years, and I'm trying to go off of what the average is.
Is that the minimum though? I don't know if that. Let me see if that's the minimum.
It's not the minimum, right? I'm hoping it's
the 5 is the minimum. I don't. Again, Josh. Again, I know for a fact, and I'm saying this, you nigga, no matter. He did not intentionally kill the boy. He did not go there with a chance. I'm gonna kill a white boy today. No, of course not. Right? That's not wasn't the thing. Right? In the heat of the moment, he did some stupid shit for whatever reason, but he killed a boy. So do I believe he should get fucking 25 years? 25 may be a little harsh, even though somebody lost their life. No, you know what's crazy, Josh? I think from how the family reacted earlier on, and that the father was genuine. I think the father's actually going, if this shit is found to be what it is, despite the family being dicks earlier on, I think they're going to ask for leniency, bro. I think they're going to ask for leniency, and they'll be like, hey, listen, very, very unfortunate situation, and so on and so forth, but the young man made a, heat of the moment fucking decision, very, very bad decision, but
what's the average on first degree murder in the state of Texas? What's the average sentences? Do you know?
5 to 99. It's 5 to 99.
No, he's saying what on average? What are people sentenced?
No, that's what the average. That's what the minimum and maximum, right? For all of the.
How much time are they given?
It's usually 25 is usually the standard.
Yeah, that's why I say 25. Use 25 to life is, I guess, the standard across the border in the Hamp. 25 is pretty much considered life.
Yeah, that's why I say that's usually the standard. In Texas, is usually 25. And the degree to which they go higher or lower is usually all based on the case and what they could prove or not prove. So.
Yeah, no, Mr. Fantastic, I think you made a big point, which is crazy in how cooked he might be, is that his saving grace might be the old kid's father and his willingness to talk out and try to give grace.
Oh yeah. Again, bro, niggas feel away. I'm objective around the board, bro.
You mean for sentencing?
For sentencing, yeah. If he's found guilty, I think the dad is gonna, but being that he said what he said earlier in public.
You know what?
I think he's gonna stick.
You know what we need to have a conversation about at another time is plea bargain system. I think that plea bargain system sounds like better, I guess is the word. Maybe it's a better word than what it actually is. There's actually an interesting movie regarding it. Roman J. Esquire. Denzel played like an attorney,
public defender, and then he gets what's the name?
Yeah, because the plea bargaining often happens to people that can't afford to defend themselves. Obviously the people that get exonerated defend themselves, and because they'll say 5 to 99, all you hear is the 99, and if you fight it, what happens? You get 99, and so they plea you out for 50. And it's better than 99. So, I think that plea bargaining system for people who are, impoverished or poor, don't have that much capital just to spend on a lawyer, that on average bill at $250 an hour, that plea bargaining system, just the assessment of it, you know what I mean?
Hey, Hamp, so this is an important thing, Hamp. It's a clause or a stipulation in the thing, right? Mm-hmm. So it says critical exceptions to the standard sentence. The sudden passion mitigation, if the defense proves during the punishment phase that a defendant acted out of immediate intense terror or passion caused by the victim, the charge drops to second-degree felony, lowering the prison range from 2 to 20 years. So this is a tiered thing, Hamp, as to where even if he's found guilty, it could be to where he only faces up to 20 max.
Because it's really a second-degree-esque conviction.
Exactly. So even though
Texas does it like
even
that,
though they don't
then.
have second degree, it's like it's encompassing.
Okay. So that's how Texas does it. Okay.
Yeah, that's
So,
why I say
and Hamp, I
that
think
range in time. That's
that's
what
even
how
worse
really
though.
feel that. It's the 5 to 9
That's
in
even
time.
worse though, Hamp. That's even worse though, bro.
Yeah, that
Because
is.
it's like gives
Because
it
it's in the judge's hands at that point.
Yeah, bro. It's a broader window now.
No, that's how. That's how CT is, bro. I'm like, so wait. Well, he's like, well, if they don't meet a burden of proof on this one, then it'll be this one, and if it's not that one, then it'll be this. I said, like, just in one foul swoop. They like, yeah. I'm like, that shit crazy.
Yeah, the judges
like,
get too much power in Texas, man.
Yeah.
That's
No,
all
I'm saying, hold on.
that
I'm saying CT. Like that's what I experienced. It was like, yo, so boom, if it wasn't one, it just go to 2 and then just go to 3, based on the burden. Like automatic to that, like basically the same thing. You know?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's.
And here goes a stat too to add to you. You're talking about that topic with plea bargain, man. That will be interesting conversation because right here it says between 90 and 98% of all criminal convictions are resolved through plea bargains.
Damn, that is scary.
That's insane.
Yeah, like.
But Hamp, like you said, Hamp, you see that motherfucking federal government or state versus nigga. Ooh. A lot of motherfuckers ain't got the pockets for that, bro. You got like you said, Hamp. That's another thing you said too, Hamp. Motherfucker get that public defender, bro, versus that paid lawyer, dog, and a good one. Hey, man.
And that's the key, yo. That really is the key, Mr. That's why I think it's an interesting conversation. Maybe just to me, and maybe to y'all. I don't know if everybody else interested, but just think about it. When you don't have the money, you really can't fight. Most people cannot afford a lawyer. And then the when they say you are given a lawyer, they don't compensate them to get the best ones. Like the ADAs in DC, as an example, they get paid upwards of $100,000. You get a better DC's public defender office is arguably the best in the country because there's compensation, etc.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they invest in those kids. You know. Damn.
Yeah, but that's another thing too, Ham. I don't know if you remember T Grizzly was talking about his case. How he was caught up in like a robbery or some shit or whatever.
Yeah.
And he was paying a fucking lawyer, bro, or whatever. And, he's like, they was trying to keep juicing him for money and shit or whatever, right? And he was like, well, hold on, what the fuck y'all even doing, bro? He did his own research in the law library and was like, bro, y'all representing this shit wrong. Like, I don't even qualify for this because this is what we did in the robbery. And it says I can only be charged with this, and this if this was the case. I never used let's say the crowbars, whatever we was using to fucking, to break in the thing. Cause I think it's like a jewelry store heist or some shit, right? But I threatened them with it. So now they got to drop the charge to something else. You feel me? Because y'all charging me wrong. And he found that out.
That's one industry, Mr. Fantastic. Like he said, the law library. Now you have these, like Chat GPT, and the AI systems that kind of curate information for you, right? I forget the word I'm looking for. Aggregate the information for you. That is what they charge you every 6 minutes for, right? And then they have templates for the law that they do, right? So you have to file certain filings. They don't have to type it up. They put your fucking name in the right numbers and then they send it. But they charge you for how long it would have taken. You see? Like, it's crazy, bro.
Ham, I ain't tell motherfuckers this shit, right? So, y'all know, when I was on the boat and they was holding my ass prisoner because I didn't want to get the thing. And I was like, yo, bro, this shit fucked up, dog. Y'all can't do this. Like, this was literally some Geneva Conventions type shit. Cause y'all telling me I can't get off the boat unless I put this shit in my body and I don't want to put it in there. And there's nothing requiring me to get it other than y'all saying it, right? I fucking hired some bullshit ass lawyer or whatever, right? They veterans, whatever, some shit, right? These motherfuckers, I gave them a $1,500 retainer, Ham. All these motherfuckers did with the same exact shit I already did. Nigga, I got back $600.
Yeah.
A phone call that who even knows really happened because we on the fucking boat, right? Yeah. A couple of emails cost me $800 fucking bucks, bro.
I'm trying to tell you.
Fuck lawyers.
Shit crazy, bro. And I'm telling you, and then it's intentional, right? Because voir dire is a Latin term, right? They still have Latin in the judicial system, And so lawyers go to like understand Latin and legalese so that you kind of can't do it. The other thing people don't know is pro se, the judge has an obligation to teach you. They can't tell you what to do, but you can say, well, what about, and they can give you like the different options.
Well, yeah, not teach is guide. Guide and inform. Yeah, guide and inform. They can't teach you because they can't give legal advice. But yeah, guide and inform.
Guide you. Yeah, yep. So it's a lot, bro. It's a lot. You know. So interesting. Oh shit! Let me read these super chats, man.
Hey, Lady Justice, a motherfucker, boy.
Stay out of it, man. J Mill with the $2 says he needs Cole Brown on the jury. Innocent. Everybody hates Mount with the $5 says, will y'all agree vice versa if colors change? So Miss Fantastic had asked that question, and Mr. Williams, what did Mr. Williams say?
Mr. Williams said he agreed with me. He said no, he wouldn't want the what's the name, the other one.
Deborah with the $2 says they showed the knife in court 5+ inches. Pause. See, the Nathaniel with the $2 says he stabbed his open enemy and attacking enemy. See, the Nathaniel with the $5 says Psalms 83:3. They have taken crafty counsel against thy people. 5. They have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee. Okay, and P with the $5 says black kid walked in the store where I work and stole some items. I can clearly see the items in his pocket. However, he told me all he had was a gun. It's J. Ali with the $10 says for the goal. Salute, brother. Appreciate you, man. Salute to J. Ali for also doing the marketing flyers that we got for Risky Weekend. So salute. If you need some, definitely get in touch with her. Brother with the $5 says he could have been concealing a bazooka on him. What does that have to do with him being hunted down and shot in the back like game? Sean Brew with the $2 says parents knew he had one because the internet knew. See, the Nathaniel with the $5 says that store is still standing. Those men still breathing. Their racism isn't the biggest problem. Our lack of racism is close ranks, us or else. Sean Brewer with the $5 says that same 14-year-old will use that firearm to unalive a black kid and y'all wouldn't give a damn. 100% facts. Willie Beeman with the $5 says JW is still trying to beat Devin out for. I read this one, right?
Yeah.
Salute, man. Appreciate y'all. If y'all get a chance, go listen to Andre 3000 versus Nas. It was fun, but we know who came out on top. You know what I mean?
That nigga played Hey Y'all. He was playing fucking point shaving. Don't trust this nigga.
I play. First off,
I'm jamming though, man. I'm jamming too.
What'd you think, Devin? Any final thoughts?
Yeah, no, I think it's just hard to have
Devin, how do you feel about getting the title from Mr. Fantastic?
Oh, I got. What was the title again?
What's the title? Your title?
The biggest coon, brother.
Hey, I think overall, Mr. Fantastic. If I'm a coon, then he just like taking his paint off sometimes, from day to day. So I think from this situation, this is one thing I did notice is that we were saying that I was being, not objective and all this other stuff, and maybe Lee was not objective. But we were the ones saying, I concede, I agree with you, but here's my other point of view to it during the conversation.
Who?
I think that's one of the things that was missed a lot. You can twist your head. Don't twist all the way down.
Yeah, brother, I'm gonna become an owl up here, brother. You didn't concede the shit.
It's not true.
I'm gonna turn all the way around, nigga.
Devin.
I need you to run that tape back, brother.
I'm telling you, about to put that tape back on his face. His hand about to rotate. But yeah, no, I think the biggest thing is I'm just giving the opposite thing because ultimately what we're saying is we're just arguing about things we think are going to happen based on our personal feelings. A big part of it. And if you look at only thing is the things I was always saying was like what was presented and what was argued. But I mean, hopefully, the case with Karmelo is fair. I think it doesn't look good, but hopefully it's fair. Hopefully if he learned his lesson, hopefully the testimony from the father gives him some type of leniency to where he learned his lesson and everybody heals and goes forward from it. So that's what I hope going forward.
Yeah. Josh, what up? What you think?
I got problems with a lot of this, right? So as a resident white supremacist, apparently, I'm okay with the race war. I'm okay with stuff being about race. I'm okay with the different cultures. I'm okay with us fighting. I think lines have to be drawn in the sand between spouses, children, right? Like they're just some things that are off limits. I don't understand why we have to cross this line. And now we're going to put our kids on social media and we're going to make this a race thing. If kids don't get grace, our society as a country is completely cooked, period. Because if we're going to live in a society where we're not going to give kids grace, there's no reason or argument to give any adults or anybody on this panel grace. So where's the humanity? Now I'm a failed supremacist now, right? Because this is my stance here. I think the kids are off limits, period.
Yeah. Damn. Rockstar?
Yeah, man. Good conversation, man. I want to thank Josh for those words that mean a lot because, we definitely understand that, the skin pigmentation does play a lot in these court proceedings when it comes to this type of violence. What I would definitely preach to people is teach your kids conflict resolution, especially these young men. There's no way that we should be having boys in our life, and I'm at least talking about the ones that's in their life, which is a lot of us. Man, teach your boys conflict resolution. Teach them. I taught my daughter conflict resolution. I said, hey, look, if a dude ever try to holler at you and cuss you out, or call you B, or knock on your window, this or that, this is how you handle. You know what I mean? Things like that. So, unfortunately, man, a majority of the things that we talk about and deal with in current life, it always stems back to the root, and that's the parent. Teach your kids conflict resolution.
Word. This is fantastic. Can't hear you. You're on mute.
My bad. Yeah, man. Great convo. I think again, objectivity and being able to actually see some shit, at the same time. Like I said, even though I believe that Rick Child is a lying piece of shit, right? And he killed that boy by shooting him in the back. I understand that ultimately the case came how it did because the boy gave him out, bro, by being in the wrong, ultimately by having a firearm, right? And I understand, unfortunately, for black men and black boys, there's a preconceived notion and presumption that you are guilty. You're guilty until proven innocent. Now shifting to this thing with Karmelo Anthony, with understanding that premise and that standard, I don't agree with it being that way, but I just understand that that's the reality we live in. It's going to be a hell of a hill to climb, bro, for him to not be found guilty with all of the things and what's the name in this case, bro. So I don't believe that he should, like I said, get, as Josh kept saying, 25 years and so on and so forth, and being that we understand that it wasn't, he has a chance of getting something lower. I think that'll be the case. But unfortunately, most importantly, black people, bro, y'all got to stop this shit, bro. Again, some things go beyond the race aspect of it. I know the race shit is super duper fucked up, but you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater and be like it's okay for a black kid to kill a fucking white kid because he pushed him when you wouldn't have the same argument for a white kid, doing the same thing to a black kid. And shout out to Mr. Williams for being honest in that.
Yeah. I think just interested to see what happens, man. I think when you have things like the child incident, it just muddies shit. When things look to be that obvious in terms of people just doing the wrong thing, they should be prosecuted appropriately. Otherwise, the law gets less and less black and white, it becomes more and more gray. And defense attorneys need to create gray, right, to get people exonerated. You know? So it's just interesting, man. You know, God bless the dead. Kids going before their parents is something no parent would ever want to experience. So that part, man, that shit gotta be painful. I know it is. Every parent in the world will wish they go before their kid. At least that's my hope. So jump in the Discord, get your tickets to This Might Get Rocky. You saw Mr. Fantastic just came from the gym. Everybody getting ready to rock, man. That shit gonna be fun. Pugilism is pure. You know, everybody shake hands and show love after. That's why I like it the most. But yeah, the whole weekend gonna be dope, man. So be safe. Jump in the Discord, man. Let's continue the conversation. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be safe and do the right thing, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. And we out.
Oh, we can kill all this. We can kill all this. Say like, do you want to be next?
Anytime you ready, baby. I was supposed to be there.
Cool. I'm with it.
I'm
with it. We can do it.
Knocks out everybody and no one can whoop him. That's when that little Cassius Clay from Louisville, Kentucky came up and stopped Sonny Liston, the man who annihilated Floyd Patterson twice. He was going to kill me. He hit harder than George. His reach was longer than George. He's a better boxer than George. And I'm better now than I was when you saw that 22-year-old undeveloped kid running from Sonny Liston. I'm experienced now, professional. Jaw's been broke, been lost, knocked down a couple times. Bad. Been chopping trees. I done something new for this fight. I done wrestled with an alligator. That's right. I have wrestled with an alligator. I done tussled with a whale. I done handcuffed lightning, throw thunder in jail. That's bad. Only last week, I murdered a rock, injured a stone, hospitalized a brick. I'm so mean, I make medicine sick. Man, dude. Fast. Last night, I cut the light off in my bedroom, hit the switch, was in the bed before the room was dark. Incredible. Fast. And you, George Foreman, all of you chumps are gonna bow when I whoop him. All of you. I know you got him. I know you got him, Dick. But the man's in trouble. I'm gonna show you how great I am.
Eyes up.